Chapter 372. Just as enlightened Master Yu Hua was about to escape, he felt the sky suddenly darken. Under enlightened Master Yu Hua's incredulous gaze, Chen Lian's second restriction, landslide, came whistling down. Blood suddenly spilled out, and enlightened Master Yu Hua looked as if he was fished out of a pool of blood. The azure light under his feet suddenly turned blood red, and his speed instantly increased by several times as he rushed out of the landslide. However, before enlightened Master Yu Hua could rejoice, he saw Lu Ping push his palm forward from behind him. The landslide, that fell vertically from the sky, suddenly fell diagonally in the direction enlightened Master Yu Hua escaped. With a loud bang, the tail of the landslide smashed into the sea outside of Huangli Island, causing waves like a tsunami that hit the shore of Huangli Island. A miserable howl flashed in the sky, and Taoist Master Yu Hua finally escaped. Another few rays of light landed on Huangli Island. Yao Yong appeared and said, "It's a pity that person escaped. If Junior Martial Brother could capture that person, then you would be able to move one step forward on the rookie list." Seeing that Yao Yong couldn't forget about the rookie list, Shi Lingling couldn't help but grumpily say, "The beast cultivator that Junior Martial Brother Lu fought was at the 5th layer of core forging. Moreover, Junior Martial Brother Lu hasn't broken through to the middle stage of core forging yet. It's already amazing that you could injure him." Seeing that Yao Yong was embarrassed, Lu Ping hurriedly said, "This time the opponent's strength is indeed not weak. Even with the stone armor that can avoid the detection of divine sense, we still couldn't kill him. Even so, the escape technique he used at the end must have greatly injured his vitality. In addition to his previous injuries, it will be difficult for him to recover without several years of recuperation, unless he also has a healing pill like the Spirit Water Meridian Nourishing Pill." Hu Lili nodded at Lu Ping and walked towards the cave dwelling Lu Ping built on the hill a few years ago. The Blood Condensation Realm Junior Martial Sisters who came with him carried all kinds of array formations and tools. Under the protection of Lu Ping and the others, they flew in all directions of Huangli Island. The direction that Lu Ping chose was naturally the easternmost. This was the front line against the demon race's upcoming counterattack. The female cultivator who went with Lu Ping to set up the formation was Taoist Xuanchen's 5th disciple. Although among Taoist Xuanchen's disciples, only his eldest and 4th disciple, Hu Lili, had reached the Gold Core realm, there were quite a number of other blood condensation disciples. This was because only Taoist Xuanchen's branch of Taoist Jinling knew a thing or two about formations. Although Taoist Liang Shenfeng was also quite accomplished in this area, he was better at breaking formations. Taoist Xuanchen's 2 core forging disciples did not get along well with Hu Lili. Compared to her 3 senior martial sisters, Hu Lili had only been under Taoist Xianxin for a short period of time. However, due to Hu Lili's good relations with others and her high cultivation, there were quite a few junior martial sisters who were willing to get close to her. Otherwise, Hu Lili wouldn't have called so many junior martial sisters to help Lu Ping's counterattack on Huangli Island. "Junior martial sister Qiu, I'll deal with the demon race's attack. Don't worry and just set up the formation." Junior martial sister Qiu's face was flushed. She nodded and began to survey the positions. One by one, she buried the tools used to set up the formation several zhang underground. When Taoist Yu Hua was repelled by Lu Ping, the demonic beasts on the island began to flee towards the sea. Those that were too slow were killed by Yao Yong and the others. Most of these demonic beasts were in the blood condensation or blood refining realm. In front of a group of core forging experts, it was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Of the 8 directions on Huangli Island, Lu Ping was guarding the east. Yin Zichu and Ji Zixuan were guarding the northeast and southeast respectively. Chen Lian was guarding the north while Yao Yong volunteered to guard the south. Apart from Lu Ping's east, this was the direction that would suffer the most damage. After all, the main force of the demon race was in the southern part of the North Sea. Du Feng was guarding Yao Yong's flank in the southwest, and Shi Lingling was guarding the northwest. The west should be the least dangerous area. Lu Ping asked Lu Qin to accompany Jiang Xianxian. Jiang Xuanxuan's cultivation was high enough, but her teacher doted on her a lot. Although this junior martial sister was smart, she had never left Tianling Mountain after cultivating for dozens of years. She didn't know much about the ways of the world and was very naive. She didn't know why her teacher was like this. As for Zhong Jian and Ma Yu, they were arranged by Lu Ping to be in charge of emergency rescue. They would go wherever the situation was urgent. Zhang Zicheng and Zheng Jie knew that their cultivation was not high enough to be of much help, so they volunteered to clear the hidden demon beasts on the island. Lu Ping assigned De Bao, who had been hiding in the Golden House to build his underground palace, to be their guide. With Debao around, the demon beasts on the island would have nowhere to hide. Hu Lili went alone to the Immortals' cave that Lu Ping had opened. Fortunately, it was a temporary Immortals' cave that Lu Ping had seriously injured Yu Hua. It was not as chaotic as Hu Lili had imagined. Hu Lili quickly took out a huge array disc from the storage magic tool on her waist. This array disc was 5 feet wide. After Hu Lili advanced to the core forging stage, she began to make this array disc for Lu Ping. During the process of making it, she received several pointers from Taoist Master Xian Qin. Only then did Hu Lili successfully complete the array disc. Under Lu Ping's special instructions, the array disc was more precise and detailed than the one on Shenqi Island. Naturally, its power was also much greater. Once Lu Ping and the others successfully occupied Huangli Island, it was bound to become the front line of the resistance against the demon race. Moreover, Shenqi Island had a peak core forging stage cultivator like Taoist Master Chu Xianqing. On Huangli Island, there was not even a single core forging stage cultivator. Therefore, Lu Ping could only focus on strengthening the array formation even though it would inevitably consume a large number of spirit stones. In addition to the dense array lines on the array disc, there were hundreds of grooves for inlaying spirit stones. In the center there were 36 slightly larger grooves. Obviously they were used to inlay high-grade spirit stones. The surrounding 666 slightly smaller grooves were prepared for middle-grade spirit stones. Hu Lili had just surveyed the position and placed the entire array disc on the ground. Suddenly, a long and drawn-out whistling sound came from the east. Hu Lili's heart tightened. Her hands suddenly sped up. In her hands, several middle-grade spirit stones were inlaid in a sequence. Then she used her magic power to stimulate them. The inlaid spirit stones suddenly lit up. Several array runes connected to the spirit stones also lit up at the same time. However, when Hu Lili looked at these runes that were like a drop in the ocean on the entire formation plate, she couldn't help but grit her teeth, and the speed of her hands instantly increased by a bit. In the process of gradually activating this kind of large-scale formation, it was an enormous test of Hu Lili's divine sense and true essence. However, she couldn't care so much at this time. Whether or not Huangli Island would fall into the hands of Jinling depended on when the island's protective array formation could be established. If Hu Lili could not completely repair the island's protective array formation by the time the demon race's reinforcements arrived, then the loss of Huangli Island would be a small matter. However, she was afraid that the group of cultivators who followed Lu Ping to Huangli Island would encounter an accident. Lu Ping could not help but frown when he heard the whistling sound coming from afar. Judging from the aura of the approaching person, his strength should be far above that of the Seijiao cultivator who was severely wounded by Lu Ping. The golden scale sword, which had been upgraded by Lu Ping to the level of a psychic magic treasure, revolved around Lu Ping like a happy fish. At this time, Lu Ping regretted choosing a flying magic treasure from Sage Chu Xuanqing. If he had chosen a defensive magic treasure, he might have been able to hold on longer this time. His divine sense penetrated the core space. Below the golden core was a white jade lotus seat. The white jade lotus seat was surrounded by 12 gentian beads. Outside the 12 gentian beads, there was a small flag with a damaged corner. This was the defensive magic treasure Lu Ping obtained in the refining hall, the water-controlling flag. This was once a spirit cultivation level magic treasure. Unfortunately, because of the damage, only 6 psychic magic treasures were left. It was not something that Lu Ping could easily use. Otherwise, Lu Ping would not have been in such a dilemma. At the point where the sea and the sky met, a figure appeared and rushed in the direction of Lu Ping at a very fast speed. A divine sense seemed to be demonstrating. Before the person arrived, it had already pressed down on Lu Ping. How could Lu Ping be afraid of the divine sense of a cultivator in the middle stage of the core forging realm? He was someone who had even tried the divine sense of the Fa Xiang Laozu. Unfortunately, there was still junior sister Qiu behind Lu Ping. Lu Ping was not afraid in the slightest. He looked up to the sky and let out a long roar to inform his companions on Huangli Island. The light under his feet flashed and he unexpectedly flew out of Huangli Island. He rushed straight towards the person from the demon race. He held the golden scale sword in his hand and swung it forward. Since Lu Ping had completely mastered the realm of the great magical swordsmanship, his control of swordsmanship had reached a point where he could use it at will. Even if he did not use the imperial sword technique, the golden scale sword could still release a powerful sword momentum. Great magical swordsmanship. The demon race cultivator exclaimed and abruptly stopped his flying body in the air. A huge stone tablet rose into the air. At the same time, 2 flying knives circled and danced in the air, forming a huge blade vortex. and strangled the huge sword from the side. The demon race cultivator knew that in the face of the attack of the great magical swordsmanship, blindly defending was simply courting death. Only by attacking could the power of the great magical swordsmanship be effectively weakened. However, facing a great magical swordsmanship head-on was undoubtedly extremely stupid, so he attacked from the side to reduce the power of Lu Ping's great magical swordsmanship. Although Taoist Yu Hua realized that he could not defend in the face of the great magical swordsmanship for long, he chose to face the great magical swordsmanship head-on. As a result, Lu Ping's life source magic weapon was seriously injured. Just when Lu Ping and the demon race cultivator began to fight, Yao Yong in the south and Yin Zichu in the northeast also let out a long roar. However, the fourth long roar was gentle and beautiful. The west side of Huangli Island that Jiang Xianxian and Lu Qin were guarding had unexpectedly encountered an enemy. Chapter 373. Huangli Island wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Lu Ping's divine sense was tyrannical. Normally, he could just stand at the center of the island and barely cover the entire island. However, at this time, not only was Lu Ping far away from Huangli Island, but he was also using all his divine sense to deal with the demon cultivator in front of him. How could he have time to care about other things? Although Lu Ping was a little nervous, he didn't panic. Although Jiang Xianxian hadn't experienced a life-or-death battle, her cultivation level was at the second level of core forging realm. Moreover, Lu Ping didn't think that Jiang Xianxian didn't have the treasures given by the two Laozu to protect her. Moreover, she also had the blue phoenix, Lu Qin, to help her. Of course, the most important thing was that Jiang Xianxian didn't have the slightest anxiousness in her roar. At the same time, Lu Ping also believed that Zhong Jian and Ma Yu would also rush over in a short time. Zhong Jian and Ma Yu naturally knew the importance of Jiang Xianxian. When they heard Jiang Xuanxuan's roar, they knew the seriousness of the matter and immediately flew toward the west side of Huangli Island. However, when the two of them arrived at the battlefield, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Fear, surprise, joy, pity, and other different expressions appeared on their faces at the same time. The two of them looked at each other at the same time and attacked the monster race cultivators in front of them at the same time. A pair of flying swords combined and instantly surrounded the two monster race cultivators. This time, the demon race obviously used a diversion tactic. In order to protect Jiang Xianxian, the west side of Huangli Island that Lu Ping had deliberately defended became the focus of the demon race's surprise attack. There weren't many core forging stage cultivators from the demon race that had rushed over in such a short amount of time. Among them, 3 were the most tyrannical and they divided themselves into 3 groups. As for the remaining 2 early core forging stage demon cultivators, they were led by a mid-core forging stage demon cultivator to the west side of the island. When the middle core forging realm demon cultivator found out that there were only 2 early core forging realm girls guarding here, he was overjoyed. It seemed that this was the opportunity to make a contribution. Ever since the North Sea monster clans had launched the Beast Tide, they had gained many victories in their battles against the various sects of the North Sea. However, they had never been able to take advantage of Zhenling's sect. In the last battle on Shenqi Island, the monster clans had suffered a crushing defeat. Several core forging monster cultivators had been killed by Zhenling sect's experts, greatly reducing their morale. This time Yu Hua was even more incompetent. He had been seriously injured by a few Zhenling sect juniors. It seemed that these young core forging enlightened masters must hold a high position in Zhenling sect. If he could capture 1 or 2 of them, especially such young and beautiful ones, and present them to them, he might be able to gain recognition from the higher-ups of his own clan. Who knows, he might even be able to reach enlightened Master Mo Wei's level. Thinking of this, the middle core forging realm demon cultivator's heart was already burning with passion. Looking at the 2 delicate beauties in front of him, he led 2 of his subordinates to capture them. When Jiang Xianxian saw the 3 cultivators dressed in strange clothes approaching her aggressively, she didn't panic at all. A green light flashed in her eyes and she immediately laughed. "So you are demon race cultivators. Eat my sword first." The 2 flying swords in Jiang Xuanxuan's hands were refined from the mutated branches of the peach blossom tree demon that Lu Ping had given her. After the 2 swords flew out, Jiang Xianxian remembered her 9th senior brother's warning. She opened her mouth and let out a long, crisp whistle, informing the senior brothers on the island that she had met the enemy. The demonic cultivator on the other side was startled when he saw the green light flickering in Jiang Xuanxuan's eyes. However, he did not take it to heart. However, when he saw that such a delicate beauty actually dared to take the initiative to attack him, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The The stronger a beauty was, the more those experts in the clan would like her. The demon cultivator casually flicked out a grape-sized pearl. When the two demon cultivators behind him saw this, they also understood the intention of the demon cultivator and laughed strangely. However, the strange laughter of the two stopped abruptly. In the midst of the clanging sound, the pearl that the demon cultivator flicked out was knocked away by the beautiful cultivator's two swords. When the leading demon cultivator recalled the pearl again, he saw that the surface of the pearl had long been mottled with cracks. It was obvious that it was seriously damaged and could no longer be used. The leader of the demonic cultivators looked at the pearl in his hand with a surprised expression. Even though the quality of the pearl was not very high, it was still a treasure that had just barely been condensed. It was a treasure that he usually played around with. Even though he had only casually struck it out of the blue, his cultivation base was still a level higher than his opponent's after all. Yet, not only had he failed to gain an advantage, he had instead suffered a loss. The beauty in front of him was not a vase, but a cultivator with real strength. The demon cultivator, who put away his contemptuous attitude, naturally became more serious. At this time the gap between the two was reflected. Although Jiang Xianxian had been taught by the two Laozu, after all, her cultivation was much lower. Moreover, she had no experience in life and death battles, so in a moment she fell into a disadvantage. The leading demon cultivator naturally saw that although the beautiful cultivator in front of him could be called outstanding among the cultivators of the same level, she really did not have enough experience in fighting. It could almost be said that she was being played in the palm of his hand. While fighting with Jiang Xianxian, the demon cultivator still had spare time to observe the situation of his two attendants. However, to his surprise, the two early core forging realm helpers were unexpectedly blocked by a little girl. Although the two demon cultivators joined forces and were stronger than the little girl, they could not get rid of the little girl for a while. Although the little girl's cultivation was only at the first layer of core forging realm, the means of fighting the enemy were not as random as the beauty in front of him. Each of her moves was extremely ruthless. Obviously, she was a ruthless character who often fought with people. In particular, this little girl had mastered a very powerful small magical power. Once she used this magical power, the two attendants had to temporarily join forces to resist. The leading demon cultivator coldly snorted, obviously very dissatisfied with this. At this moment, the other side was trying their best to stop the counterattack of the demon race cultivators. Obviously, they planned to occupy this island for a long time. At this moment, the other side must have a formation master on the island. If they could not get there in time, once the island's protective formation was completed, Huangli Island would definitely be occupied by the demon race. In this way, the demon race's battle line from the north to the south would be cut in the middle, and the situation would become even worse. At the same time that the leading demon cultivator suppressed Jiang Xianxian, he stamped his feet and a green light flew along the seawater under his feet towards Lu Qin. At the same time, it suddenly exploded, and the seawater under his feet rolled up, suddenly forming a huge bloody mouth biting towards Lu Qin. Lu Qin's small red palace dress suddenly turned green. Just as the huge mouth was about to close, she suddenly flashed in the air, and when she reappeared, she was already next to Jiang Xianxian. The two demon race cultivators took advantage of the situation to attack, but they saw Lu Qin raise her hands, and a pair of jade rings flew out. With a clang in the air, a black poisonous fire and a cloud of white mist flew towards the two's attack. At the same time, Lu Qin opened her small mouth, and a small red fireball flew towards the leading demon cultivator and exploded, immediately alleviating his attack on Jiang Xianxian. Jiang Xianxian was regarded as the apple of the two Laozu's eyes since she was a child, and she had always been pampered. The senior sisters and senior brothers around her also liked her innocence, and they always didn't want her to know the dangers of the world so that she would lose her innocence. This time when Jiang Xianxian came to Huangli Island, although Lu Ping could sense some of the intentions of the two Laozus, he dared not really push his junior sister into a dangerous situation. He just wanted her to experience the atmosphere of a fight, and then slowly let her know the cruelty of the cultivation world. However, he didn't expect that it would backfire. The demon race actually used the simplest diversion strategy, and they schemed against Lu Ping, who had always been smart. This didn't mean that even a wise man like Lu Ping would make a mistake, but it could only be said that this time the demon race was a fool and they made a good decision. Although it was Jiang Xuanxuan's first time fighting with someone, she didn't have the slightest bit of fear. This wasn't because she was brave, but because this child didn't know what fear was. Just think about it, on Tianling Mountain who could make her afraid. However, this was the first time this proud and arrogant little girl fought with someone. Not only was she suppressed by the person in front of her, but this demon cultivator even had the time to attack Lu Qin'er when he was fighting with her. Obviously he didn't take her seriously. However, what made her even more angry was that Lu Qin'er had just used her little magic power to help her out of trouble. What was this? No matter what, I didn't get hurt at all? Jiang Xuanxuan's pretty face turned red with anger. She suddenly grabbed a handful of talismans from the storage instrument on her waist and threw them out. Jiang Xuanxuan's action immediately shocked the leading demon cultivator. He clearly saw that although these talismans weren't talismans, they contained a trace of spirituality. Obviously they were made by a core-forging late-stage cultivator. The little girl in front of him obviously didn't have the ability to make them. The leading demon cultivator hurriedly released a defensive magic treasure to protect himself. At the same time, the magic treasure in his hand gave up attacking Jiang Xianxian and pierced the talismans floating towards him in the sky. Every time a talisman was pierced, there was a loud noise in the sky, followed by a burst of tremors around the body of the leading demon cultivator. What a strong power. Fortunately, these were not talisman treasures. The demon cultivator secretly rejoiced. However, his face quickly twitched and he wanted to slap himself a few times. Jiang Xianxian saw that the demon cultivator had actually broken her talisman attack unscathed, and suddenly there were 4 golden things in her hand. If they weren't talisman treasures, what were they? The 4 talisman treasures were stimulated by Jiang Xuanxuan's true essence. A water dragon was formed out of thin air, followed by a curtain of rain needles, followed by a green lightning that was not weaker than a small magical ability, and then a strange giant blade. The leading demon cultivator used almost all of his skills, dodging and blocking. It was not easy for him to escape. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, the opponent had no experience in life and death battles. If he went forward and attacked fiercely, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die from the attack of the 4 top-grade talismans. However, immediately after, the leading demon cultivator seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "Water dragon, rain needles, greenwood thunder, unfettered blade. These are the famous skills of Jinling Lu Tianling and Jiang Tianlin when they were in the core forging stage. You, who are you?" When Zhong Jian and Ma Yu rushed over, they just happened to see Jiang Xianxian throw out 4 extremely powerful talisman treasures, and then they heard the leading demon cultivator's exclamation. Although the 2 of them felt regretful that Jiang Xianxian didn't take advantage of the situation to pursue and attack, they couldn't care less at this time. The 2 of them joined forces to entangle the 2 early-stage core forging stage demon cultivators. With Lu Qin's help, Jiang Xianxian also beat the leading demon cultivator, who was somewhat scared out of his wits. Chapter 374. Talisman treasures were not as useful to core forging realm cultivators as they were to blood condensation realm cultivators. However, it also depended on the person who made the talisman treasure. A talisman treasure made by an early core forging realm cultivator naturally could not be compared to a talisman treasure made by a late core forging realm cultivator. The talisman treasure in Jiang Xuanxuan's hands might not be able to cause any harm to a mid-core forging realm cultivator, but it was enough to put him in a difficult situation. If it wasn't for Jiang Xuanxuan's lack of experience in fighting, she wouldn't have been able to take advantage of the situation to pursue and attack. However, to the leading demon cultivator, what was terrifying was not Jiang Xuanxuan's boldness in throwing the talisman treasure as a talisman treasure. Instead, it was the person behind the 4 talisman treasures. The spells released by the 4 talisman treasures were the unique skills of the 2 famous Jinling realm cultivators, Fa Xiang Laozu. Although the human and demon clans had been enemies for generations, the leading demon cultivator did not look down on the other party's Fa Xiang Laozu because of this. Legend had it that Fa Xiang Laozu had also mastered a type of talisman treasure technique. It was different from talismans and talisman treasures. Although the body of a talisman treasure was fragile and could not be compared to magic tools, it was not like talismans and talisman treasures which would be destroyed after being used. As long as it was replenished with true essence or spirit stones, it could be used again. Of course, the wastage of the talisman treasure was extremely great. Therefore, it could not be used casually in a fight like a magic tool. It was unknown whether this beauty still had talisman treasures on her. Even though 4 directions of Huangli Island had already been engaged in battle, none of the people guarding the 4 directions that had yet to engage in battle left their positions. Other than guarding against the possibility of reinforcements from the demonic cultivators, a large number of blood condensation and blood refining realm demonic beasts had already gathered around Huangli Island. Under the deterrence of the core forging enlightened masters, these demonic beasts didn't dare to make the slightest movement. However, once someone came to open the way, these demonic beasts would certainly attack Huangli Island. At that time, it would be too late for Lu Ping and the others to deal with these demonic beasts. In the east, the point where the sea and the sky met had been dyed black. A formidable divine sense instantly swept forward, and Lu Ping, who was in the midst of fighting the Yao cultivators, felt a chill run down his body. Immediately after that, however, the point where the sea and the sky met in the west was dyed fiery red. A divine sense that was even more overbearing than the one before swept forward, and the haze enveloping Lu Ping was instantly swept away. Lu Ping knew that the core forging late-stage cultivators from both sides had already started fighting in secret. However, without a helper, Taoist Master Mo Wei of the demon race was no match for Taoist Master Chu Xuanqing, whose cultivation had already reached the peak of the core forging stage. Just as Lu Ping's heart calmed down, Ji Zixuan, who was in the southeast, let out a long whistle. The demon race actually had reinforcements coming, followed closely by Chen Lian, who was in the north. For a moment, only Du Feng and Shi Lingling were still fighting on Huangli Island. Although Lu Ping didn't know the situation of those who were fighting, from the several long whistles that were neither too fast nor too slow, at least for now, no one had encountered any danger. However, as time passed, it would be difficult to say. Lu Ping was a little impatient in his heart, and his attacks inevitably sped up a bit. At this time, the face of the demon cultivator who was fighting with Lu Ping became more and more unsightly. The demon cultivator knew the young human cultivator in front of him. He heard that he was a newly risen core forging stage cultivator of the human race, known as the Water Sword Immortal. When he heard people mention him, he was very disdainful in his heart. Water Sword Immortal? What a big tone. This kind of title is also something an early core forging stage cultivator can use. After receiving Taoist Master Yu Hua's SOS signal, this demon cultivator found out that the one occupying Huangli Island was actually this Water Sword Immortal. Without saying a word, he cast aside the others and rushed towards Lu Ping. However, as soon as Lu Ping made his move, he jumped in fright. Not only did the other party use the full power of a great magical power through a psychic magic treasure, his mastery of great magical power had obviously reached a considerable realm. The demon cultivator fought with Lu Ping for dozens of rounds, but did not gain the slightest bit of advantage. The demon cultivator could only settle for the next best thing, intending to use his far higher cultivation to fight a war of attrition and wear down Lu Ping. However, to his disappointment, although the cultivator in front of him was only at the third level of core forging, the density of his true essence was unexpectedly not below that of a fifth-level core forging stage cultivator. After long whistles sounded from the other two directions, the demon cultivator who was fighting with Lu Ping realized that his side had already attacked Huangli Island for such a long time. However, there were constant fluctuations of spiritual qi coming from the other directions. It was obvious that they had not broken through Huangli Island, and the surprise troops that were previously planted on the west side were obviously blocked by Jinling's cultivators. This was also the reason why Lu Ping was so impatient. From the information provided by Samling to Lu Ping, within 1,000 miles of the sea outside of Huangli Island, there were only 6 demon cultivators, excluding Taoist Master Mo Wei, and 3 of them had reached the mid-core forging stage. In other words, besides the demon cultivator who was fighting with Lu Ping, there were 2 other demon cultivators who were entangled with the mid-core forging stage cultivators in the other directions. However, at this time, there were 2 more core forging stage demon cultivators rushing to Huangli Island. With such a fast speed, could it be that Samling's information was wrong? Lu Ping's senior martial brothers and junior martial sister's strength could be said to be outstanding among cultivators of the same level, but not everyone could be like Lu Ping, who had the strength to challenge those of a higher level. Fighting a mid-core forging stage cultivator without showing any signs of defeat was fine, but if the battle dragged on, then it would be hard to say what would happen. Although Lu Ping knew that his friends had some life-saving skills, once things had reached this point, even if his friends could safely escape, there would be no point in occupying Huangli Island. Now, it was up to Hu Lili to finish setting up the island guarding array formation as soon as possible. Lu Ping glanced at the island behind him and saw that junior martial sister Chiu had finished setting up the array formation tools and had already retreated to her cave dwelling in the center of the island. The cultivators in the other directions must have also finished setting up the array formation tools and met up with Hu Lili. With their help, Huangli Island's island guarding array formation could be completed even faster. Although Lu Ping had once killed a 5th stage core forging stage demon cultivator, after a cultivator's cultivation broke through to the mid-core forging stage, the difference between cultivators of the same level began to vary. The biggest reason was the different quality of heaven and earth spirit objects that cultivators used to break through to the mid-core forging stage. A cultivator who integrated with a low-grade profound level heaven and earth spirit object naturally could not compare to a cultivator who integrated with a high-grade profound level heaven and earth spirit object. Similarly, a cultivator who integrated with one type of heaven and earth spirit object naturally could not compare to a cultivator who integrated with three types of heaven and earth spirit objects. The strength of the cultivator that Lu Ping was fighting against was obviously not comparable to the 5th stage core forging stage cultivators that he had killed or injured before. Lu Ping fought with this person for a long time, but there was no clear winner. Although this person did not achieve great magical power, the use of several small magical powers was quite marvelous. In addition, with the advantage of his cultivation, even though Lu Ping's strength had increased a lot compared to 3 years ago, and the golden scale sword had also been upgraded to the level of a spiritual magic treasure, it was obvious that he could not do anything to this person in a short period of time. The weather above Huangli Island became more and more strange. On one side, dark clouds rolled as if the sky was about to change, and on the other side, there was a burning cloud as if the sun was about to rise from the west. Although perfected Chu Xuanqing had the advantage of cultivation, on the sea, perfected Mo Wei also had the geographical advantage. The weather on both sides confronted each other, not giving way to each other, and it seemed that no one could gain the upper hand. At this time, in the cave on the small hill of Huangli Island, Junior Sister Chiu and the others were connecting the spiritual power of the island's protective array disc with Hu Lily's spiritual power. At the same time they advised, "Fourth Senior Sister, put down the tools in your hands and rest for a while. If this goes on, it will be very easy to damage the foundation of your spirit sense." Hu Lily's forehead was dripping with sweat. Hearing this, there was a wave of true essence in her hands, and the runes on the array disc lit up a few more times. At the same time she said, "Don't worry, Senior Sister, I know what I'm doing." After all, the cultivation of the few junior sisters is a little lacking. If we want to activate the array disc of the entire island's protective array disc with just the few of you, it will definitely take a long time. If that happens, there will be more and more demon race cultivators coming to help. At that time, it will be a small matter if Huangli Island can't be defended, but if we lose a few of our companions, it will be very serious. Junior Sister Chiu still advised, "But Senior Sister, if this goes on, even if the island's protective array is completed, I'm afraid that Senior Sister's vitality will be greatly damaged." Hu Lily smiled slightly and said faintly, "I have to do something for him. He has done so much for me, so I should do something for him. Personally, I don't want others to look down on me and see me as a good-looking but useless vase." Junior Sister Chiu opened her mouth, but in the end she didn't say anything to persuade her. Hu Lily seemed to know what Junior Sister Chiu wanted to say. She took out a jade bottle from the storage bracelet on her hand and said, "Don't worry, you forgot that he is an alchemy grandmaster after all. He has already prepared spirit pills for me to recover the true essence in my body and nourish my spirit sense." Junior Sister Chiu's expression became much better. She said, "Senior Brother Lu is really thoughtful, and he is really good to you, Senior Sister." Hu Lily smiled, but her hands didn't stop stimulating the spiritual power of the island's protective array from beginning to end. At this time, 1/3 of the array's array disc was inlaid with spirit stones, and the spiritual power runes that were stimulated also accounted for 1/3 of the entire array disc. At this time it was necessary to end the battle quickly. The sudden appearance of 2 monster cultivators caught Lu Ping unprepared. If he didn't kill or repel the people in front of him, once more monster cultivators arrived, Lu Ping's several years of planning would fall short of success. At this time in the sea thousands of miles away, Blue Snake Lu Hai asked with some worry, "Big Sister, there are actually 2 core forging stage cultivators hidden in Taoist Mo Wei's cave mansion. This time Father won't be in any danger, right?" White Snake Lu Ling couldn't help but say, "Big Sister, let's hurry back and help Father. With the talent of us green sea snakes, with the 3 of us working together, even early core forging stage cultivators may not be able to do anything to us." Lu Qing turned his small head, shook his head and said, "It's too late to go back now. Moreover, one of the 2 extra people is a mid-core forging stage cultivator. Even if we go back, we won't be able to help Father. Instead, we'll expose Father's trump card. If our identity as green sea snakes is also exposed, I'm afraid Father won't be able to protect us." "Then what should we do?" Lu Hai and Lu Ling asked together. "According to the original plan, we'll complete Father's task. With Father's ability, even if he can't occupy Huangli Island, if he wants to leave, I'm afraid only late core forging stage cultivators can stop him. If Father stops the monster race's attack, but we can't complete Father's task, how can we face Father again? Moreover, Dagui suddenly disappeared. What if he was imprisoned in Taoist Mo Wei's cave mansion? How can we explain it to Father? Chapter 375. When Jiang Xianxian took out a strange talisman from her storage treasure, the beast cultivator's expression finally changed. A talisman weapon. She really did have a talisman weapon. Jiang Xianxian activated the talisman weapon without hesitation. A figure suddenly walked out of the shining talisman weapon. This person's sleeves fluttered in the wind, and he wore a high hat and a wide belt. He looked like a hermit who was free and unfettered in the world. His expression was joyful, as if he was singing. He slowly walked towards the leading demonic cultivator. The leading demonic cultivator finally collapsed. He had participated in the Dharma projection assembly of the Island Lord of Golden WRM Island, so he naturally knew who this handsome middle-aged man was. The leader of the demonic cultivators felt his legs tremble, and he let out a long howl before turning around and fleeing without even bothering to greet his two companions who were fighting Zhong Jian and Ma Yu. Jiang Xianxian looked at the escaping beast cultivators and was very dissatisfied. She pointed at the middle-aged man and smiled at the escaping beast cultivators. Then he turned around and walked toward the two beast cultivators fighting Zhong Jian and Ma Yu. At this moment, the two Yao cultivators could be said to be extremely depressed. In terms of cultivation, Zhong Jian and Ma Yu were only at the first layer of the core forging realm. Obviously, they were no match for the two Yao cultivators. However, the two Yao cultivators were able to combine their swords and display an exquisite combination sword technique. Not only that, they were able to completely block the attacks from the two Yao cultivators and firmly hold them back outside of Huangli Island. When they saw the leader of the beast cultivators abandon the two of them and escape by himself, the two of them naturally cursed in their hearts. However, when they saw the middle-aged man walking toward them, they panicked. A person that could scare away a mid-stage core forging realm cultivator was naturally not someone they could provoke. A streak of light flashed beneath their feet as they attempted to escape. Zhong Jian and Ma Yu naturally wouldn't allow them to do so. The two swords in their hands, one male and one female, formed a net of swords in the sky that flew towards the two fleeing cultivators. This was a minor divine ability that Zhong Jian and Ma Yu could only execute by combining their swords. When the two demons broke through the net of swords, before they could even rejoice, their eyes involuntarily widened. The middle-aged man was already standing in front of them. He waved his sleeves and an invisible ripple spread out. The two of them coughed out blood and retreated. Two blood lights streaked across the sky. Taking advantage of the time when they were knocked back, the two demon cultivators used the blood escape technique with the blood in their mouths, desperately fleeing towards the depths of the sea. At this moment, there was a crisp cry in the sky, and a huge luan swooped down from the sky, reaching out its claws to grab one of the escaping lights. A miserable cry rang out. Caught off guard, the streak of light immediately fell into the sea. A long blood-red line suddenly extended from the other streak of light, entangling the streak of light that was falling into the sea. The two streaks of light abruptly accelerated, disappearing into the horizon a moment later. Just when Lu Qin transformed into her original form and was about to stop one of the escaping monster cultivators, Jiang Xianxian shouted coldly. She was about to chase after the two of them and kill them. Zhong Jian and Ma Yu hurriedly stopped her and said, "Junior sister Jiang, don't chase after them. The most important thing now is to guard Huangli Island and prevent the monster clan from invading." Jiang Xianxian angrily threw a talisman weapon in the air. The middle-aged man turned around and smiled at Jiang Xianxian and the others before walking toward the talisman weapon. At the same time, his body became smaller and smaller. When he finally landed on the talisman weapon, he condensed into a blurry figure. The light on the surface of the talisman weapon also became a lot dimmer. Dad said that the talisman weapon he made was very powerful, but in the end he didn't even kill an early-stage core forging beast cultivator. Jiang Xianxian said as she stuffed the talisman weapon into her storage magic treasure. Another talisman weapon appeared in her hand and she said, "If any beast cultivators dare to come, then use the talisman weapon Mom made. It will definitely be more powerful than Dad's." Zhong Jian and Ma Yu rolled their eyes and said, "Since the beast cultivators have been beaten back by Junior Sister, let's go to other places to help. Junior Sister, guard this place and don't leave Huangli Island. Be careful of the beast cultivators coming back." Jiang Xinshin smiled sweetly and waved the talisman weapon in her hand. She said, "Senior brother Zhong, senior sister Ma, don't worry. I have the talisman weapon Mom gave me and little sister Qin, will help. If they come again I will definitely beat them all." When Yao Yong saw that the beast cultivator attacking him was actually a 4th stage core forging cultivator, his heart suddenly surged with an indescribable excitement. Although Yao Yong had killed beast cultivators of the same level as him and severely injured 3rd stage core forging cultivators, he had never defeated a 4th stage core forging cultivator. Therefore, among the new generation of cultivators in Jinling, Yao Yong was always ranked 4th. Lu Ping had even killed a 5th stage core forging cultivator. Yao Yong didn't think he had such strength. Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu's cultivation was similar to his, but the two of them had joined forces to defeat 4th stage core forging cultivators several times. Even when Lu Ping was still in the Eastern Sea, among the new generation of cultivators in Jinling, only the two of them were able to contend against Lu Ping. Therefore, these two people had always been regarded by the cultivators in Jinling as experts of the new generation, second only to Lu Ping. However, this made Yao Yong somewhat unconvinced. Unfortunately, Yao Yong was good friends with these people, and he'd always been one that valued loyalty. Thus, he naturally wouldn't take up a fighting stance with Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu. Thus, he held back his energy and wanted to find an intermediate stage core forging demon cultivator to have a great battle with in order to prove that his strength wasn't inferior to Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu. Therefore, he volunteered to guard the southern part of Huangli Island in the Eastern Sea region, which was second only to Lu Ping. However, the result did not disappoint him. The demon clan's opponent was indeed a middle-stage core forging cultivator. Yao Yong didn't wait for this person to attack when a huge fire tiger appeared under his crotch. Yao Yong roared and a long halberd suddenly appeared in his hand. He clamped his legs together and the fire tiger let out a loud roar. One man and one tiger rushed towards the incoming person. Every time the fire tiger took a step in the void, it would leave behind a scarlet flame. Amidst the torrent of sword techniques that filled the sky, the demon clan's spiritual master who was fighting against Lu Ping was not the slightest bit afraid. It was as if he had turned into a giant boat going against the current. Regardless of the wind and waves, he went straight towards Lu Ping to kill him. However, the spiritual master had only just resolved half of Lu Ping's torrent of sword techniques when his expression suddenly changed and he quickly retreated. At the same time, his protective aura chi quickly lit up. However, he was still a step too late. The protective aura chi on the cultivator's left shoulder was pierced and a straight gash appeared on his clothes. A stream of blood floated down from the sky as a sword shadow flashed in front of the cultivator and disappeared. Lu Ping had spent a great deal of effort to obtain the Netheraqua sword, which was hidden within the torrent of sword techniques, from the sect in exchange for a high-grade spiritual material. Only then did Qin Lian manage to condense it into a magic treasure. After becoming a magic treasure, not only did the Netheraqua sword's concealment technique become more profound, its power had also increased considerably. Additionally, when Lu Ping was cultivating the invisible sword formula, he had also fused invisible water, a wondrous object of heaven and earth, into his protective aura chi, making the invisible sword formula even more wondrous and unfathomable. Under the attacks of the Netheraqua sword, the spiritual master who was fighting against Lu Ping could easily break through his minor defensive magic. The spiritual master feared Lu Ping's Netheraqua sword. Lu Ping, on the other hand, knew that the Netheraqua sword was a sneak attack. Once his opponent was prepared, the Netheraqua sword's power would be greatly reduced. For a moment, neither side took any offensive actions and instead, they faced off against each other on the surface of the sea. At this moment, an earth-shattering tiger roar suddenly came from the south of Huangli Island. Lu Ping's expression changed and he inadvertently glanced towards the south. The spiritual master opposite him had already taken the opportunity to send two flying daggers flying towards him. The golden scale sword in Lu Ping's hand slashed out a blade wall in front of him, blocking the two flying knives. The enlightened beast cultivator thrust his spear at Lu Ping, but a blue lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the sky and struck the spear into the sea. The spiritual master's expression turned cold. The opponent actually had a minor lightning magical ability. Then he straightened his palm and a saber light suddenly flew to his side. With a clang, the tranquil water sword flashed and disappeared. However, the sky darkened. When the demonic cultivator looked up, a huge seal was already falling toward him. Only after fighting with a middle-stage core forging cultivator did Yao Yong realize the real difference between an early-stage core forging cultivator and a middle-stage core forging cultivator. Although Yao Yong used all his skills and had the help of a fire tiger mount, he could only temporarily stall the spiritual master of the 4th stage core forging cultivator in front of him. As time passed, Yao Yong gradually began to fall into a disadvantageous position. If it weren't for the fact that he was Daoist Chu Xuanqing's disciple, which made his attacks the most violent and fierce, which made the spiritual master of the demon clan very afraid of him, Yao Yong would have been chased and beaten by the spiritual master. However, just when Yao Yong calmed down from his hot-bloodedness, he realized that the most important thing was not to defeat the person in front of him, but to stall this person and wait for Hu Lili to complete the island's protection array. As for the final battle with the middle stage core forging cultivator, as long as he completely occupied Huangli Island, this place would become a thorn in the flesh of the demon clan. Just when Yao Yong was distracted, he didn't see the mocking expression in the eyes of the spiritual master of the demon clan in front of him. Yao Yong's fierce attack just now made the spiritual master of the demon clan helpless for a while, but the spiritual master of the demon clan's cultivation was much higher than Yao Yong's. While fighting with him, he still had time to set up a few tricks. Now that Yao Yong seemed to be exhausted, he immediately launched an ambush, intending to catch Yao Yong off guard. Just when Yao Yong's whole body was surrounded by a ball of raging fire and he was ready to fight a battle of attrition with the spiritual master of the demon clan in front of him, he saw a huge water shield suddenly rising from the sea under Yao Yong's feet, surrounding Yao Yong. Yao Yong's heart skipped a beat. He cultivated a fire attribute magic art, so he was already at a disadvantage when fighting someone on the sea. Now he was even being tricked by the spiritual master of the demon clan. In order to break through the water shield as quickly as possible, Yao Yong swung his halberd horizontally and cut a huge hole in the water shield. The fire tiger, which was quite human-like, took the opportunity to escape through the hole. How could it be so easy? Just as Yao Yong was puzzled, he saw a sky full of icicles raining down on the defenseless Yao Yong. This was a minor divine art that the fire tiger had prepared for a long time. The fire tiger raised its head and let out a loud roar. Suddenly it shook off Yao Yong, who was on its back, and stood in front of him. Big cat. Yao Yong let out an angry roar, followed by a miserable cry. The peak blood condensation realm fire tiger's body was already riddled with several huge wounds. Blood flowed freely from the wounds and the fire tiger staggered. It looked like it was on the verge of collapse. Yao Yong flew up from behind the fire tiger and put the heavily injured fire tiger into his spirit beast pouch. His body was once again enveloped in raging flames. Before the icicles could even get close to his body, they were melted by a huge wave of heat. However, the icicles continued to rain down relentlessly. Yao Yong's minor divine art, which allowed him to transform into raging flames, became increasingly ineffective due to the gap in their cultivation. Idiot! The enlightened Yao Yong cursed disdainfully when he saw Yao Yong's body turn into raging flames. In all fairness, if this Junling young cultivator had decided to carefully deal with him instead of blindly attacking him, it wouldn't have been easy for the enlightened Yao Yong to scheme against him. However, Yao Yong had wanted to fight a true mid-core forging cultivator to test his strength. In the end, he fell into the enlightened Yao Yong's trap. Seeing that Yao Yong wouldn't be able to last much longer under the enlightened Yao Yong's icicles, Yao Yong's heart was filled with regret. Was it because of a moment of pride that everyone's plan to attack Huangli Island failed? Yao Yong's head started to heat up as he blamed himself. Once his head heated up, it was easy for people to go to extremes. Yao Yong's raging flames had already dimmed under the attacks of the icicles. However, at this moment the entire fireball suddenly expanded. A bright yellow flame suddenly broke through the encirclement of the icicles and rushed towards the enlightened Yao Yong. Desperate and desperate? The enlightened Yao Yong naturally wouldn't fight Yao Yong at this moment. Yao Yong was obviously using a secret technique that stimulated his potential. This secret technique might be able to temporarily increase his strength, but in reality, it had many flaws. As long as the enlightened Yao Yong could dodge this attack, he wouldn't even need to do anything. The cultivator in front of him would be exhausted. However, just after the Dao Master Demon cultivator escaped Yao Yong's angry blow, a biting cold air suddenly blew towards his back. The enlightened Yao Yong's hair stood on end. His feet flashed continuously. His body's protective aura chi protected his whole body before his magic weapon. However, a black flying sword still pierced through his body's protective aura chi. Although the enlightened Yao Yong avoided the vital point of his heart, his shoulder was still pierced. The enlightened Yao Yong fled more than 100 feet away. After confirming that no one was chasing him, He turned around and saw a cultivator with a cold expression looking at him. The blood beads on a black flying sword magic weapon had already been shaken off. Yao Yong's heart relaxed when he saw the person coming. He immediately stopped his secret technique. Although the secret technique only lasted for a short time, Yao Yong still swallowed a mouthful of blood. He then asked, "Why did you come here? What if someone sneaks into the island?" Du Feng glanced at him and said coldly, "Zhong Jian and Ma Yu are here. Fourth senior sister, such a huge array disc, how many spirit stones are needed to inlay it?" Junior sister Chiu looked at the huge array disc that was about to be completed. Her eyes were filled with shock and she couldn't help but ask. At this moment, Hu Lili already had a splitting headache, and the Zhen Yuan in her body was almost depleted. Enduring the discomfort, Hu Lili inserted the last high-grade spirit stone into the center of the array disc. Then she poured out 2 pills from the jade bottle and swallowed them. Only then did she force a smile and said, "This array disc needs 36 high-grade spirit stones and 666 mid-grade spirit stones to operate at full power. Huangli Island is more than 10 miles wide, so the island's protective array should be able to withstand a full blow from a late core forging cultivator. 36 upper spiritual stones would be 360,000 spiritual stones. 666 middle spiritual stones would be 66,600 spiritual stones. Doesn't that mean that Huangli Island's island guarding formation would need 420,000 spiritual stones to activate?" Junior sister Chiu exclaimed. The junior sisters beside her also had a look of disbelief on their faces. Everyone was focused on the activation of the array disc and didn't notice that the array disc was 10 feet in diameter. Apart from the complicated formation runes, there were also densely packed indentations of spirit stones. Now that the array was about to be completed, everyone noticed that the array disc was actually covered by a huge ball of light from afar. When the junior sisters saw such a huge island's protective array was about to be completed, they were all excited. However, they didn't notice that Hu Lili was already at the end of her rope. The activation of the entire island's protective array was obviously not something that the junior sisters in the blood condensation realm could handle. At this time, she didn't know what the situation outside the island was like. Naturally, Hu Lili didn't dare to rashly call her companions to help her activate the array. She could only rely on the little bit of true essence produced by the pill she just swallowed to activate the entire island's protective array. While Lu Ping was seriously injuring the demonic cultivator in front of him and coughing up blood, Yao Yong and Du Feng had already defeated their opponents. Yin Zichu was dealing with the demonic cultivator in front of him, and Ji Zixuan was playing with the opponent in front of him. Chen Lian was being beaten up by the demonic cultivator in front of him. Jiang Xianxian and Shi Lingling were bored to death guarding their respective positions. Ma Yu and Zhong Jian had just recovered their true essence. Zheng Jie and Zhang Zicheng, under the leadership of De Bao, were searching for hidden demonic beasts. At this moment, the entire Huangli Island suddenly rumbled as if there was an earthquake. It was as if the entire island was trembling. The expressions of the demonic cultivators who were attacking changed. Yao Yong and the others, on the other hand, were filled with joy. On the small hill in the center of Huangli Island, a pure white light shot into the sky. Then the pillar of light was like a giant opened umbrella. The 8 formation tools that were previously set up on the island were like the ribs of the umbrella. A ripple-like light barrier with the small hill as the center and the other 8 directions as the fulcrum, enveloped the entire Huangli Island. Yao Yong and the others quickly retreated back to the island's protective array and used the protection of the array to confront the demonic cultivator. Only Lu Ping didn't seem to notice the island's protective array opening behind him. He was still chasing after the demonic cultivator in front of him. Chapter 376. Fourth Senior Martial Sister. Fourth Senior Martial Sister. After activating the island's grand array, Hu Lili, who was almost like a dried-up oil lamp, could no longer hold on and directly fell on the array disc of the grand array. Only then did Junior Martial Sister Chiu and the others wake up from their excitement. They realized that in order to complete the island's grand array as soon as possible, Hu Lili did not rest at all. She had been relying on Lu Ping's medicinal pills and extraordinary willpower to hold on until now. At the moment when the island's grand array was finally activated, Hu Lili no longer had any scruples and finally fainted. Junior Martial Sister Chiu and the others hurriedly carried Hu Lili away from the formation plate. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded in the air above Huangli Island. Several of the mid-grade spirit stones embedded in the formation plate suddenly exploded, and the rest of the spirit stones also flashed with spiritual light. Junior Martial Sister Chiu originally wanted to send Hu Lily to her cave residence to recuperate, but when she heard the explosion outside the island, she quickly turned around and replaced the several spirit stones that had exploded. Outside of Huangli Island, after Yao Yong and the others returned to Huangli Island through the island's grand array through Jinling's identity token, the demonic cultivators outside the island did not give up on attacking Huangli Island. Although Yao Yong and the others had the support of the grand array and did not have to worry about the problem of defense, the target of the demonic cultivators outside the island had also increased by countless times. Yao Yong and the others hid inside the array and were unable to completely resolve the attacks that fell on the island's grand array. However, in just a few moments, the few Taoist demonic cultivators gave up on attacking the Huangli Island's grand array. This was because the grand array of Huangli Island was obviously not an ordinary grand array. Under the attacks of the Taoist masters of core forging realm, the grand array of Shenqi Island could temporarily create a hole in the grand array. As for the grand array of Huangli Island, although most of the attacks were blocked by Yao Yong and the others inside the island, there were still a lot of attacks that landed on the grand array. However, the grand array that enveloped the entire Huangli Island only trembled a few times and was not damaged at all. It was a fact that Huangli Island was occupied by the human race, but the demon cultivators couldn't do anything about this grand formation. They could only prepare to temporarily push it away, but at this moment, a miserable roar suddenly came from the eastern sea of Huangli Island. When the demon cultivators outside the island heard this, they hurriedly flew towards the east. Du Feng, Ji Zixuan, and the others then discovered that Lu Ping had not returned to Huangli Island. They immediately flew towards the east coast of Huangli Island. However, just as everyone was about to reach the eastern shore of Huangli Island, they saw Lu Ping flying towards them in a hurry. Seeing everyone, Lu Ping did not say much. He directly said, "Let's return to the cave first." When everyone returned to the cave abode, they saw the huge array disc and the densely packed spirit stones inlaid on it. Yao Yong stared blankly at the array disc and said, "Is there a need to go to such lengths? This is just a small island." Lu Ping couldn't be bothered to answer Yao Yong's question. He turned to junior sister Chiu and asked, "Where's your senior sister Hu?" Fourth senior sister has overexerted herself in order to arrange the array and fainted. Lu Ping turned and walked towards a secret room on the other side. When Lu Ping saw that Huangli Island's protective array was completed so quickly, he already had a guess in his heart. No one knew Hu Lily better than Lu Ping. She was a woman with strong self-esteem and independence. When she could not accompany Lu Ping to fight against the demon clan, she would use another extreme way to show her existence and necessity. Lu Ping carefully examined Hu Lily's injuries. After a while he walked out of the secret room. Shi Lingling hurriedly came forward and asked, "How is it?" Lu Ping's face was so cold that it was almost covered with a layer of frost. He said, "The consumption of qi and divine thought has shaken her foundation. Because she swallowed too many pills in a short period of time, a lot of pill toxins have accumulated in her body. This time she will need to recuperate for at least a few years to recover. Even if she fully recovers, I'm afraid it will have a certain adverse impact on her future cultivation." Everyone stood in silence. Lu Ping returned to the secret room where the array disc was placed. After Hu Lily fainted, it was junior sister Chiu who had been guarding the island's protective array. Fortunately, the array was fully operational at this time. Junior sister Chiu only needed to replace the spirit stones on the array disc when their spiritual power was exhausted and shattered. At this moment, a strange whistle suddenly came from the sky. Lu Ping immediately spread out his divine thought, and then his face changed drastically. He hurriedly said to junior sister Chiu, "Guard the array disc." As soon as Lu Ping's voice fell, Jinren Chu Xuanqing's furious roar suddenly came from the sky. "Black trash, how dare you!" Immediately afterward, a continuous roar came from the sky above Huangli Island. The entire island suddenly shook violently, as if the island's protective array had just been completed. The spirit stones inlaid on the array disc in the cave house burst one after another along with the dense roar outside the island. First, it was the middle-grade spirit stones on the periphery, then it extended to the 36 high-grade spirit stones inside. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of the spirit stones on the array disc had shattered. Junior sister Chiu exclaimed and hurriedly called the several junior sisters around her to replace and activate the spirit stones on the array disc. But just after dozens of spirit stones were replaced, junior sister Chiu looked at Lu Ping with a difficult expression. Lu Ping instantly came to his senses and hurriedly threw a bag into junior sister Chio's hands. He said, "Don't be stingy. If it's not enough, I have more here." Junior sister Chio opened the storage bag and took a look. There was a total of 200,000 spirit stones inside. Without thinking about anything else, she quickly took out the spirit stones from the storage bag and replaced the damaged spirit stones with the other junior sisters. At this time, Ji Zixuan and the others also came behind Lu Ping and asked, "What happened just now? Could it be that Jinren Mo Wei himself came to attack Huangli Island?" Lu Ping shook his head and said, "It should be Jinren Mo Wei's action to vent his anger. Now he has been forced to retreat by Martial Uncle Chu." Zhong Jian looked at the huge array disc on the ground and said, "No wonder you spent so much to set up such a huge island's protective array. It can even withstand the attack of a late-stage core forging sage. It's just that it's impossible to support such a huge array for a long time without a small spirit vein. Otherwise, with the consumption of spirit stones, even Fa Xiang Laozu can't maintain it for a long time." Lu Ping nodded and looked at junior sister Chio and the others. He said, "Junior sister Chio, do you know how to set up a guiding array for a spirit vein?" Junior sister Chio nodded and said, "I do know how to set up a guiding array for a spirit vein. However, the speed of setting up a guiding array for a small spirit vein will be much slower." Although Lu Ping was anxious, he still maintained a calm expression. He nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you junior sisters. Please finish setting up the array as soon as possible and at the same time, look after the array disk for the island's protective array. After this matter is completed, Lu Ping will reward you handsomely." Junior sister Chio nodded and said, "Senior brother Lu, go take care of senior sister Hu. Leave this to us senior sisters." Lu Ping left behind a storage bag and turned to look at Yao Yong and Chen Lian. He said, "Huangli Island will be fine for the time being. Everyone should hurry up and recover to avoid any accidents." Lu Ping had already noticed that Yao Yong and Chen Lian's faces were pale. It was obvious that they had been seriously injured during the fight with the monster race cultivators. But because the situation on the island hadn't stabilized yet, the two of them had been holding on. Now that Huangli Island's protective array had stabilized and could withstand a full blow from a late core forging cultivator, Lu Ping naturally wouldn't let his two friends continue to hold on. Lu Ping returned to another secret room to check on Hu Lily's internal injuries. At this time, because Hu Lily's body was filled with medicinal toxins, Lu Ping didn't dare to let her take any healing pills. Thinking about it, if he wanted Hu Lily to recover as soon as possible, he would have to use spirit water to form a pill. This would minimize the effects of the medicinal toxins on the cultivator. But now was not the time to refine pills. Lu Ping quickly arrived outside of Huangli Island. At this time, the sky outside of Huangli Island was still half black and half fiery red. Moreover, at the point where the two collided, there was a muffled roar coming from afar. Lu Ping didn't care about the danger and hid himself as much as possible. He arrived at a reef dozens of miles east of Huangli Island. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ping's expression became more and more anxious. Suddenly, Lu Ping raised his head and looked at the distant sea. His face finally showed a trace of joy, but then his expression turned ugly. Lu Ping flew up and arrived at the sea not far away. He swept his long sleeves and 3-foot-long snakes slipped into Lu Ping's sleeves and disappeared without a trace. Once again he returned to Huangli Island's immortal cave. At this time, junior sister Chio and the others had already finished engraving a spirit vein formation. The entire spirit vein formation surrounded the island's formation plate. Lu Ping nodded towards junior sister Chio. Junior sister Chio and the others left the immortal cave. Only then did Lu Ping release Samling from his sleeves. Green Snake Hu Lily opened her mouth and spat out a palm-sized formation plate. The formation runes on the formation plate were carved in an exquisite and detailed manner. Obviously it was the work of Hu Lily. Lu Ping placed the small formation plate on top of the spirit vein formation that junior sister Chio and the others had engraved. Then Lu Ping embedded 3 high-grade spirit stones and 30 middle-grade spirit stones on top of the formation plate. Only then did he inject his chi into the formation plate. Amidst the loud noise, Huangli Island shook for the 3rd time today. Another huge tremor also occurred in an immortal cave in the depths of the ocean thousands of miles away. At this time, in the sky hundreds of miles away from Huangli Island, Sage Mo Wei, who was defending against Sage Chu Xuanqing's attack with all his might, suddenly had a change of expression. He faced Sage Chu Xuanqing and scolded, "Old Turtle Chu, I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeves. Good, I admit defeat this time. However, even if you can capture Huangli Island, it's still hard to say whether you can defend it or not. After Sage Mo Wei finished speaking, a series of small magical powers erupted from his hands, blocking Sage Chu Xuanqing's attack. Then he calmly retreated to the depths of the ocean. Sage Mo Wei's strength might not be as good as Sage Chu Xuanqing's, but if he wanted to retreat, Sage Chu Xuanqing would not be able to stop him. Only Sage Chu Xuanqing didn't understand what was going on. However, it seemed that Sage Mo Wei had suffered a loss because of something he didn't understand. Therefore he laughed at Sage Mo Wei's back and said, "Black trash, when have you ever taken advantage of me?" When Lu Ping sneaked into Sage Jin Li's immortal cave, he found a small spirit vein in the immortal cave. However, because he wasn't strong enough at that time, he couldn't break through Sage Jin Li's immortal cave and had no choice but to retreat. After the beast tide broke out, Sage Jin Li and Lu Ping went to the East Sea. The other was plotted against by Lu Ping and fell into the fallen mystic domain. Later on he died in the hands of Lu Ping. Sage Jin Li's immortal cave was naturally occupied by Sage Mo Wei, who was the commander of the northern beast tide. Previously, outside Shenqi Island, when Lu Ping heard from Samling that the small spirit vein in the Golden Scale residence still existed, he started to have ideas about this spirit vein. When Lu Ping attracted all the demon cultivators within a 1,000-mile radius of Huangli Island, Sage Mo Wei would definitely make a move. When that happened, he would be held back by Sage Chu Xuanqing. Then Samling's chance would come. At this moment, the demon beasts in the immortal cave that Sage Mo Wei temporarily occupied were all in the blood condensation realm. How could they be a match for the 3 green sea snakes? Moreover, the 3 spirit snakes were originally from the demon race. Even if the demon beasts guarding the immortal cave did not think that it was inappropriate for them to sneak in, Samling placed the formation plate that Hu Lily had prepared at the location of the spirit vein. Then he brought the palm-sized traction plate back. After placing the traction plate, Lu Ping immediately activated the formation. When Sage Mo Wei, who was fighting with Sage Chu Xuanqing, realized that there was a problem in his immortal cave, the small spirit vein had already been drawn from thousands of miles away by Lu Ping to the immortal cave on Huangli Island. After the spirit vein was drawn over, the formation plate in the immortal cave shook violently. The spirit stones that were previously embedded in the formation plate suddenly lit up. The runes carved on the entire formation plate also lit up. A dense spiritual energy immediately appeared in the immortal cave. Just as it was about to spread out, it was firmly confined in the immortal cave by the formation plate on the ground. Lu Ping chuckled, but his hands did not stop. Instead, he took out another traction plate and placed it on the formation plate on the ground. Then he inserted another 7 high-grade spirit stones and hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones into the traction plate. After that, Lu Ping activated the formation again. After the tens of thousands of spirit stones had exploded, the entire Huangli Island began to shake for the 4th time. At the same time, thousands of miles to the west of Huangli Island, on a small island that was only a few hundred miles away from Heaven Spirit Mountain, the entire island suddenly experienced a huge quake. The cultivators on the island were not unfamiliar with this kind of quake. A few years ago, when the Li clan on this island guided the 5 miniature spirit veins to the island, a similar earthquake had occurred. However, the magnitude of the earthquake this time was clearly much greater than the one a few years ago. Could it be that the Li clan found another spirit vein and wanted to guide it to their manor? The other cultivators on Flying Thunder Island looked at the Li clan's manor in the center of the island with envious looks on their faces. Listening to this kind of movement, could it be that the Li clan found a small spirit vein? However, immediately after that, cries of alarm came from the Li clan's manor one after another. A few angry voices shook the entire island. Who is it? Who dares to touch the Li clan's spirit vein? The other cultivators on Flying Thunder Island looked at each other. It seemed that not only was the Li clan not guiding the spirit vein, it was their own spirit vein that had just been stolen. How could this be? Could it be that the Li clan's cultivators were so stupid that they didn't even notice that someone had carved a guiding formation on their spirit vein? The cultivators on Flying Thunder Island came to a tacit understanding. After a while, a few rays of light flew out of Flying Thunder Island. The news of the Li clan's spirit vein being stolen spread out. The Li clan's spirit vein being mysteriously lost was destined to become a joke in the cultivation world. At this time, in the cave dwelling in the center of Huangli Island, the density of the spirit qi doubled again. Ji Zixuan, Shi Lingling, and the others who were cultivating to recover their true essence rushed over. Even the heavily injured Yao Yong and Chen Lian disregarded their injuries and ran over to see what was going on. At this time, Lu Ping had just buried the huge spirit-gathering pearl that De Bao found in the medium-sized spirit vein in Zhong Xian's cave dwelling into the 2 small spirit veins. In another 2 to 3 years, the cave dwelling would have a 3rd small spirit vein. Chapter 377. It wasn't easy for him to find an excuse to send his envious friends away. Then he asked Lu Qin to bring his junior martial sister, Jiang Xianxian, to the island to help Zhang Zicheng and the others exterminate the monsters. Only then did Lu Ping release the 3 spirits. This time, the 3 spirits transformed back into human bodies and snake tails, looking like 8 or 9 years old children. Lu Ping's face darkened. What happened? Why are you the only ones back? Where's De Gui? Samling looked at each other. Finally, Lu Bai said, De Gui was prepared to escape, but 2 unfamiliar core forging enlightened masters came to enlightened Mo Wei's cave today. I don't know what they discussed, but enlightened Mo Wei's only subordinate, enlightened master Lu Hai, who was at the 6th layer of core forging, was sent out. Before enlightened master Lu Hai left, he took a team of demon generals. De Gui was among them, and he was sent away as enlightened master Lu Hai's mount. Lu Ping's expression didn't change, but he was secretly praising his good luck. If enlightened master Lu Hai was here, even he wouldn't be able to stop him. At that time, it would be hard to say whether Huangli Island could be defended or not. Lu Ping thought for a while and asked again, do you know where they went? Where did those 2 unfamiliar core forging enlightened masters come from? Lu Bai shook her head. I don't know. Enlightened master Mo Wei's subordinates don't know either. Originally, when Father attacked Huangli Island, those 2 unfamiliar enlightened masters didn't come with enlightened master Mo Wei. It wasn't until enlightened master Mo Wei's subordinates failed that the 2 enlightened masters came to help. As for enlightened master Lu Hai, he headed east as if returning to the demon race's rear. Lu Ping placed the golden house on top of the spirit vein and placed the 3 spirits into the space. The 3 spirits had been at the peak blood condensation realm for a few years now, and now they were close to breaking through to the core forging realm. Not to mention Huangli Island had just been conquered. Yao Yong and the others had their own tasks in the sect and would have to leave soon. The sect wouldn't keep so many elite cultivators in one place for a long period of time. This would be a perfect opportunity for the enemy to wipe them all out in one go. Once these friends left, Huangli Island would be left defenseless. Zhenling's sect launched a massive counterattack against the monster race. Water Sword Immortal consecutively injured a 4th layer core forging realm cultivator and a 5th layer core forging realm monster cultivator. This news once again shocked the entire North Sea. In the North Sea rookie list, Lu Ping's ranking rose to 20th place. Ouyang Weijian, who had mastered a great sword technique after entering the mid-core forging realm, was once again left behind by Lu Ping. Yao Yong, Chen Lian, and the others also rose in the rookie list because of this operation. This made Yao Yong very excited. He even said that the injuries he suffered were worth it. Of course, the most eye-catching one was Jiang Xianxian. By defeating a 4th layer core forging realm cultivator, Jiang Xianxian, who was a 2nd layer core forging realm cultivator, climbed to the rookie list. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was Jiang Xuanxuan's dazzling identity. Zhenling was the daughter of 2 new Dharma phase cultivators, Laozu, Jiang Tianlin and Lu Tianling. She was one of the princes in the North Sea's cultivation world. Hu Lili only fainted for a day before she woke up. Her cultivation also gradually began to recover. However, if she wanted to completely recover, it would take at least a year or 2. Moreover, she had damaged her vitality this time, so it would be somewhat difficult for her to cultivate in the future. After Hu Lili woke up, she began to instruct her junior sisters to set up a teleportation array connecting Xianqi Island and Dikuan Island. With the teleportation array, if Huangli Island was attacked by the demon race, the high-level cultivators of Zhenling would be able to quickly rush over through the teleportation array. However, before this, none of the islands under Zhenling's jurisdiction had the authority to set up a teleportation array. The main reason was that the cost of setting up a teleportation array was too high. However, Lu Ping didn't care. Firstly, he didn't lack such things. Secondly, Huangli Island's location was extremely important. It would definitely attract a large number of cultivators to hunt demon beasts. Not only would it strengthen Huangli Island's defense, but it would also gather a large amount of cultivation resources. At that time, Lu Ping naturally wouldn't have to worry about the cost of setting up a teleportation array. A few days later, Yao Yong and the others took their leave. Because Chen Lian was stationed on Xianqi Island with Master Chu Xuanqing, which was not far from Huangli Island, he decided to stay for a few more days just in case. Hu Lili was also sent back to Tianling Mountain by Lu Ping to recuperate. Originally, Hu Lili wanted to stay and guard Huangli Island with Lu Ping. However, because of her serious injuries, Hu Lili knew that she wouldn't be of much help here for the time being. Once the demon race attacked, she would become a burden. Lu Ping was also afraid that if the demon race attacked, he would have no time to take care of Hu Lili. Therefore, he agreed to let her return to Tianling Mountain for the time being. In a short moment, he was the only one left on the huge Huangli Island. Fortunately, Lu Ping had set up the teleportation array. One after another, courageous cultivators came to Huangli Island. The position of Huangli Island was like a thorn in the flesh of the demon race. Although it was surrounded by danger, it was also full of opportunities. In the eyes of the human cultivators, those demon beasts were piles of cultivation resources. Wealth comes with danger. No one could understand the meaning of this sentence better than the cultivators in the cultivation world. As the number of people on Huangli Island increased, the order on the island became chaotic. Although there was Lu Ping, a famous core forging stage cultivator, guarding the island, the cultivators on the island didn't dare to be too presumptuous. However, the cultivators who came to Huangli Island all had their own strength. It could be said that there were conflicts on Huangli Island every day. Lu Ping didn't have the patience to care about this. At this moment he regretted sending Hu Lili back to Tianling Mountain. If Hu Lili was here, he wouldn't have to worry about these things at all. Everything would have already been arranged in an orderly manner. Fortunately, when Lu Ping sent his junior martial sister Jiang Xianxian away, he left Lu Qin behind. Therefore, Lu Ping let Lu Qin patrol the entire island on his behalf. Lu Ping's original intention was to let Lu Qin use her core forging stage cultivation to intimidate these troublesome cultivators. He didn't expect that Lu Qin was someone who wanted to see the world in chaos. Whenever there was a conflict or a fight, she would go up and beat them up. These were only blood condensation stage cultivators. How could they be a match for her, a core forging stage demonic cultivator who had unlocked her inherited memories? Although Lu Qin held back, there were still at least 3 to 5 cultivators who were severely injured by her every day. Helpless, Lu Ping still had to treat them. At the same time, out of guilt, Lu Ping also gave these injured cultivators some benefits. Unexpectedly, after the cultivators treated by Lu Ping consumed Lu Ping's pills, not only did their injuries recover quickly, but their cultivation also increased by different degrees. When the news spread, everyone remembered that the famous water sword Immortal was not only a godly swordsman, but also a master of alchemy. With this, the number of troublemakers on Huangli Island suddenly increased. Some people even deliberately stood in front of Lu Qin and scolded her as a brat. How could Lu Qin stand it? Naturally, she taught these people a lesson. In the end, Lu Ping had no choice but to clean up the situation. However, Lu Ping immediately noticed the intentions of these cultivators. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he stopped treating these cultivators. At the same time, he ordered Lu Qin to not go overboard. With a core forging stage cultivator dealing with these blood condensation stage minor repairs, Lu Qin naturally had a way to deal with them. In a short period of time, the restless cultivators on the island cried for their mommy and daddy, but they didn't suffer a single injury. As a result, Huangli Island became much quieter. However, Lu Qin herself started to enjoy these things. Many cultivators couldn't stand being teased by Lu Qin again and started to leave Huangli Island. Lu Ping knew that Lu Qin had a childish temper. He realized that letting her manage Huangli Island for him was a mistake, so he threw her into the House of Gold to cultivate. Fortunately, the cultivators who stayed on Huangli Island to explore the sea would often return with great rewards in the process of hunting demonic beasts. When the news spread, although many cultivators were scared away by Lu Qin, more and more cultivators started to swarm into Huangli Island. They used Huangli Island as a transit island for hunting demonic beasts. The demonic beasts also tried to regroup and reoccupy Huangli Island. However, with the combined efforts of Lu Ping and the cultivators on the island, they managed to block off the demonic beasts' attacks with the help of the island's protective array. Several core forging stage cultivators under Enlightened Mo Wei also tried to attack Huangli Island, but they couldn't break through the island's protective array. Soon after, they were repelled by the core forging stage cultivators who came to reinforce them through the teleportation array. As time went by, Huangli Island's sturdy defenses attracted more and more cultivators from the North Sea to Huangli Island. Lu Ping had no choice but to request for help from the sect. He deployed 2 teams of blood condensation cultivators, a total of 12 people, to maintain order on Huangli Island. Accompanying the two teams of blood condensation cultivators was a familiar face. This person was Fang Tao, the one who helped Lu Ping manage his shop on Huangli Island. Fang Tao returned to the Fang clan after the demonic beast wave and the fall of Huangli Island. A few years later, when he heard that Lu Ping had returned to Jinling, Fang Tao went to Tianling Mountain to pay his respects. However, he didn't expect that Lu Ping was in secluded cultivation, and Tianling Mountain wasn't a place that cultivators from the peripheral clans of Jinling like him could enter. When he heard that Lu Ping had reclaimed Huangli Island, Fang Tao was overjoyed and went to Huangli Island again. Lu Ping was troubled by the fact that he didn't have any familiar people to help him. Fang Tao's arrival made Lu Ping quite happy. Several years had passed, but Fang Tao's cultivation was still stuck at the early stage of blood condensation. However, the pair of children behind Fang Tao caught Lu Ping's attention. Looking at the pair of cautious twins behind Fang Tao, Lu Ping's eyes lit up. He said, "Old Fang, I didn't expect your children to break through to the blood condensation realm in just a few years. They're almost catching up to you now." Fang Tao was a humble person, but when he heard Lu Ping praising his children, he was quite proud of himself. He said, "Master, you flatter me. It's all thanks to Enlightened Master's guidance and the blood condensation pill for these two brats. Otherwise, how could they have broken through to the blood condensation realm so easily? I'm afraid I won't be able to advance any further in my cultivation in this lifetime. Let's see how far they can go in the future." Lu Ping could naturally see through Fang Tao's thoughts. However, Lu Ping was indeed lacking manpower. Fang Tao had worked under him in the past and was an honest and dutiful person. Therefore, Lu Ping didn't mind helping his juniors. He took out 2 items from his storage ring and said, "It's our first time meeting and I didn't prepare anything good. These 2 high-grade mystic instruments were obtained by me in my early years. I don't have any use for them now, so I'll give them to you to protect yourselves." Fang Wei and Fang Xia looked at the upper-grade magic weapons flying towards them with joy. They hurriedly and respectfully received them with their hands and played with them in their hands, unwilling to let go. They had long heard that this enlightened Master Lu Ping was known as the Treasure Boy in his early years in the sect. Now that they saw Lu Ping casually give out 2 high-grade mystic instruments, it was indeed a well-deserved reputation. It should be pointed out that an ordinary early-stage blood condensation cultivator with 2 mid-grade mystic instruments was already very impressive. The Fang clan was a small clan under Jinling's jurisdiction. Even the clan leader with the highest cultivation in the clan only had 1 top-grade mystic instrument, and it was even used as a family treasure. Now that Lu Ping had given them 2 high-grade mystic instruments, how could the 2 children not be overjoyed? With Fang Wei and Fang Xia's current strength, these 2 high-grade mystic instruments were enough for them to use until the late-stage blood condensation realm. Fang Tao had brought his children to visit Lu Ping today, and he naturally had the intention of asking Lu Ping for guidance. However, he only hoped that Lu Ping could casually give him some pointers so that his children would take fewer detours in their cultivation. He never imagined that Lu Ping would give him such a treasure as soon as he made a move. Putting aside Fang Tao and his son's gratitude towards Lu Ping himself didn't care about mystic instruments and the like. Over the years, among the spoils of war from the cultivators and beasts that died in his hands, not to mention high-grade mystic instruments, Lu Ping couldn't even be bothered to count the number of top-grade mystic instruments that he had obtained unless they had special uses. Lu Ping pondered for a moment before saying, "Old Fang, Huangli Island is considered stable now, but the island's order has yet to be fully established. Originally, this was supposed to be handled by Senior Marshal Sister Hu Lily, but she is currently recuperating on Tianling Mountain. You should first set up a market on Huangli Island to facilitate the exchange of goods between cultivators. At the same time, set up a pill dispensary so that cultivators can exchange pills for spirit herbs." Fang Tao pondered for a moment before saying, "Boss, it's easy for me to set up a market, but I don't have the ability to manage the cultivators on the island. After all, I'm only an early-stage blood condensation cultivator. I can manage a pill dispensary for boss, but it's impossible for me to manage a market." Lu Ping's question was actually to test Fang Tao. After all, they hadn't seen each other for several years and people could change. However, when Lu Ping saw that Fang Tao wasn't happy about the fact that he had given him the authority to manage Huangli Island, Lu Ping nodded in satisfaction and said, "You don't have to worry about it, just do your best. I'll send Lu Qin to be your subordinate, and I believe that no one on this island will be stupid enough to harm you. The market doesn't need to be too big. As long as it has a foundation, it'll be fine." Wait for Senior Marshal Sister Hu Lily's return, then we'll replan everything. You just need to prepare the pill dispensary first. After barely managing to maintain the market for more than a year, Hu Lily, who had recovered from her injuries, returned to Huangli Island. Lu Ping felt as if he had been pardoned from a great sin and handed over everything to Hu Lily. Then he went into closed-door cultivation in his cave abode. Chapter 378. Although they were protected by Huangli Island's protective formation, after Hu Lily returned, she set up another protective formation around the two of them. As the spirit-gathering pearls buried in the two spirit veins slowly extended out a third spirit vein, the protective formation and guiding formation could no longer restrain the increasingly dense spiritual energy in the cave. Dense spiritual energy began to drift out from Lu Ping's cave, attracting many cultivators from the sect to set up their own cave abodes near the small hill where Lu Ping's cave abode was located. However, if cultivators other than Jinling wanted to set up a cave abode on Huangli Island, they would have to get Lu Ping's permission first. After Hu Lily finished setting up the protective formation, almost all of the dispersed spiritual energy was trapped inside the cave abode. However, Lu Ping told her to release some of the spiritual energy outside. In any case, the three spirit veins were enough for Lu Ping and Hu Lily to cultivate without the island's protective formation being fully activated. After the small Huangli Island was nurtured by the three spirit veins, in just over a year's time, there were many places where spiritual energy gathered on the island. Lu Ping also asked for a group of blood-refining realm disciples from the sect to train on Huangli Island. In the past, Lu Ping had managed to find 7 places where spiritual energy gathered on Huangli Island, and Lu Ping was able to manage all of them by himself. However, after a year of nurturing by the 3 spirit veins, De Bao had found 17 places where spiritual energy gathered on the island. As time went on, the number of places where spiritual energy gathered on the island would continue to increase. Furthermore, not all of these places were barren and could only be used to plant spiritual grains. There were a few places near Lu Ping's cave abode that could be turned into spiritual herb gardens or used to plant spiritual materials. In the Zhenling side courtyard, Wang Qi was severely injured because he forced himself to observe the water sword fairy, Reverend Lu Xuanping's swordsmanship. At the same time, 6 other blood-refining realm disciples were also injured. They were the first 7 blood-refining realm disciples to observe Reverend Lu Xuanping's swordsmanship. After Wang Qi woke up from his injuries, the leader of Group 7 handed him a bottle of pills with a hint of curiosity and envy. He told Wang Qi that these pills were all concocted by perfected Master Lu Xuanping, an alchemist. Unexpectedly, Wang Qi had a look of amazement on his face. Perfected Lu Xuanping was not only skilled in swordsmanship, but he was also a master of alchemy. With this bottle of pills, Wang Qi's injuries healed very quickly. At the same time, Wang Qi also discovered that after this injury, his cultivation did not decrease. Instead, it increased and his foundation became more solid. Wang Qi quickly thought of the bottle of pills that enlightened being Lu Xuanping had given him. That's right, that must be it. After Wang Qi's injuries healed, he focused all his energy on practicing his swordsmanship. He quickly became engrossed in it and successfully comprehended the realm of technique in a short period of time. After the courtyard competition, Wang Qi's companions, who had been promoted to a 3rd-level disciple, were all sent out by the side courtyard to train. For some reason, Wang Qi was not assigned to train. The other 6 blood-refining realm cultivators who were watching Lu Ping practice were also not assigned to train. Although Wang Qi did not know why, he was in a state of obsession with swordsmanship. He was happy to stay in the side courtyard and reminisce about Lu Ping's swordsmanship from day to night. At the same time, he was also honing his own swordsmanship. As Wang Qi focused on swordsmanship for the past year, although his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, he found that his understanding of the swordsmanship that Lu Ping had practiced that day was becoming increasingly shallow. Wang Qi felt like he was immersed in the sea. The more he understood about the sea, the more he found it to be unfathomable. This enlightened Master Lu Xuanping had only started cultivating 20 years earlier than him, but his swordsmanship had already reached a realm that Wang Qi could not even look up to. After more than a year, Wang Qi's cultivation quickly broke through to the 9th level of the blood-refining realm. One day, after Wang Qi finished his swordsmanship practice, he was called over by the Immortal in charge of his group. The Immortal asked, "Our sect's Huangli Island in the Outer Seas is recruiting a group of disciples to manage the spiritual energy gathering area on the island. The sect has decided to treat this recruitment as a training. Are you willing to participate?" However, I have to make it clear that Huangli Island is currently the most dangerous island in the outer seas. It is isolated in the outer seas and can be attacked by demonic beasts at any time. It can also be breached at any time. In fact, when Wang Qi heard about Huangli Island, he was already more than willing to participate. Nowadays, everyone in Jinling knew about Huangli Island and that the enlightened master guarding the island was the famous water sword immortal, Lu Xianping. More than a year ago, enlightened master Lu Xianping gathered a group of the most outstanding disciples who had just advanced to the core forging realm and conquered Huangli Island in one fell swoop. Then, under the counterattack of several mid- and early-stage core forging realm demonic cultivators, they managed to hold on until the island's protective array was activated. Since then, Jinling's prestige in the North Sea had risen once again. Enlightened Master Lu Xianping was now the flag-bearer of the new generation of core forging cultivators in Jinling. The immortal in charge of Group 7 saw Wang Qi standing there in a daze and asked unhappily, "What's wrong? Don't you want to go?" Wang Qi hurriedly shook his head and said, "Of course I'm willing. It's just that when I heard that I can go to Huangli Island that enlightened Master Lu Xianping is guarding, I was overjoyed and lost my composure. Please forgive me. At the same time, I thank you for giving this opportunity to me. That's for the best." The immortal smiled in satisfaction, but then he said with a sense of loss, "Cultivate well when you get to Huangli Island. If you have the opportunity to receive pointers from enlightened Master Lu Xianping, you might be able to soar to the sky. At that time, I might even need your care." Wang Qi repeatedly said that he wouldn't dare to do so. In his heart he thought of a rumor. It was said that the immortals in charge of the mid and late blood condensation cultivators were disciples of the same generation as enlightened Master Lu Xianping. Some of them were even as famous as enlightened Master Lu Xianping, and some were even more outstanding than him. However, in the past 20 to 30 years, the gap between them had grown wider and wider. Even the previously unknown elder immortal Zhang Zicheng had reached the peak of the blood condensation realm and was only a step away from breaking through to the core forging realm. On the other hand, those powerful cultivators in the courtyard were now just ordinary blood condensation elder immortals. Looking at the immortal master's disappointed expression, Wang Qi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that immortal master was also looking at the 6 people gathered in front of the teleportation array to Huangli Island? Not only Wang Qi but the other 6 people also looked at each other. The 7 blood-refining realm disciples who were going to Huangli Island to train were actually the 7 disciples who went to observe Lu Ping's sword practice. This was obviously a deliberate arrangement by the True Spirit Side Hall. When the 7 people arrived at Huangli Island and were brought to Hu Lili by Fang Tao, Hu Lili was also a little surprised. That day when Hu Lili delivered Lu Ping's pills to enlightened Master Xin Yuan, she had also seen these 7 unconscious blood-refining realm disciples. However, Hu Lili had always been a meticulous person. Without batting an eyelid, she quietly gave 14 of the 17 spirit-gathering places to the 7 people. After sending the 7 people away, she told Lu Ping about the matter. "Looks like this is Uncle Master Xuanyuan's arrangement." On the other hand, Lu Ping seemed indifferent, as if he didn't take these things to heart. Then what does Uncle Master Xuanyuan mean by this? He clearly knows that you don't intend to accept disciples, but he still sent these 7 disciples to Huangli Island. If you don't handle this well, won't you be disrespecting Uncle Master Xuanyuan? Although Uncle Master Xuanyuan has no hope of advancing to the mid-core forging realm, he is still a cultivator of the same generation as you and my master. These years, you have been too domineering in the sect, so it's inevitable that some people will be jealous and whisper behind your back. If you don't handle this well, you will leave an impression of arrogance and disrespect in the eyes of the seniors. Lu Ping smiled. "You're just too suspicious. Perhaps Uncle Master Xuanyuan just doesn't want these disciples to lose the opportunity to advance further. After all, they were able to withstand my sword technique. Whether it's their talent or willpower, they can be considered good. Uncle Master Xuanyuan is teaching them in accordance with their aptitude." When Hu Lili heard Lu Ping's words, she also felt that she was being too sensitive. She smiled and said, "Then what do you plan to do? Are you really going to help them?" Lu Ping shook his sleeves and the lid of the Linchuan cauldron flew up. Water mist rose from the cauldron and condensed into a sky-blue spirit water. It was the low-grade earth-ranked Songlan water. Then another spirit pill the size of a longan flew out from the cauldron. Lu Ping's face lit up with joy. He put the spirit pill into a jade bottle and handed it to Hu Lili. "This is the spirit water nourishing spirit pill that I created myself. After taking it, the foundation of your divine sense that was damaged from setting up the formation will be completely healed. Hu Lili took the spirit pill and listened to Lu Ping continue, as for those disciples, let them be. The sect's rule is that the disciple must be at the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm. A few years should be enough for us to get to know them better. If they can really endure the loneliness, then what's the harm in helping them? Seeing that Lu Ping already had a plan, Hu Lili no longer pestered him. She changed the topic and asked, "You've been refining pills all this time. Are you going to go out for a long time or go into closed-door cultivation again?" Lu Ping already knew that Hu Lili would guess it, so he smiled and said, "I can't hide anything from you. In fact, before attacking Huangli Island, I already knew the opportunity to advance to the mid-stage of the core forging realm. It's just that because of many complicated things I didn't have the time. Now that Huangli Island has you and Zheng Jia as a helper, everything is in order. I called Chen Lian over from Martial Uncle Chu Xuanqing and asked Xiao Qin to stay by your side. At the same time, I also notified Yao Yong and Ji Zixuan. If there is an attack from the monster race, they will rush over immediately. This way there's no need to worry about the safety of Huangli Island. This way I can also go into closed-door cultivation with peace of mind. At most, I will advance to the mid-stage of the core forging realm in 3 to 5 years. Hu Lili's face lit up. Then go into closed-door cultivation as soon as possible. I will take care of the island, you don't have to worry. Chapter 379. Lu Ping never thought that the opportunity to break through the bottleneck of the mid-stage core forging realm, which he had been unable to break through for several years, would appear on a golden core. In the past few years, Lu Ping had repeatedly tried to break through the bottleneck of the mid-stage core forging realm, but all of them ended in failure. However, before attacking Huangli Island, Lu Ping saw a deer demon golden core that cultivated a water attribute cultivation technique and had the bloodline of a flood dragon. When Lu Ping came into contact with the golden core, the blood in his body suddenly boiled. The surging true essence made Lu Ping feel that the bottleneck of the mid-stage core forging realm, which had always been like an iron wall in front of him, was like a window paper that could be broken with a poke. Lu Ping almost instantly understood the key to his cultivation breakthrough. It was still the bloodline. In the blood condensation realm, a cultivator could replenish their bloodline energy thrice in the blood condensation realm. In the core forging realm, they would need to replenish their golden core spirituality. Naturally, Lu Ping didn't think he was an exception. However, Lu Ping had tried many times to break through to the mid-core forging realm, but to no avail. In the end, through a single golden core, he finally understood why he couldn't advance further. Could it be that he had to replenish his bloodline energy again? The body of a snake, the legs of a crocodile, and the tail of a carp. He thought of the 3 strange flood dragons that formed on the surface of the golden core in his heart space. Could it be? All of a sudden, Lu Ping seemed to have an epiphany about the direction of his cultivation. What an exciting thought. Although this conjecture still needed to be verified. Lu Ping directly asked Hu Lili to seal 2 of the 3 small spirit veins in his cultivation room. At this time, the spiritual energy in the cultivation room was so thick that it almost turned into water. Although the small spirit veins on Huangli Island were far from being comparable to the large spirit veins on Tianling Mountain, the 3 small spirit veins were mainly used for Lu Ping and Hu Lili's cultivation. Compared to the large spirit veins on Tianling Mountain, which were used for hundreds of core forging realm cultivators and thousands of blood condensation realm cultivators, it was naturally much better. This was also the reason why many core forging realm cultivators were willing to guard small and medium-sized islands with small spirit veins. After the spiritual vein of Tianling Mountain had been upgraded to a large spiritual vein, in order to further increase the spiritual vein of Tianling Mountain, it was necessary to fuse the spiritual veins of medium and above. As for the small spiritual veins, it was no longer necessary to fuse with the large spiritual veins. This was also the reason why there were only small spiritual veins among the 36 medium islands and hundreds of small islands under the jurisdiction of Zhenling sect. Lu Ping took out a jade box from his storage ring. Lu Ping tightly sealed it with several talismans to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking out. Lu Ping touched the surface of the jade box with his hand, and the talismans turned to dust. Lu Ping slowly opened the jade box, and a huge golden pill appeared in front of Lu Ping. The golden pill's surface did not have the appearance of a spirit sense, which meant that this golden pill was already a dead pill. There was no spirituality or spirit sense of a cultivator inside, only a huge amount of spiritual energy and blood essence was left. Gold condensing blood pill. This was a medicinal pellet recipe Lu Ping obtained from the East Sea North Alliance's alchemy gathering. He had also witnessed Yan Wujiao, the monster's alchemy grandmaster, personally refining this medicinal pellet. Now that Lu Ping's alchemy skills were no longer the same as before, it was not too difficult for him to turn this golden pill, which had once reached the 5th stage of core forging, into 10 gold condensing blood pills. The reason why Lu Ping had such confidence in addition to his own alchemy skills, was that compared to before, Lu Ping now had a heaven and earth spirit fire that was much more brilliant than the azure spirit fire. He didn't know if Taoist Master Shen Yan and the others of the Alchemy Pavilion had already discovered that the heaven and earth spirit fire in the inheritance ground of the Alchemy Pavilion had disappeared. Thinking about the wonderful expressions of Taoist Master Shen Yan and the others when they discovered that the heaven and earth spirit fire in the inheritance ground had disappeared, Lu Ping couldn't help but have a proud expression on his face. After this period of nourishment, Lu Ping had completely refined this heaven and earth spirit fire. Although the Linchuan cauldron was also a top-grade alchemy cauldron, it was still somewhat inferior to the Nachuan cauldron. However, with Lu Ping's current alchemy skills, he simply could not understand this gap. After using the spirit explosion technique a few times and wasting a few high-grade spirit stones, Lu Ping finally turned this golden pill into 10 gold condensing blood pills. However, there were not many high-grade spirit stones left in Lu Ping's hands. Lu Ping had accumulated 3 million spirit stones from the middle-sized spirit mine on the nameless island in the fallen secret land. After years of cultivation and wantonly squandering, there was not much left. Although Lu Ping had obtained some replenishment from the demon cultivators who were killed, in the end, the expenditure was still greater than the income. When Lu Ping swallowed the gold condensing blood pills and began to refine them, Lu Ping's blood finally began to tremble again. The foundation bloodline that had already replenished 3 bloodlines was like a hungry glutton that suddenly saw a delicious meal. It once again devoured the refined deer demon bloodline. This continued the domineering situation of Lu Ping's foundation bloodline every time he fused with a bloodline in the blood condensation realm. The bloodline essence in the deer demon's golden pill was almost completely devoured by Lu Ping's bloodline in an instant. The huge spiritual power was quickly refined by the North Sea wave listening technique into true essence. Together with the bloodline essence that had been devoured and fused, it gathered towards the golden pill in the core space. However, at this time, Lu Ping's golden pill was close to saturation. In a situation where his cultivation could not break through to the middle stage of the core forging realm, only 1/3 of the powerful bloodline essence could be fused with the golden pill. The remaining 2/3 could not be accommodated by the golden pill and rushed around in his bloodline. At this time, Lu Ping's entire body seemed to be emitting a red light. It was a blood-red light. This was because the huge amount of bloodline essence could not be absorbed into the golden pill and could only be filled in his bloodline. Lu Ping knew that he had already stepped on the threshold of the middle stage of the core forging realm. If he could not cross this threshold, not only would Lu Ping's efforts be in vain, but the huge amount of bloodline essence that had gathered at this time would also cause great damage to Lu Ping's body. The key to crossing this last threshold was the heaven and earth spirit treasure. As long as Lu Ping fused with the right heaven and earth spirit treasure, the spiritual nature of the golden pill would greatly increase. Once again it would be able to forge with the divine sense. Finally, the golden pill would be able to accommodate an even larger amount of bloodline essence and true essence. Originally, when a cultivator broke through to the middle stage of the core forging realm, they would fuse with a heaven and earth spirit treasure in order to condense more true essence. However, at this time, Lu Ping's situation was obviously different from other cultivators. The true essence was completely contained in the bloodline essence. If he wanted to condense more true essence, he would need to condense the bloodline essence for the 4th time. However, the problem at this time was the heaven and earth spirit treasure. Originally, Lu Ping already had a bowl of low-grade earth steppe azure wave water from the Kuan fish monster, Taoist Kong Liang. Moreover, this bowl of azure wave water was enough to fuse with an ordinary cultivator's heaven and earth spirit treasure. Lu Ping's cultivation had walked the pure and thick path. Whether it was the quality or the quantity of the azure wave water, it was barely enough for Lu Ping. However, all of this was under the premise that Lu Ping didn't know that he needed to replenish his bloodline essence for the 4th time. Now, Lu Ping had found an opportunity to break through the 4th bloodline essence. However, although only 1/3 of the azure wave water was fused with Lu Ping's golden core, this 1/3 caused Lu Ping's cultivation foundation to become more vigorous by another 1/3. The amount of azure wave water that he had previously prepared was not enough. If Lu Ping were to fuse with the azure wave water again, not only would he be able to break through to the middle stage of the core forging realm, but because of the huge amount of true essence in his bloodline, it was very likely that Lu Ping's cultivation would rapidly rise to the peak of the 4th layer. It was even possible that he would directly break through to the 5th layer. However, if Lu Ping did this, the 1/3 of the blood essence that he had fused with his golden core would not be able to solidify his foundation due to the insufficient amount of azure wave water. In the end, it would be wasted in vain. But at this time, where could Lu Ping find more azure wave water? If he didn't do this, would Lu Ping choose to temporarily disperse the huge amount of true essence that he had accumulated from refining the golden blood condensing pill? In this case, not only would Lu Ping lose an opportunity to break through to the middle stage of the core forging realm, but it would also damage the foundation of Lu Ping's cultivation. In a hurry, Lu Ping took out a bowl of world spirit water from his storage ring. It was the Ming water that he had obtained from Taoist master Chu Xuanqing. Fusing 2 kinds of world spirit water at the same time? This could also resolve the huge amount of blood essence that Lu Ping had condensed at this time. In the cultivation world, there were cultivators who had tried this, but the result was that none of them could break through to the late stage of the core forging realm. The huge amount of blood essence and true essence rushed into Lu Ping's blood vessels. At this time, Lu Ping's whole body felt swollen. If he didn't make a decision, the blood essence alone would be able to burst through Lu Ping's blood vessels and burst Lu Ping's core space. That's right, there was still the Xianyuan heavy water. Did he have to use the Xianyuan heavy water? This was a low-grade heaven spirit water. This was a spiritual item that a late-stage core forging realm cultivator would use to break through to the Dharma manifestation realm. Lu Ping couldn't forget that the heavenly wind leaf that Taoist master Liang Shenfeng had schemed for in the East Sea was only a low-grade heaven spirit water. Lu Ping also couldn't forget the joy that Taoist master Liang Shenfeng felt when he obtained the heavenly wind leaf, which could make a late-stage core forging realm cultivator lose his mind. For a late-stage core forging realm cultivator, a heaven spirit water almost meant a Dharma manifestation realm. This was Lu Ping's first time refining a heaven spirit water. How could he use this kind of treasure? Lu Ping shook his head and looked at the nameless spiritual water hidden in the myriad poison liquid in the big blue stone vat. Lu Ping knew that the nameless spiritual water was also a kind of heaven spirit water, and its grade was definitely not low. However, he didn't know what this heaven spirit water was. Previously, because Lu Ping's cultivation was not high enough, he was afraid that he would get into trouble because of his wealth. He had been secretly investigating the origin of this spiritual water, but he had not found anything. Later, after Lu Ping advanced to the core forging realm, and especially after returning to the North Sea, he had been busy with various things and closed-door cultivation, so he had forgotten about this matter. Of course, more importantly, this kind of heaven spirit water was only a small part that Lu Ping had obtained from the 7-star sky Golden Valley. Even if he used it to fuse, the amount would be far from enough, not to mention that Lu Ping didn't know the details of this spiritual water. Lu Ping's thoughts turned quickly, but after thinking for a long time, he finally looked at the Xianyuan heavy water. Could it be that he still had to choose to refine a low-grade heaven spirit water? This was really a helpless choice for Lu Ping at this time. And it was a very risky choice. Although this choice might make countless late-stage core forging realm cultivators want to tear Lu Ping to pieces. Chapter 380. Are you sure he's in seclusion? It's been more than a year since the last time he came to the side hall, but we haven't seen him on Huangli Island. I'm sure he's in seclusion on Huangli Island, preparing to break through to the mid-core forging stage. Yes, this person's cultivation is profound, and his strength far surpasses all the cultivators here. Not only did he obtain the pure inheritance from senior sister Tianling, but he also obtained the thick inheritance. If he wants to break through to the mid-core forging stage, he'll need at least 3 to 5 years. A cultivator like this can be considered a genius in our sect. If not for the fact that he will become our enemy in the future, we have to be on good terms with him no matter what. This time we might not be able to take his life. We'll just ruin his reputation and force him to hand over Huangli Island. Now, it could be confirmed that this brat had gathered at least 2 small-sized spirit veins on Huangli Island, and the number of spirit gathering areas on the island had already exceeded 20. Furthermore, at this rate, it would not be a problem for a small island like Huangli Island to gather 30 spirit gathering areas. Just the 2 small-sized spirit veins on this island were already comparable to an ordinary mid-sized island, Not to mention that this brat had set up an exceptionally tyrannical island protection array on the island. It had once withstood a single attack from Taoist Master Mo Wei, but it had not been broken. Coupled with Huangli Island's unique geographical location, it'll be the best place to gather cultivation resources once it falls into our hands. How's the situation on the island? Excluding the blood refining cultivators, there are about 500 to 600 blood condensation cultivators on Huangli Island. Most of these cultivators use Huangli Island as a base to hunt demonic beasts. Most of them are rogue cultivators and our sect's disciples. There are 2 teams of 12 blood condensation cultivators on the island. They're here to help maintain order on Huangli Island, led by 2 late-stage blood condensation cultivators. The market is managed by an early-stage blood condensation cultivator called Fang Tao. I heard that he used to be the shopkeeper under Lu Ping when he opened his shop. Apart from this person who was in seclusion, there were 3 other core forging stage cultivators on the island. Their cultivations were all at the early stage. They were Uncle Master Xuanhua's disciple, Chen Lian, Uncle Master Xuanchen's disciple, Hu Lili, and a demon pet named Lu Qin. Oh, by the way, Hu Lili has a good friend working under her. Her name is Jianghu. She's at the peak of the blood condensation realm. With these people here, with the help of the island's protective formation, it should be enough to deal with the demon race's siege on Huangli Island. It seems that this person had already made arrangements before he went into closed-door cultivation. Furthermore, he still has several good friends who are also in charge of the islands in the outer seas. They will definitely help each other. Once something happens to one side, the others will definitely rush over to help. If that's the case, then it's indeed a little difficult. Do you have any ideas, Martial Uncle? Once the demon clan besieges Huangli Island, then Hu Lili will definitely have to guard the Great Island Array Disk, while Chen Lian and the demon pet will defend against the demon cultivators that attack the island. So, we must first think of a way to move that demon pet away so that the island's defensive power will be reduced a lot. This isn't too difficult. I heard that the daughter of the heavenly spirit Laozu, Xian, often finds that demonic pet to play with, so we'll start from here and bring this demonic pet back to the heavenly spirit mountain. This is a good idea. You must think of a way to bring that demonic pet back to the heavenly spirit mountain. This time, we absolutely cannot do without the demon clan. Only with the help of the demon clan will we be able to break Huangli Island, and then we will have the opportunity to take back Huangli Island. Ah, but Martial Uncle, isn't this too risky? How can the demon clan listen to us? If they occupy Huangli Island, how can they let us counterattack? Not to mention, once the demon clan attacks Huangli Island, his friends will definitely get the news and rush over to help. In this way all of this is within my calculations. We are all disciples of Jinling. How can we collude with the demon clan? We are only setting up Huangli Island as a trap, a bait that can heavily injure the demon clan. To complete such a big move, how can we not pay a price? As long as we can annihilate 70 to 80% of the core forging stage demon cultivators outside of Huangli Island, then the people on Huangli Island will die a worthy death. At that time, even if someone in the sect notices something, we will have a reason to shirk responsibility. Without evidence, even if Lu Tianling goes crazy, what do we have to fear? After all, Jinling doesn't belong to Lu Tianling alone. Then, Martial Uncle, the specifics should be: you only need to release the blood condensation realm demonic beast that the family has been raising all these years into the open sea and spread the news of the specific deployment on Huangli Island. At the same time, make use of some of the family's connections outside. I believe that the other sects in the North Sea have long been envious of our sect's smooth sailing all these years. Huangli Island is now the bridgehead of the war between humans and demons. Allowing the demons to besiege Huangli Island will cause our sect to suffer some losses and lose some face. I'm afraid those people will be happy to see that. In this way, these people will definitely add fuel to the fire, but they definitely won't think that Martial Uncle already has a backup plan. Once the demon clan occupies Huangli Island, Martial Uncle will immediately give the demon clan a thunderous blow. At that time, Huangli Island will fall into our hands. Not only will our sect's prestige be damaged, but it will also increase. Martial Uncle's reputation in the sect will also greatly increase. Not to mention, it will help us eliminate a potential enemy in the future. Brother Lu Hai, have you sent the item back? Brother Mo, the item has been sent back. Speaking of which, it's quite dissatisfying. That item should have belonged to Brother Mo, but why are the Laozu so biased and want to give it to someone else? With Brother Mo's talent, if you use that item, Chu Xuanqing, that cat that knows how to light a fire, won't have the chance to be so arrogant. Brother Lu Hai, be careful with your words. How can you accuse the Laozu? I'm ashamed to say this, but although I covet that item, it's still extremely difficult for me to fuse with it given my cultivation. That person may not have contributed much, but his talent is indeed above ours. Now that we've lost Huangli Island, I'm afraid I'll become the laughing stock of the North Sea monster spirits. How would I dare have any designs on that item? Brother Imo, don't be so disheartened. I believe that Brother Imo has heard of the rumors among the low-level cultivators in our clan. What do you think about it? This rumor is strange. I'm afraid someone is plotting something. We don't have to pay attention to it. Otherwise, Brother Imo, when I returned from the rear, I passed by the southern sea where our clan fought against the North Sea sects like Xianling. There, the low-level cultivators of our clan also heard the same rumor, and it's even worse than what we have here. Oh, there's such a thing? Then how did the situation of Huangli Island spread in such detail among our clan? What else could it be? I've been investigating these days and found a cultivator of our clan who spread the rumor, but I found out that this person is a demon pet of the human clan. His sea of consciousness has been sealed by the human clan's divine sense. Humph, these human cultivators are really despicable. They're used to using such despicable methods to control our clansmen. Those clansmen who are willing to be controlled are really spineless. They're willing to be slaves for the sake of survival. You can't blame them for this. After all, they will do anything to survive. When have we demon race not had human pets under our command? Didn't we also have human pets who have cultivated to the core forging stage? In that case, human cultivators are deliberately leaking the situation of Huangli Island's defense. Can we find out which clan and which sect it is? We can't find out. These cultivators who have been raised by the human clan have obviously been sealed in their sea of consciousness. Once we search their souls, these people will die immediately. What do you think, Brother Lu Hai? What else can it be? Our clan has always respected the strong. Fighting among ourselves is a common occurrence. The human clan is not peaceful. Internal strife is their specialty. After the beast tide, our clan has never been able to gain the upper hand in the battle with Jinling. Because of this, Jinling has gathered a large number of rogue cultivator forces and cultivation resources. Because of this, the strength of our sect has been growing day by day. The other sects of the North Sea will not let Jinling monopolize all the good things. The human clan is used to being despicable, not worrying about scarcity but worrying about inequality. Jinling gets the meat, but the other sects don't even get a sip of the soup. Naturally, no one has anything to eat. Brother Lu Hai, are you saying that this rumor is true? Whether it is true or not, we can just test it out. Brother Imo, don't forget, if the demon pets of the human clan can mix into our clan, why can't the human pets of our clan mix into the human clan? Wonderful, wonderful. If the rumor is true, we can take down Huangli Island in one fell swoop. Then, we can fight against Jinling for the past few years. However, for the sake of caution, Brother Imo, we still need to secretly gather our strength. We also need to cooperate with the human pets that have mixed into Huangli Island. We need to attack Huangli Island from the inside and outside as quickly as possible. It would be best if we can control Huangli Island's protective formation. In this way, Huangli Island will be a trap that we can calmly deal with. Of course. Senior sister Hu, why haven't I seen little Chiner recently? Without little Chiner chattering, this island is quite deserted. A few days ago, junior sister Xian called her back to Tianling Mountain to play. After all, little Chiner is a demon pet, and junior martial brother Lu is unwilling to set up a restriction on his demon pet. At this time, junior martial brother Lu is cultivating in seclusion, and Tianling Mountain is the foundation of our sect. What if little Chiner is killed by other martial uncles and martial uncles on Tianling Mountain? After all, little Chiner is Lu Ping's demon pet. Many cultivators in Tianling Mountain know this. Moreover, junior sister Xian is here. Who would dare to harm little Chiner? That's true. However, recently there have been more and more cultivators coming and going on Huangli Island. There are many people mixed together and some of them act strangely. We need to be more vigilant. Junior brother Lu is in closed-door cultivation, and little Chiner has returned to Tianling Mountain. There are only 2 core forging cultivators on this island. Our defense is somewhat weak. What can we do? Most of our other friends are on their own now. I'm afraid they can't leave. Fortunately, Martial Uncle Chu has been guarding Shenqi Island. However, there is also Dao Master Mo Wei. Why don't we ask for help from Dikuan Island? Kuan Island is one of the 36 medium-sized islands of our sect. The island's defense is strong. We can send 1 or 2 core forging cultivators to help us. Let's give it a try. I heard that Taoist Master Shen Hui, who was previously stationed on Kuan Island, was transferred back to Tianling Mountain due to his cultivation level. The new Taoist Master Shenchang is also a late core forging realm expert. However, we have never had any dealings with this Taoist master. But considering the importance of Huangli Island, this martial uncle won't ignore us. Chapter 381. It had been almost 3 years since Wang Qi arrived at Huangli Island. During these 3 years, Wang Qi's cultivation was still stuck at the 9th layer of blood refining realm. However, he was not impatient at all. Instead, he focused all his energy on strengthening his foundation and honing his swordsmanship. At the same time, due to his meticulous care, of the 2 spirit-gathering lands given to him by enlightened Hu Lily, one was turned into a spiritual field while the other was turned into a spiritual herb garden. Both of them had a good harvest. One had to know that these spiritual fields were different from ordinary spiritual energy gathering grounds. The spiritual energy gathering ground that Huangli Island had opened up was twice the size of other spiritual energy gathering grounds due to the density of the spiritual energy. Later on, the number of spirit gathering lands on Huangli Island increased again. Wang Qi received another spiritual field from enlightened Hu Lily. This time he planted a mid-grade spiritual material, Maxiang wood. The 7 blood refining realm disciples who first observed enlightened Jinling Lu Shuangping's swordsmanship had already reached the 9th layer of blood refining realm before they arrived at Huangli Island. They were only 1 step away from breaking through to the blood condensation realm and becoming an inner disciple of Jinling realm. These 7 disciples came to Huangli Island with good intentions. However, when they arrived, not only did they not see the famous water sword fairy, enlightened Lu Xianping, they did not even see enlightened Hu Lily. The only person they saw was enlightened Lu Qiner, who was said to be enlightened Lu's little sister and enlightened Lu Qiner's demonic pet. However, they only caught a glimpse of her from afar and only saw her back a few times. The 7 of them were no different from other blood refining realm disciples who came to Huangli Island for training. They were responsible for managing the spiritual fields and handing over their harvests. Everything was handled by the blood condensation realm cultivator Fang Tao, who was stationed at Huangli Island. A year later, the 7 of them were still diligently tending to the spiritual fields on Huangli Island, practicing their swordsmanship and cultivating in peace. Another year had passed, and many of the side hall disciples who were weaker than them had already advanced to the 9th layer of blood refining realm, while some of the disciples who were on the same level as them had already advanced to the blood condensation realm. Frankly speaking, the 7 of them had the opportunity to observe Lu Shuangping's swordsmanship and quickly advance to the peak of the blood refining realm. This had indeed allowed the 7 of them to walk ahead of their peers. Even though they had missed the blood condensing pill and missed the top 32 places in the side halls competition because of this, the 7 of them had always believed that they would continue to lead because of this fortuitous encounter. Because at least in the eyes of outsiders, what they had obtained was enlightened Lu Shuangping's fortuitous encounter. It was not impossible for them to become enlightened Lu Shuangping's disciples in the future. Although the 7 of them did not say this out loud, it had more or less pierced into their hearts. Unknowingly, the 7 of them had begun to feel like they were the descendants of the water sword fairy. And the side hall's enlightened Shenyuan also seemed to add fuel to the fire. He directly sent the 7 of them to Huangli Island where enlightened Lu Xianping was stationed. In the eyes of outsiders, this seemed to further confirm the rumor that the 7 of them had received enlightened Lu Shuangping's favor. However, after spending 2 years on Huangli Island, the 7 of them had been going through the same training process as ordinary blood refining realm disciples. They did not receive any guidance from enlightened Master Lu Xianping as they had imagined. But in these 2 years, the disciples who were familiar with them because of their hard work in cultivation, because of their own fortuitous encounters, because of the guidance of their seniors, or because of the care of their clans, all of their cultivations had caught up to or even surpassed the 7 of them. As a result, one of the 7 of them could no longer hold back. Following the departure of the first person, the second person, the third person, and so on. By the 3rd year that Wang Qi had arrived on Huangli Island, only Wang Qi and one other person remained. The fact that this person was able to persist until now surprised Wang Qi. This disciple's name was Han Su, a cultivator who looked like a yes man. Back then, when he observed enlightened Lu Shuangping's sword practice, He was the only one who was suppressed by enlightened Lu Xuanping's aura and did not dare to approach Wang Qi and the others. He was also the weakest among the 7 of them. Even though the 7 of them were on good terms with each other and formed their own circle, Han Su was still looked down upon by the others. However, Wang Qi had heard that after a year of hard work, 2 of the 5 disciples had successfully advanced into the blood condensation realm, and the remaining 2 were preparing to break through to the blood condensation realm. Wang Qi had heard that after a year of hard work, their strength far surpassed that of cultivators in the same realm as them, and they had all obtained fortuitous encounters. However, in the 3rd year, Wang Qi also tried to go out of Huangli Island to hunt some demonic beasts in exchange for some cultivation resources. Due to Huangli Island's unique location deep in the monster territory, it attracted a large number of cultivators to hunt demonic beasts. However, this was only heaven for blood condensation cultivators, but hell for blood refining cultivators. Huangli Island was surrounded by groups of demonic beasts. There were all kinds of blood condensation and blood refining realm demonic beasts, but they were all mixed together. If a blood refining realm disciple ventured out, he or she would be devoured by a blood condensation realm demonic beast before he or she even encountered one. The reason why Wang Qi dared to go out of Huangli Island to hunt demonic beasts was not only because of his confidence in himself after years of sword practice, but also because he had received a piece of information from Master Immortal Fang Tao, who was in charge of the spiritual energy gathering area on Huangli Island. Before enlightened Master Lu Xianping went into seclusion, he had refined tens of cauldrons of blood-condensing pills for the sect. Because of enlightened Master Lu's excellent pill concoction skills, other than handing over a certain amount to the sect, enlightened Master Lu also handed over some excess blood-condensing pills to enlightened Master Hu Lili. Due to Wang Qi's dedication in taking care of the spiritual fields, Master Immortal Fang Tao wanted to help him. Thus he told Wang Qi this news. If Wang Qi could gather enough cultivation resources, he could exchange them for a blood-condensing pill from enlightened Master Hu Lili. That was a blood-condensing pill. Wang Qi's heart was suddenly filled with excitement. Wang Qi's cultivation had already reached the peak of the blood-refining realm a long time ago. In the past few years, other than focusing on his sword practice, he had spent all of his time and energy on the 3 spirit-gathering lands that he had managed. Even though he had some savings, it was still far from enough to exchange for a blood-condensing pill. Thus, Wang Qi turned his attention to the sea outside of Huangli Island. Wang Qi's luck was pretty good. As a blood-refining realm cultivator, he naturally did not dare to leave Huangli Island. He could only hunt demonic beasts in the surrounding waters. Even though there were blood condensation realm demonic beasts in the waters outside of Huangli Island, he did not encounter many blood condensation demonic beasts in the few times he went out to sea. The few times he did encounter 1 or 2 early blood condensation demonic beasts, Wang Qi was extremely vigilant. Once he spotted a blood condensation demonic beast, he would immediately retreat to Huangli Island. There were 2 times when he was chased by a blood condensation demonic beast. Wang Qi had no choice but to defend himself. Just as he was about to lose, he was discovered by the patrolling cultivators of the sect and was saved by them. It was rare for a blood-refining realm disciple to go out into the sea to hunt demonic beasts. As such, Wang Qi's reputation on Huangli Island grew as he went out into the sea several times. One day, Wang Qi once again found traces of 2 peak blood condensation demonic beasts in the waters near Huangli Island. Using a low-grade flying artifact, he chased after them and killed them. After dismembering the demonic beasts, Wang Qi happily rummaged through the storage pouch hanging on his waist. The items stored inside were probably enough to exchange for 2 blood condensation pills. Wang Qi was a conscientious person. He would not place his hopes of advancing to the blood condensation realm solely on a single blood condensation pill. The number of cultivators who failed to advance to the blood condensation realm after consuming the blood condensation pill was far more than the number who succeeded. The blood condensation pill was not a panacea. Wang Qi naturally wanted to be as well prepared as possible. Just as Wang Qi was about to hunt down a few more blood condensation demonic beasts, he saw streaks of light flickering above Huangli Island. Streaks of light flew into the island's protective array. Wang Qi's heart sank. Suddenly, he heard a shout from the distant sea, "Junior Marshal Brother Wang Qi, is that you?" Wang Qi turned around and saw 2 streaks of light flying back to Huangli Island. The 2 blood condensation cultivators in the streaks of light were Master Immortals Fang Wei and Fang Xia, who had once saved his life. These 2 Master Immortals were the children of Master Immortal Fang Tao, who had always taken care of him. When Wang Qi went out to hunt for demonic beasts this morning, he saw the two master immortals going out to the open sea to hunt. Now they were rushing back in panic. Something's wrong. Wang Qi was about to rush back when he heard Master Immortal Fang Wei's anxious voice. Junior Marshal Brother Wang, hurry back to Huangli Island. The demonic beasts are going to attack Huangli Island again. The beast wave is coming. Just as Fang Wei finished speaking, the streaks of light had already arrived in front of Wang Qi. Suddenly, a black shadow leaped out from the sea behind Fang Wei and pounced towards him. Fang Wei didn't even have time to react. However, Wang Qi could clearly see that the black shadow was a blood condensation realm flying fish. If this attack landed, even if Fang Wei didn't die, he would be severely injured. Wang Qi obviously didn't have time to warn Fang Wei. He steeled his heart and stopped thinking about how a blood condensation realm cultivator like him could fight against a blood condensation realm demonic beast. He took out the mid-grade flying sword that he had painstakingly gotten from Master Immortal Fang Tao. Using all the arcane energy in his body, he slashed at the black shadow behind Fang Wei. A muffled sound that sounded like ripping silk could be heard. Under Fang Wei's stunned gaze, Wang Qi was sent flying towards the sea. Behind Fang Wei, a mournful roar could be heard. Fang Wei turned around and slashed with his sword. The flying fish demon was instantly killed. Only then did Fang Wei realize that the flying fish demon had already been severely injured by Wang Qi's sword before he killed it. Fang Wei looked at Wang Qi, who had been pulled out of the sea by Fang Xia, in shock. Wang Qi's face was pale. Obviously, that attack had exhausted all his arcane energy. Now even flying was difficult for him. Fang Wei laughed and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Wang Qi, I didn't know that your strength had already reached such a level. If you advance to the blood condensation realm, how many cultivators of the same level can be your match?" Wang Qi smiled with some difficulty. At this time, the three of them had already arrived in front of Huangli Island. Huangli Island's protective array was already in full operation. The nameplates on the three of them flashed and they directly entered Huangli Island. However, at this time Huangli Island was also filled with battle cries. The three of them panicked. Did the demonic beasts already attack Huangli Island? Chapter 382. This was not the first time Huangli Island was besieged by the demon race. Due to its unique geographical location, it was bound to be a thorn in the demon race's flesh. However, in the past, the demon race had besieged Huangli Island several times. Every time, Lu Ping and the others relied on Huangli Island's unusually strong island guarding array to hold on until the cultivators from their sect arrived through the teleportation array. As time passed, the cultivators who frequented Huangli Island became more relaxed about the demon race's besiegement. As long as they hid within the island's protective array before the demonic beasts arrived, not only could they repel the attacks of the demonic beasts, but after the demonic beasts retreated, the slain demonic beasts would also bring a large amount of cultivation resources to the cultivators of Huangli Island. Some greedy cultivators even looked forward to the demonic beasts besieging Huangli Island. It was precisely because of Huangli Island's reputation for its sturdiness that it did not break after being besieged by monstrous beasts several times. Not only did it attract more and more cultivators to Huangli Island, but every time there was a beast tied in the sea near Huangli Island, the number of cultivators on Huangli Island would also reach a peak. For these cultivators, every time a beast tide attacked Huangli Island, it was a great opportunity to collect cultivation resources. However, the situation this time was clearly not good. Just when the cultivators who went out discovered that the demonic beasts were gathering to form a beast tide, they returned to the island and reported the news to the people on the island. Before the cultivators on the island could recover from their excitement, an intense spiritual chi fluctuation came from the teleportation array of Huangli Island, followed by the sound of spells exploding throughout the entire island. Chen Lian rushed to the teleportation array of Huangli Island the moment the incident happened. He saw that the teleportation array on Huangli Island had been destroyed. On the ground were the corpses of two Jinling blood condensation disciples. Another two were severely injured and unconscious. In addition, there were two blood condensation cultivators dressed in hemp clothes lying on the ground. Beside them were 4 to 5 other blood condensation cultivators dressed in hemp clothes. At a glance, Chen Lian could tell that they were from the same group. At this moment, these people were being besieged by the cultivators on the island. Seeing that, Chen Lian understood what had happened. Clearly, this group of cultivators in hemp clothes had attacked the Jinling disciples guarding the teleportation array and destroyed the teleportation array. After that, they were besieged by the cultivators nearby. Chen Lian's appearance brought joy to the faces of the cultivators gathered around the teleportation array. When the cultivators in hemp clothes saw Chen Lian, there was no change in their expressions. However, all of them suddenly attacked without any regard for their lives. For a moment, the cultivators surrounding them were unable to do anything to them. Chen Lian harumphed and flicked his finger. Several fireballs exploded beneath the feet of the hemp-robed cultivators, sending them flying. By the time they fell to the ground, they had already fainted. Another ray of light descended from the sky above Huangli Island. It was Hu Lili. What happened? Chen Lian withdrew his hand from the head of one of the cultivators. His face was so dark that it looked like water was about to come out. He said, "These cultivators' sea of consciousness have restrictions placed on them. They are death warriors under someone's control." Hu Lili's expression changed. She said, "Not good. The beast tide is coming soon. These people must be the human pets of the Yao clan." Chen Lian immediately reacted and said, "Not good. If that is the case, the Yao clan must have more than this." As soon as Chen Lian's voice fell, he heard a burst of exclamations from the cultivators on the island. When he looked over, he saw that the sea around Huangli Island had suddenly surged with waves that were several tens of feet high. They surged towards Huangli Island at the same time. As the surrounding waves came closer, the waves grew taller and taller. By the time Huangli Island entered, the entire wave had actually reached several tens of feet high. It far surpassed the tallest hill on Huangli Island. At this moment, when the cultivators on Huangli Island looked up, apart from the walls of water around them, there was only a few miles of sky. Although the tsunami attack launched by the Yao clan was not as majestic as the waves Lu Ping had seen on Silver Sword Island, how could Huangli Island compare to Silver Sword Island? Chen Lian looked at the approaching waves. He suddenly turned to Hu Lili and said, "Quickly go and protect the island's protective array. If the Yao clan's human pets attack again, they will certainly find a way to break the island's protective array." Hu Lili had already thought of this. As soon as Chen Lian's voice fell, she flew towards the direction of the cave residence. However, just as Hu Lili's evasive light rose, a giant axe chopped towards Hu Lili's head. Hu Lili was startled. There was actually a core forging expert on Huangli Island. Could it be that such a high-level cultivator was also a human pet? Before Hu Lili could attack, a flaming stone suddenly flew past Hu Lili's side and smashed the giant axe away. At the same time, the flaming stone also exploded in the sky. "I will block this person. Senior Marshal Sister, return to the cave residence first." Unknowingly, Chen Lian had also rushed over from behind and blocked the attack of the giant axe. Hu Lili knew that this was not the time to be modest. Chen Lian leapt forward. When the giant axe was knocked away, the attacker had already exposed himself. As expected, it was a core-forging human cultivator. However, he must have used some kind of secret technique to hide his cultivation. He was actually able to sneak into Huangli Island without being detected. When Chen Lian attacked the cultivator, Hu Lili continued to fly towards the cave residence. Chen Lian's voice came from behind, "You are a core-forging cultivator. Why are you willing to be a slave of the Yao clan and attack your own clansmen?" The cultivator wielding the giant axe had a wooden expression. Without saying a word, he raised the giant axe and attacked Chen Lian again. The battle between the two caused the surrounding blood condensation cultivators to retreat. Hu Lili couldn't care less about the explosions of spells behind her. Just as she was about to fall into the cave residence, a gust of cold wind blew. Wind blades and ice swords filled the sky and shot towards Hu Lili. Hu Lili's heart sank. The other party actually had a core forging cultivator. Clearly, he knew the layout of Huangli Island like the back of his hand. A cyan light flashed out from Hu Lili's eyes. She took off the veil that was draped over her shoulder and swung it forward. Instantly, the wind blades and ice swords that filled the sky disappeared. Then, a cultivator suddenly rushed out from behind the veil and hacked down on Hu Lili's head with a blade. A look of ridicule flashed in Hu Lili's eyes. Just as the cultivator's large blade was about to hit Hu Lili's figure suddenly disappeared. The surrounding scenery immediately changed, becoming hazy as if a layer of thin veil had covered everything. The cultivator's body surged with true essence. With a loud shout, he became one with the blade and slashed forward again. With a tearing sound, the long thin veil was cut open. At this moment, Hu Lili had already avoided the cultivator's obstruction and arrived in front of the cave residence's grand array. At this moment, the seawater that had risen to a height of several tens of zhang finally poured down. Hu Lili, who had yet to enter the cave residence, had a huge change in her expression. The cultivators on the island cried out in alarm. Amidst the muffled sound, Huangli Island seemed to have been buried in the depths of the sea. Under the impact of the seawater, the island's grand array began to sway, then became grotesque and dazzling. In the end, the island's grand array had withstood the impact of the seawater, but the light curtain of the grand array had also become as thin as paper. Just as the cultivators on the island were cheering for the sturdiness of the island's grand array, they saw several rays of light flying in the sky. Several attacks hit the island's grand array one after another. Suddenly, several large holes were pierced through the grand array. The demon beasts that had gathered outside the island had leaped into Huangli Island before the holes, which had not yet closed. Suddenly, battle cries rang out everywhere on Huangli Island, and the demon beasts and human cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle. At this time, Hu Lili had already entered the cave residence. The impact of the huge amount of seawater and the attacks from the core forging stage demon beasts had weakened the island's grand array to the extreme in an instant. Half of the spirit stones inlaid on the array disk had already exploded, and the spiritual chi in the spirit vein that was used to supply the array was temporarily insufficient. Hu Lili quickly activated the array. Except for the two small spirit veins that were used by Lu Ping, the spiritual power of the remaining spirit vein was used by Hu Lili to operate the island's grand array. Outside Huangli Island, the light curtain of the island's grand array, which was already thin and easily pierced by the core forging stage demon beasts, suddenly brightened and became a bit thicker. The core forging stage demon beasts attacked again, but this time, only a few mid-core forging stage demon beasts managed to pierce through the grand array. Not good, the island's grand array has begun to recover so quickly. What are those two human beasts doing? Useless. The core forging stage demon beasts outside the island had a change of expression. Several mid-core forging stage demon beasts suddenly joined forces and attacked the island's grand array from the same direction. This time it was not the demon beasts that took the opportunity to enter, but 3 early core forging stage demon beasts. After the 3 demon beasts broke into the island, the entire island's grand array lit up and completely recovered. Inside the Immortal's cave, Hu Lili ran her fingers through her wet hair. The array disk in front of her had been replaced with all the broken spirit stones as fast as she could. With the joint effect of the spirit stones and the spiritual vein, the island's great protective array could withstand the continuous attacks of the core forging stage demon cultivators outside the island. At this moment, a sudden explosion came from outside the grand array. Although the grand array was not as tough as the island's grand array, it was still not something that could be easily broken by an early core forging stage cultivator. However, looking at the grand array that was on the verge of collapse, Hu Lili suddenly thought of something. She immediately spread out her divine sense and her delicate and pretty face suddenly became unsightly. Outside the island, although Taoist Master Lu Hai and the other mid-core forging stage demon beasts were still repelled by the island's grand array and were unable to enter Huangli Island, the power of the joint attack of several people was not inferior to the full power of an ordinary late core forging stage cultivator. They could still penetrate the grand array. Every time this happened, there would be several or dozens of demon beasts taking the opportunity to rush into Huangli Island and fight with the cultivators on the island. Dozens of miles west of Huangli Island, a red cloud quickly rushed over. Obviously, Taoist Master Chu Xuanqing, who was on Shenqi Island hundreds of miles away, had discovered something. However, at this time, a dark cloud also quickly rushed over from the east and quickly intercepted the red cloud halfway. Hu Lili was burning with anxiety. At this time, Huangli Island was already filled with the sounds of killing. Among the Demon Clan core forging stage cultivators, including the 2 human pets that had already sneaked into the island, there were actually 5 people attacking Huangli Island. At this time, 2 of them were besieging Chenlian. 2 of them were about to break the grand array and kill their way in. The last one was wantonly slaughtering human cultivators on the island, weakening the resistance of Huangli Island. However, at this time, Huangli Island only had 2 core forging stage cultivators, Chenlian and herself. The transmission array on Huangli Island had also been broken. It was obviously impossible for the sect's reinforcements to arrive quickly. They could only rely on the strength of Huangli Island to resist. However, at this moment the Demon Clan was obviously prepared. They were determined to win and Huangli Island was on the verge of collapse. Did she really have to call out Lu Ping, who was in closed-door training? It was not easy for him to grasp the opportunity to break through to the mid-core forging stage. Although Hu Lili was extremely unwilling at this time, only if Lu Ping came out of closed-door training in advance would there be some hope of saving Huangli Island. "Miss Hu, do you need my help?" Just when Hu Lili was at a loss of what to do, a voice with a hint of immaturity suddenly came from behind. Hu Lili was surprised. When she suddenly turned around, there was already a small electric array disc in her hand. She saw a 17 or 18-year-old boy with a bashful look on his face. He hurriedly waved his hand at Hu Lili and said, "Miss Hu, don't misunderstand. I am a good friend of Lu Ping." Chapter 383. Inside the Spiritual Master's Cave on Di Kuan Island. Come, let us raise our glasses and congratulate Senior Brother Xian Chang for becoming the Spiritual Master of Di Kuan Island. Several Jinling core forging cultivators raised their glasses together and congratulated a late-stage core forging cultivator sitting at the head of the table. Jinling's islands were generally divided into the island's resident cultivators and the island's guardian cultivators. Generally speaking, there was only one guardian cultivator, who was appointed by Jinling to guard the island. The resident cultivators had to listen to the guardian cultivator's orders. Now that Spiritual Master Xian Chang had become the Spiritual Master of Di Kuan Island, he was equivalent to the Island Master of Di Kuan Island and had jurisdiction over all the islands under Di Kuan Island. As the enlightened masters toasted each other, they began to talk about the recent happenings in the North Sea's cultivation world. Enlightened Master Xian Chang listened attentively with a smile on his face. Lu Ping, as a prominent figure among the new generation of North Sea cultivators, was naturally the topic of conversation among the enlightened masters. When the topic of Lu Ping was brought up, enlightened Master Xian Chang cast an imperceptible glance at her enlightened master beside him. Just when everyone was praising Lu Ping for occupying Huangli Island in the hinterland of the demon race and turning it into a cultivation resource distribution center for Jinling in the outer sea, a voice suddenly sounded. "This martial nephew Lu is a disciple of senior sister Tianling, so he is naturally an outstanding person. However, we have overestimated these juniors too much. If we become impatient, wouldn't we be harming them?" The spiritual master deliberately pointed out that Lu Ping was a disciple of Lu Tianling Laozu. With a teacher like Lu Tianling, it was not a big deal for her disciple to have such achievements. As soon as the spiritual master's voice fell, someone else asked, "Senior Brother Xian Qing, why do you say that?" Spiritual Master Xian Qing picked up the wine glass in front of him and took a sip. Huangli Island is isolated in the outer sea and is already a speck of sand in the eyes of the demon race. However, this martial nephew Lu gathered at least 2 small spirit veins on Huangli Island. Don't you think he is deliberately attracting the demon race to attack? What? 2 small spirit veins? What a waste. 2 small spiritual veins are enough for 4 core forging cultivators to cultivate. Exactly. In such a dangerous place, there's always the possibility of being attacked by the demon clan. If Huangli Island falls, won't the 2 spiritual veins be taken by the demon clan? I heard that a few years ago, the Li clan was jumping up and down to report to the sect that their spirit vein had been stolen. At that time, Huangli Island was being reclaimed, and that martial nephew Lu had a grudge against the Li clan. Could it be that the Li clan's accusation that martial nephew Lu had stolen their spirit vein was true? Enlightened Master Xian Qing saw that his words had changed the topic of the cultivators' discussion about Lu Ping. He felt relieved and looked at enlightened Master Xian Chang, who nodded in satisfaction at his words. Taoist Xian Qing saw that the fire had been lit and decided to add more fuel to the fire, so he said, "I heard that martial nephew Lu's arrangements on Huangli Island are exceptionally grand. Just the island's protective formation alone is far stronger than the protective formation on a small island like Shenqi Island. Without the support of a spirit vein, such an island's protective formation would require at least 300,000 to 500,000 spirit stones to operate. Whether it is the formation plate or the spirit stones, they were all martial nephew Lu's own handiwork. He didn't ask for any support from the sect. I'm afraid only senior sister Tianling's disciple would have such courage." Spiritual Master Xian Qing's words were a bit explicit this time. Some of the spiritual masters became silent after hearing this, while some of their eyes were rolling around. No one knew what they were thinking. Spiritual Master Xian Qing decided to strike while the iron was hot and directly pointed out some things. In any case, most of the cultivators who came to congratulate Spiritual Master Xian Chang for guarding Di Kuan Island were from his faction or had a good relationship with his faction. It was only because Lu Tianling's Zhonghua faction was too strong and the Xiaoyao faction was on the same side as her faction. In addition, Chu Xuanqing Guoxianshan and Spiritual Master Xianyin had a lot of weight in the sect and were close to them. Spiritual Master Xianqing weighed his words and said, "This martial nephew Lu has been showing his independence in every way during the attack on Huangli Island. It may seem like he has nothing to do with our sect, but in reality, everything is inseparable from the sect's support. Let's not talk about other things, but during the attack on Huangli Island, other than Dao Master Mo Wei's subordinates, why didn't any other demon cultivators come? Wasn't it because our sect worked together in the other seas and the outer seas to restrain the strength of the demon race, allowing Huangli Island to be successfully recovered?" Spiritual Master Xianqing's words were mixed with falsehood, causing many cultivators to nod their heads. Sure enough, a cultivator opened his mouth and said, "This martial nephew Lu wants to make Huangli Island his own territory." Spiritual Master Xianqing's face lit up and said, "That's right. It seems that this martial nephew Lu wants to use our sect's support to satisfy his selfish desires. In turn, he wants to become successful and famous." This is a bit too much. Among the cultivators who came today, other than those who were on good terms with enlightened Master Xianchang, the rest were either unsuccessful cultivators in the sect, or those who had given up on the path of cultivation. There were also those who wanted to establish their own clans. These cultivators were more or less selfish, and they were quite dissatisfied with Lu Ping, a rising star, and the sect's favoritism towards them. After enlightened Master Xianqing's incitement, many of the cultivators also started to complain. At this time, Spiritual Master Xianchang, who was sitting at the head of the table, said, "I think what everyone said is reasonable, but martial nephew Lu is after all senior sister Tianling's direct disciple. He won't set up his own sect, but relying on senior sister Tianling's trust for some personal gain is true. However, Huangli Island is deep in the demon race's hinterland. It would be too ostentatious to have these things gathered on the island. Moreover, martial nephew Lu is only an early core forging cultivator and a junior. Xianqi Island needs a highly respected peak core forging cultivator like senior brother Chu Xuanqing to guard it. Giving an important island like Huangli Island to martial nephew Lu is too much of a joke." As soon as Spiritual Master Xianchang's voice fell, Spiritual Master Xianqing and several cultivators who were on good terms with him took the lead to support him. Spiritual Master Xianchang smiled and said, "I think there's no harm in doing this. In view of the importance of Huangli Island, we might as well send a mid-core forging junior brother to guard it. At the same time, 4 early core forging junior brothers or martial nephews will accompany them in exchange for martial nephew Lu. This way Huangli Island's defensive strength will be greatly increased. After all, martial nephew Lu is an outstanding talent among the new generation of core forging cultivators in our sect. As his elders, we should naturally protect him." Today, most of the cultivators present were core forging cultivators, who couldn't see that Spiritual Master Xianqing and Spiritual Master Xianchang were putting on an act. They couldn't hear the hidden meaning behind Spiritual Master Xianchang's words. However, the 2 spirit veins and a large amount of cultivation resources on Huangli Island made everyone have the same interests and similar goals. However, at this time a cultivator opened his mouth and said, "I'm afraid it won't be that simple. After all, it was martial nephew Lu who took the initiative to recover Huangli Island. If he doesn't want to give up his position with senior sister Tianling's support, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do. Senior sister Tianling's tyranny is not something we haven't experienced. If she is in the right, then we can't do anything to her. Now that her status has risen, even the other Laozus don't want to interfere too much." Taoist Master Xianchang's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. However, this situation was within his expectations, so he smiled and said, "Then let's change the method. We'll send a mid-core forging junior brother and 2 early core forging martial nephews to Huangli Island to help martial nephew Lu defend Huangli Island. This way, senior sister Tianling won't be able to say anything. After all, Huangli Island only has 2 core forging cultivators." Spiritual Master Xianchang's plan shocked the cultivators in the cave mansion. As long as a mid-core forging cultivator went, whether it was in terms of seniority or cultivation, he would be able to suppress Lu Ping. At that time, would Lu Ping be able to surpass this person? As time passed, it would be hard to say who would be guarding Huangli Island. The cultivator who spoke before thought for a moment and said again, "Even so, if we directly send people there, it will inevitably be criticized. After all, Huangli Island has been recovered for nearly 3 years. The demon race has launched a small beast tide to besiege Huangli Island more than once. But every time Martial Nephew Lu was able to repel them. Spiritual Master Xian Qing curled his lips and said, Senior Brother Xian, he is too cautious. If we wait until Huangli Island's protective formation is broken by the demon race, do you think Martial Nephew Lu will be able to resist the demon race's attack? At that time, the spirit vein on the island will be snatched away and it will be too late. Spiritual Master Xian He, who spoke before, did not reply. Obviously, he did not agree with Spiritual Master Xian Qing's words. At this moment, a cultivator hurriedly walked into the cave mansion and whispered a few words to Spiritual Master Xian Chang. Spiritual Master Xian Chang's face turned serious, then he looked at the spiritual masters in the cave mansion and said with a smile, Isn't this an opportunity? Xianqi Island just sent news that the demon race has besieged Huangli Island again. This time the demon race's offensive is very fierce. Huangli Island's protective formation will most likely be destroyed. After hearing this, everyone's spirits rose. Spiritual Master Xian Qing happily said, Then what are we waiting for? We will go now. At this time, Spiritual Master Xian He looked puzzled and said, Strange, there is a transmission array on Huangli Island. Why did the news come from Xianqi Island? As soon as Spiritual Master Xian He's voice fell, not only Spiritual Master Xian Qing, but Spiritual Master Xian Chang's expression also changed. To the transmission array. Spiritual Master Xian Chang waved his hand and more than a dozen spiritual masters in the cave mansion walked towards the transmission array on Dikuan Island. What? The transmission array to Huangli Island can't be used? That means the transmission array on Huangli Island is most likely destroyed? Then what about the transmission array to Xianqi Island? What? It was blocked by the array just now? The cultivators behind Spiritual Master Xian Chang were in an uproar. Someone actually snuck into Huangli Island, destroyed its transmission array, and also blocked the transmission array to Xianqi Island. Dikuan Island was 1,500 li away from Huangli Island. By the time everyone flew over, Huangli Island would have already been destroyed. Spiritual Master Xian Chang and Spiritual Master Xian Qing looked at each other. The current situation was completely out of their control. Chapter 384. Miss Hu, please don't misunderstand. I'm Brother Lu's good friend. Hu Lily didn't put away the small lightning formation plate in her hand. Instead, she looked at the teenager in front of her. Her eyes flashed with a green light as she said in a low voice, Demon race? The teenager smiled helplessly. At this time, 3 children with human bodies and snake tails walked out from behind the teenager. The girl in front of them said, Aunt Hu, he really is father's good friend. Seeing Samling's confidence, Hu Lily believed him. She asked Lu Bai, Why haven't I seen him before? Your father didn't tell me who he is. Before Lu Bai could answer, the young man smiled and said, Please don't misunderstand Miss Hu. My name is Luan Yu. Because of my identity, I've specially instructed Brother Lu not to reveal my whereabouts, or it might bring great trouble to everyone. So Miss Hu doesn't know of my existence. When Luan Yu saw Hu Lily put away the lightning formation plate, he knew that Hu Lily believed him. He said, It seems that the situation outside isn't good. Although I won't make an enemy of the demon race, I can't watch Brother Lu's foundation be destroyed. Leave the island's formation plate and defensive formation to me. Miss Hu, please go out and help that fellow Taoist outside. Otherwise, I'm afraid Huangli Island will really fall. Hu Lily nodded. She had already discovered that Chen Lian was currently being besieged. If she didn't help him, he would really be in danger. Previously, she was worried about the island's defensive formation. Now that there was a core forging cultivator guarding the island, she was naturally at ease. At this time, Huangli Island was on the verge of collapse. From time to time, the island's defensive formation would be broken by the joint attacks of a few mid-core forging cultivators. Then, demon beasts would rush into the island's defensive formation before the formation could close. However, these demon beasts didn't bring much pressure to the cultivators on Huangli Island. What really scared the cultivators on the island were the 5 core forging cultivators. Although 2 of them were besieging Chen Lian and the other 2 were attacking the defensive formation, the last core forging cultivator was able to kill 21 late blood condensation cultivators in a short period of time. Fortunately, the teleportation array on Huangli Island had already been destroyed. Outside the island, there was an inescapable net laid out by the demon beasts. The cultivators on Huangli Island could only fight with their backs against the wall. Facing the massacre of the core forging cultivator, many cultivators who didn't know each other had no choice but to work together to resist the attack of the core forging cultivator. Especially since there were many Jinling disciples on Huangli Island. They formed a Dao soldier formation, the 3 talents 5 elements formation, which was able to block 1 or 2 attacks from the core forging cultivator. Hu Lily flew out of the grand defensive formation. One of the core forging stage human pet and one of the demon cultivator who were attacking the grand defensive formation immediately flew out and chased after Hu Lily, while the other continued to attack the grand defensive formation. Seeing that the grand defensive formation was about to be broken, the demon cultivator was overjoyed. As long as he could break into the Immortals' cave and destroy the grand defensive formation of the island, he would be the main contributor to the attack on Huangli Island. It had only been 3 years since Jinling occupied Huangli Island. The human cultivators of the North Sea used Huangli Island as their base of operations. Blood condensation cultivators went out to sea to hunt the demon beasts. Many human core forging cultivators also secretly set out from Huangli Island, either north or south, to attack the demon beast's rear. This often caused the demon beasts to lose sight of the demon beast. As a result, the demon beasts hated Huangli Island to the bone. However, Huangli Island was previously managed by Lu Ping like an iron bucket. Moreover, the human cultivators of the North Sea also knew the value of Huangli Island. Whenever the demon beasts attacked, the core forging cultivators would immediately rush over to reinforce them. That was why Huangli Island was able to stand tall in the demon beast's hinterland. However, just when the core forging cultivators thought that Huangli Island would be occupied after he destroyed the island's defensive formation disc, 3 whips suddenly shot out from the defensive formation. The core forging cultivator didn't care at all. When the 3 whips approached, the core forging cultivator had already sensed that they were merely 3 peak blood condensation cultivators working together. However, just as the core forging cultivator was about to block the 3 whips, the 3 whips suddenly merged into one. The power of the whips instantly multiplied, causing the core forging cultivator to feel a sense of danger. The core forging cultivator retreated abruptly. At the same time, a stone wall rose in front of him. However, a crisp sound rang out as the whips struck the stone wall, instantly turning it into a pile of rubble. The core forging cultivator's wooden expression changed slightly. He saw 3 young children of about 7 or 8 years of age walking out from behind the collapsed stone wall, dragging their long snake tails behind them. Of the 2 core forging cultivators surrounding Qinlian, one was a 3rd-layer core forging cultivator, while the other was a 2nd-layer core forging cultivator. Although Qinlian was only a 2nd-layer core forging cultivator, he was confident that he could defeat any one of them in a one-on-one battle. However, the 2 core forging cultivators obviously wouldn't give him that chance. With the 2 of them working together, Qinlian was already in a precarious situation. At this moment, the sound of a drum suddenly came from behind Qinlian. The buzzing sound in the sky was getting closer and closer, and Qinlian's eyes immediately lit up. The 2 core forging cultivators surrounding Qinlian raised their heads and saw a purple cloud in the sky above Huangli Island. The cloud transformed into various shapes and swept towards them. When the 2 core forging cultivators got closer, they discovered that the cloud was actually made up of fist-sized purple demonic bees. As the drum vibrated, the purple demonic bees gathered into a dense rotating ball, surrounding the 2nd-layer core forging cultivator that was besieging Qinlian. The core forging cultivator raised his hand and released a few fireballs. Dozens of purple demonic bees were blown away, but only 3 to 5 of them were blown to pieces because they were too close to the fireballs. A dozen of them fell to the ground and struggled to fly. The rest of the demonic bees that were blown away staggered in the sky as if they were drunk. After a while, they flapped their wings and joined the ranks of the core forging cultivator that was besieging the core forging cultivator. The core forging cultivator raised his hand and released a few fireballs. Dozens of purple demonic bees were blown away, but only 3 to 5 of them were blown to pieces because they were too close to the fireballs. More than a dozen of them fell to the ground and struggled to fly. The rest of the demonic bees that were blown away staggered in the air as if they were drunk, then flapped their wings and joined the ranks of the core forging cultivators. The cultivation levels of these demonic bees varied, but the weakest was at least at the mid-stage of the blood refining realm. The strongest was actually at the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm. Under normal circumstances, core forging cultivators and humans alike were like ants in the eyes of core forging cultivators. However, when there were hundreds or thousands of these ants and they formed a demon soldier formation, even a core forging cultivator wouldn't dare to face them head-on. Without the other cultivator on the same level as him holding him back, Qinlian was finally able to unleash his full strength. Instantly, he switched from passively taking a beating to attacking and defending. A clump of flames blazed above his head, causing Qinlian's attacks to exude a suffocating heat. After Hu Lili flew out of the cave, she ignored the core forging cultivators that were chasing after her. Instead, she spread out her divine sense and quickly found Zheng Jie, who was commanding the cultivators to fight against the demonic beasts on the island. She handed the amethyst wasp Dao soldiers that Lu Ping left for her to protect herself and instructed her to help Qinlian. Meanwhile, Hu Lili rushed towards the core forging cultivator that was slaughtering the blood condensation cultivators on Huangli Island. You are a core forging enlightened master, yet you are attacking a low-level cultivator. Aren't you afraid that a high-level human cultivator will give you a taste of your own medicine? The core forging cultivator that attacked the blood condensation cultivators was only a first-layer core forging cultivator. From the looks of it, he had just advanced to the core forging realm not long ago. The reason he was slaughtering the blood condensation cultivators seemed to be because he was experiencing the superiority of a high-level human cultivator. When he heard Hu Lili's question, he couldn't help but sneer. Revenge? That will have to wait until there are still cultivators left on this island. If all of them are dead, what evidence do you humans have to say that a high-level demon cultivator slaughtered a low-level cultivator? It's clearly a demon cultivator that has yet to take human form that killed your low-level cultivators. Hu Lili's heart sank when she heard this. It seemed like the demon race was determined to take down Huangli Island. They even wanted to massacre the entire island. Moreover, it was a core forging cultivator killing a low-level human cultivator. This was not allowed in the human and demon races. Since they dared to do such a thing, it was clear that they were very confident in taking down Huangli Island. At this moment, Hu Lili didn't have the time to think too much. Although Luan Yu was watching over the island's protective array, the few mid-core forging cultivators outside the island were able to break through the island's protective array every time they attacked. Before the array could close up again, a large number of demonic beasts would rush in. At this time, the number of demonic beasts on Huangli Island was increasing. If Hu Lili didn't stop the core forging cultivators from slaughtering the low-level cultivators, these low-level demonic beasts alone would be enough to drown Huangli Island. The small lightning array appeared in Hu Lili's hand once again. The array expanded to a radius of 3 zhang and landed at Hu Lili's feet. Hu Lili pointed at the array and a burst of lightning flashed in the air. A thunderclap sounded in the air and a bolt of lightning fell towards the blood condensation cultivator. At this time, the core forging cultivator who was chasing after Lu Ping also rushed over. The two of them blocked Hu Lili from the front and back. The first core forging cultivator laughed and said, "Alright, then I'll kill you, this disappointing bitch. After that, I'll kill these blood condensation minor repairs to my heart's content." With that said, the two of them attacked Hu Lili together. Hu Lili wasn't good at fighting and killing. Her true strength lay in the study of array formations. However, this didn't mean that she was easy to bully. The lightning array under Hu Lili's feet was made from the 1,000-year-old thunderstruck peach wood that Lu Ping had given her. With Qinlian and Lu Ping's help, this array formation had reached the level of a magic treasure, and its power had greatly increased. Just as the two beastkin cultivators attacked Hu Lili, the disc array under Hu Lili's feet flickered again as she quickly made a few hand seals. A cyan lightning suddenly formed a lightning ball. While firmly covering Hu Lili, it also blocked the attacks of the two beastkin cultivators. The first core forging cultivator sneered and said, "So you're a formation cultivator. You're just wearing a turtle shell. How many attacks can this array formation block?" Just as the two of them were about to join forces to attack again, a spirit pill suddenly flew out from the green lightning barrier towards the first layer core forging stage beast cultivator. Just as the core forging cultivator was about to attack again, the spirit pill suddenly dispersed into a ball of extremely dense spiritual energy. Then, a nimble sword light seemed to be born from the ball of spiritual energy and shot towards the first core forging cultivator. Chapter 385. Thousands of miles away from Huangli Island, in the sky above the sea, Taoist Master Xian Chang, Taoist Master Xian Qing, Taoist Master Xian He and a few other Jinling core forging cultivators were flying towards Huangli Island with gloomy faces. Junling's teleportation array was usually set up on medium-sized islands. Other small islands, such as Shanqi Island, were not qualified to set up a teleportation array, let alone a small island. This was because the cost of setting up a teleportation array was too high. Of course, Huangli Island was an exception. Therefore, when Huangli Island's teleportation array was destroyed and Shanqi Island's teleportation array was blocked by the demon race, Taoist Master Xianchang and the others had no choice but to fly to support Huangli Island. Everyone's faces were ugly, especially Taoist Master Xianchang and Taoist Master Xianqing. Although the two of them were the masterminds behind Huangli Island, they were only plotting for the right to guard Huangli Island. Their target was Lu Ping. Luring the demon race to attack Huangli Island was also based on the fact that they could gather enough people in time to rescue Lu Ping. This was also the main reason why Taoist Master Xianchang invited more than 10 core forging cultivators to his Immortals Cave in the name of celebration. The two of them were waiting for the moment when the demon race was about to attack Huangli Island. When the time came for them to rescue Huangli Island, it would also be the day when the demon race changed hands. However, man proposes, God disposes. The destruction of Huangli Island's teleportation array caught the two of them by surprise. However, they were, after all, Jinling cultivators. It was impossible for them to sit back and watch Huangli Island fall into the hands of the demon race. If that happened, it would be the Jinling sect's loss. Internal strife stemmed from selfish desires, but in the end, it was necessary to distinguish between big and small, and control it on the basis that it did not harm the sect's interests. Moreover, if Huangli Island had really fallen into the hands of the demon clan, spiritual master Xianchang as the guardian of Dikuan Island, would not be able to escape responsibility. After all, Huangli Island was nominally a small island under the jurisdiction of Dikuan Island. The accusation of not doing a good job in the rescue would be enough to tear spiritual master Xianchang apart for half a day. Furthermore, Huangli Island's teleportation formation was destroyed from the inside. Huangli Island's small teleportation array was directly connected to Dikuan Island. Most of the cultivators on Huangli Island would first gather on Dikuan Island before they could travel to other parts of the North Sea from there. Therefore, if the teleportation array on Huangli Island was really destroyed from the inside, then these people must have entered Huangli Island from Dikuan Island, and spiritual master Xianchang would have to bear the hat of negligence. In the sky above Huangli Island, spiritual master Lu Hai, who was in charge of the siege of Huangli Island, and several mid-core forging stage demon cultivators, once again broke through the island's protective array. Several demon beasts leaped from the sea, passed through the temporarily broken array, and landed on Huangli Island. Among these demon beasts, a huge tortoise demon beast, after landing on Huangli Island, did not attack the human cultivators on the island like the other demon beasts. Instead, a brilliance flashed under its feet like a stream of water, avoiding the battlefield, and flew towards the small hill in the center of Huangli Island. After spiritual master Lu Hai and the other demon cultivators broke through the island's protective array, he said with a puzzled expression, "Strange, this island's protective array has been broken by us more than 10 times. In addition to the previous tsunami, even if the island's protective array is supported by the spirit vein, it should not be able to meet the demand and will gradually weaken. How is it that after attacking for so long, this island's protective array shows no signs of weakening?" A mid-core forging stage demon cultivator, although only at the 5th layer of core forging stage, was inferior to spiritual master Lu Hai, but the tone of his voice was on equal footing with spiritual master Lu Hai. He said, "Could it be that there is still a core forging stage demon cultivator presiding over the island's protective array?" Spiritual master Lu Hai shook his head and said, "According to the information from the 2 core forging stage humans, it can be confirmed that there are indeed 2 early core forging stage Jinling cultivators on the island. Just now we sent 3 core forging stage clansmen to Huangli Island. At this time there should be no one guarding the island's protective array, unless the other party is still hiding their strength, or that Jinling cultivator called Lu Xianping has been forced to come out of seclusion." The cultivator who spoke earlier continued spiritual master Lu Hai's words. Spiritual master Lu Hai was not angry. Instead, he nodded and said with a smile, "Brother Ma is right." However, spiritual master Ma clearly did not put spiritual master Lu Hai's agreement in his eyes. He continued, "But even so, with the strength of our 5 core forging stage cultivators, even with Lu Xuanping's help, we are still in a situation of 5 against 2. We still have the upper hand. Why has Huangli Island not been breached until now?" Spiritual master Lu Hai said somewhat awkwardly, Brother Ma is saying that Jinling still has hidden strength on Huangli Island. Spiritual Master Ma's expression did not change as he said, "That is the only explanation. The island's protective array has blocked our divine sense from probing, so we have no way of knowing what is happening on the island. However, from what we have seen several times when we have broken through the island's protective array, our clansmen still have the upper hand. However, if this continues, it will take us longer to capture Huangli Island. At this time, I'm afraid Jinling has already found out that we are attacking Huangli Island and has sent cultivators over. If we cannot capture Huangli Island before they arrive, not only will this siege fail, I'm afraid the 3 clansmen and 2 core forging stage humans that have already entered the island will also lose their lives." Spiritual Master Ma's words caused the expressions of all the cultivators present to change. Spiritual Master Lu Hai said solemnly, "Brother Ma is right. This time we cannot fail again. Otherwise we will have no face to stand among the demon clansmen of the North Sea. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. Use everything you have on the island's defensive formation. Even if we can't break through it, we have to weaken it as much as possible so that more blood condensation realm cultivators can enter Huangli Island. If we can send 1 mid-core forging realm cultivator into the island, we'll be able to win." "Isn't this a spirit core? How can it explode with such powerful sword light?" The first layer core forging realm beast cultivator was shocked. His body that was rushing toward Hu Lili quickly stopped in mid-air, then he quickly retreated. At the same time he made a series of hand seals and a blue bag appeared in front of him. Then it suddenly opened and countless starfish flew out from the bag toward the sword lights that filled the sky. When the starfish in the bag flew out, the sword lights that exploded in the spirit core were also hit by the starfish. However, just as the demonic cultivator let out a sigh of relief, another spirit pill flew out from the lightning barrier. Before the demonic cultivator's stunned eyes, the spirit pill turned into a 4-legged, one-horned snake that pounced toward the demonic cultivator again. At this time the core forging stage pet on the other side also launched an attack at Hu Lili. However, Hu Lili suddenly threw several array formation tools around her. Immediately after, the lightning array disc under her feet resonated with the array formation tools that she threw to the ground. A cyan light curtain suddenly enveloped the core forging stage pet. At the same time, a violent roar erupted from the light curtain. The light curtain also trembled under the roar. Just as the beast cultivator dispersed the troublesome strange snake, a bird covered in black flames suddenly soared into the sky and pounced at the beast cultivator again. At this moment, the beast cultivator was already in a sorry state. The blue bundle had already been torn apart by the strange snake. Looking at the Luan pouncing at him, the beast cultivator let out a wolf howl and said, Good, I didn't expect a woman like you to have such a strange method. However, how many of these miraculous pills do you have? The moment you run out of spirit pills will be the moment you die." The spirit core Hu Lili used was the intentional combat pill that Lu Ping had refined. Although the power of this kind of pill was proportional to the cultivator's alchemy skills and cultivation level, if your alchemy skills were high enough and your cultivation level was strong enough, you could even condense a great magical power into a combat pill. The intentional combat pill was said to be far more powerful than talisman treasures. It was not groundless that it could be compared with talisman weapons. However, when refining the intentional combat pill, it would be affected by many factors such as spiritual herbs. Lu Ping, who had already achieved great magical power, naturally wouldn't waste his energy on refining the intentional combat pill. Although it could condense a great magical power, it was actually more difficult to refine the intentional combat pill. Instead of wasting those spiritual herbs, it was more practical to refine a few furnaces of elixirs that could increase one's cultivation level. The intentional combat pill in Hu Lili's hands was specially refined by Lu Ping to hone his alchemy skills. The power of the intentional combat pill was not even comparable to a small magical power. Later he gave it to Hu Lili, who had not yet reached the gold core realm, to protect herself. At this time Hu Lili also looked solemn. She was not good at fighting with cultivators. If there was only one of these 2 cultivators in the core forging realm, Hu Lili was confident that she could fight with them. If the 2 of them attacked together, she could only use the intentional combat pill in her hands to resist. However, the few intentional combat pills that Lu Ping gave her were actually for her to escape, not to fight with others. Because Lu Ping also knew that although this kind of medicinal pill was stronger than talisman treasures, it could only be used to block the cultivators in the core forging realm for a while. It was absolutely impossible to kill them. As the Beastkin cultivator just said at this time, Hu Lily had no intentional combat pill in her hands. Once the two of them joined forces, she would soon be defeated. At that time, the Beastkin cultivator who was free would deal with Chen Lian and Huan Yu in the cave residence. Huangli Island would soon fall. Could it really not be able to resist? Did she really have to wake up Lu Ping from his seclusion? Huangli Island's teleportation array had been destroyed. Di Kuan Island should have already received the news. Why hadn't the cultivators of her sect come to help until now? Could it be that there was also an accident in Shenqi Island? All kinds of thoughts came one after another in Hu Lily's mind. For a moment she was in a trance. At this time, the Beastkin cultivators outside the island suddenly attacked the island's grand array fiercely and intensely. The roar of various spells and the collision of magic weapons caused Hu Lily's expression to change again. When Hu Lily looked up, she saw that the sky outside the island's grand array had become overflowing with colorful lights. All kinds of spells and magic weapons were colliding with the island's grand array. The light curtain of the island's grand array was constantly being pierced. More and more demonic beasts took the opportunity to rush into Huangli Island. The light curtain that had already recovered began to slowly dim again. In Huangli Island's cave residence, after the Beastkin cultivators outside the island suddenly intensified their attacks on the island's grand array, the spirit stones on the grand array's grand array began to explode one after another. The spirit veins seemed to be unable to support the operation of the grand array. The entire grand array began to tremble slightly. According to this speed, it would not take long for the grand array of Huangli Island to collapse because the grand array could no longer absorb enough spiritual power to operate. At first, Huan Yu was in a hurry to replace the spirit stones on the grand array. Then he became at a loss. Then he made up his mind and pressed both of his hands on the grand array. The true essence of his whole body surged into the grand array. He actually wanted to use his own true essence to support the operation of the grand array. However, after a moment, Huan Yu's face turned pale. He had to operate the huge grand array by himself. At the same time, he had to resist the attacks of several mid-core Forging Realm Beastkin cultivators. Huan Yu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood on the grand array. Hee, it seems that I am not too late. Chapter 386. Wang Qi kept his mid-grade flying sword and heaved a long sigh of relief as he looked at the dead beast. This was the fourth blood-refining realm beast he had killed. Behind Wang Qi was the spirit herb garden that he had been managing for the past 3 years. This was the best piece of land out of the 3 spirit gathering lands that he had received. That was why he had turned it into a spirit herb garden. After returning to Huangli Island, Feng Wei and Feng Xia brought Wang Qi to the spirit herb garden. Then they turned back to kill the beasts that were attacking the island. At the same time they had to search for their father, Master Immortal Feng Tao. Wang Qi was hiding in a cave near the spiritual herb garden. Whenever a lone blood-refining realm demonic beast passed by, he would attack and kill it. During this time he even helped a blood condensation realm female cultivator kill a mid-stage blood condensation realm beast. At that time the monster was being chased by the female cultivator, and it was running towards Lu Ping's hiding spot. Wang Qi's head was burning with anger, so he leaped out of the cave and aimed his flying sword at the monster's eyes with all his might. Perhaps it was because the female cultivator was chasing after the demonic beast too quickly, or perhaps it was because the demonic beast did not care about the little blood-refining cultivator in front of it at all, but the demonic beast actually ignored everything else and charged straight towards Wang Qi. Wang Qi dodged to the side, but the demonic beast's wind movement magic art still managed to send Wang Qi flying more than 100 feet away. Before Wang Qi landed, he heard the demonic beast cry out in pain. Wang Qi, who was still in a daze after falling to the ground, seemed to see a flying sword sticking out of the Yao beast's eyeball. The Yao beast was jumping up and down in pain, and the female cultivator behind him took the opportunity to catch up. After a few flashes of light, the Yao beast was dead. Wang Qi shook his head and got up from the ground. Only then did he see the female cultivator standing in front of him. Wang Qi quickly bowed. The female cultivator said, "Not bad. You managed to injure a mid-stage blood condensation realm beast with your 9th layer blood refining realm cultivation. What's your name?" Wang Qi quickly said, "Disciple Wang Qi greets Immortal Elder. I was just lucky earlier." If not for Immortal Elder, I would have died at the hands of the demonic beasts. The female cultivator giggled and said, "You really know how to talk. You also contributed to killing this monster beast. You can deal with the materials on the monster beast's body. The monster race's offensive this time will definitely be successful, so be careful." With that, the female cultivator turned into a streak of light and disappeared in front of Wang Qi. Wang Qi looked at the mid-stage blood condensation realm monster's corpse in front of him. This was a mid-stage blood condensation realm monster's corpse. If he dismembered all the materials on it and added them to what he had accumulated, he would be able to exchange for 2 blood condensation realm pills. Just as Wang Qi killed the 4th demonic beast in the cave, a loud sound came from the barrier above his head. Another hole appeared in the barrier, and several demonic beasts jumped in from the outside. Among them, a mid-blood condensation demonic beast landed in front of Wang Qi. Wang Qi's heart sank. He didn't even bother to pick up the corpse of the demonic beast beside him and quickly retreated. However, this demonic beast seemed to have recognized Wang Qi as a blood condensation minor repairs cultivator. It moved its feet and actually chased after Wang Qi. How could Wang Qi's speed compare to a blood condensation realm demonic beast? The demonic beast had a mocking smile on its face as it closed in on Wang Qi. Wang Qi gripped the flying sword in his hand tightly, but he suddenly realized that a gigantic sea turtle as tall as a human was blocking his way. Just as Luan Yu intended to use his own vital energy to temporarily maintain the operation of the island's protective formation, outside of Huangli Island, Sage Lu Hai looked at Sage Ma with some hesitation and said, "Brother Ma, do you really want to enter Huangli Island? Brother Ma is a guest from afar. You have already helped us greatly by coming here to help us. There is no need for you to take this risk." Taoist Ma smiled and said, "Since I'm here to help, how can I not contribute? Brother Lu Hai needs to take charge of the situation, so you can't enter Huangli Island. Why don't you let me go? Is Brother Lu Hai afraid that I will steal your credit?" Taoist Lu Hai waved his hand and smiled, "Brother Ma must be joking. In that case I will have to trouble Brother Ma." Taoist Lu Hai and the other 4 mid-core forging cultivators worked together to break through the defensive formation. Taoist Ma had already turned into a silver light and flew into the island's defensive formation. Just as Taoist Ma broke through the defensive formation and entered Huangli Island, Luan Yu finally couldn't hold on any longer. He spat a mouthful of blood on the formation plate. "Looks like I'm not too late." Luan Yu turned around and saw Lu Ping standing behind him with a smile on his face. "Why did you come out of seclusion? You broke through?" Luan Yu frowned and asked in surprise, "How is this possible? With your strength, this breakthrough will definitely cause a phenomenon. How did you?" Lu Ping laughed and stepped forward. He also pressed his palm on the defensive formation plate. The entire silver formation plate was instantly dyed sky blue by Lu Ping's Zhenyuan in front of Luan Yu's widened eyes. Outside the island, the defensive formation that was weakened due to Taoist Ma's sudden attack on Huangli Island shone brightly again. This time, the entire formation seemed to be covered with a layer of faint blue. Not good, the other side still has the strength to resist. We must continue to attack the defensive formation so that more blood condensation cultivators can enter the island. This time, we must occupy Huangli Island before Jinling's reinforcements arrive. After Taoist Master Lu Hai said coldly, the 5 Taoist demon cultivators once again joined forces to break through the island's grand array, but this time the hole was much smaller than before. Only 5 or 6 demon beasts took the opportunity to jump in. Inside Huangli Island's cave-dwelling, Luan Yu, who had just swallowed a healing pellet, saw Lu Ping reactivating the island's protective array formation. Then he stopped and guided another spirit vein to support the island's protective array formation. She couldn't help but ask curiously, why didn't he guide all 3 spirit veins into the array formation? That way, the monster cultivators outside the island won't be able to break through the island's protective array formation. Lu Ping turned around and smiled. If that's the case, why would the demon cultivators continue to besiege Huangli Island? Luan Yu sensed a strong killing intent from Lu Ping's eyes. He couldn't help but feel a chill rising from the soles of his feet to his back. When he looked at Lu Ping again, there was no trace of Lu Ping in the cave dwelling. Only a voice lingered in Luan Yu's ears, "I'll have to trouble you to look after the defensive formation for the time being." Luan Yu was stunned for a while, then murmured, "Can he still be considered a cultivator who has just broken through to the mid-core forging stage?" Taoist Ma rushed into Huangli Island and spread his divine sense across the entire island. Other than the cave dwelling that was protected by the defensive formation, the rest of the island was clear at a glance. Taoist Ma was surprised and doubtful. I didn't expect Huangli Island to have so many tricks up their sleeves. The demon bee soldiers that the blood condensation female cultivator commanded looked very familiar. That core forging female cultivator should be Hu Lili. Could it be that the medicinal pill she used was the intentional combat pill? I didn't expect such a strange medicinal pill to exist in a barren land like the North Sea. Also, how could those 3 blood condensation children who can fight against core forging cultivators be from the demon race? No, there's something strange about those 3 children. How is it possible? How could they appear in the North Sea? Are they really? They are the green sea snakes. A voice suddenly appeared in Taoist Ma's ears. Taoist Ma's expression changed. He turned around and put on a set of armor. At the same time he shouted, "Who is it? Get out!" Before the word "come" left his mouth, Taoist Ma saw a young man in his 20s standing not far away from him. The young man was looking at him coldly. A tyrannical divine sense instantly rushed towards him. The heavy pressure caused Taoist Ma's back to be soaked in cold sweat. He looked at the young man in front of him and said bitterly, "Late core forging stage?" The corner of the young man's mouth curved into a mocking smile. A dazzling golden light suddenly pierced through the air. Taoist Ma instantly summoned a spiritual-type magic treasure to block the golden light. At the same time he also summoned a defensive magic treasure above his head. Taoist Ma didn't seem to be at ease. His protective aura flashed with 4 rays of light and surrounded him. The armor he wore earlier also seemed to be extraordinary. However, the golden light disappeared in a flash. The young man turned around and disappeared in a step. Taoist Ma's eyes were wide open, and a trace of disbelief could be seen on his face. He seemed to want to say something, but then dark red blood seeped out from a slit on the chest of the armor. Taoist Ma's huge body fell from the sky. A fat mouse crawled out from the ground and skillfully looted all the valuables on Taoist Ma's body. Then it plunged into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Just as Taoist Ma died, a divine sense that could only be possessed by a late core forging stage cultivator instantly covered the entire Huangli Island, causing the offensive of the humans and demons who were fighting to stagnate. Hu Lili and Chen Lian's faces lit up. Taking advantage of the fact that their opponents were at a loss due to the suppression of Lu Ping's divine sense, they hurriedly fought back to alleviate their own dangerous situation. The demon cultivator who was fighting with Hu Lili had already broken her lightning barrier. The flickering lightning in the lightning formation plate under her feet was getting thinner and thinner. However, at this moment, the demon cultivator who was about to launch the final blow to Hu Lili suddenly opened his eyes wide. He stood in the air and stopped moving. Hu Lili could clearly see the life passing away from his eyes. A faint blue sword shadow flashed in front of Hu Lili. Hu Lili let out a long sigh of relief. Then, she began to focus on dealing with the core forging stage human pet that was already under her control in the formation. Zheng Jie relied on the purple crystal bees to form the demon soldier formation. Although she trapped a demon cultivator in the formation and beat him until his body was swollen and poisoned, she couldn't kill him for a while. On the contrary, more than 100 of the 800 or 900 purple crystal bees had already been killed by the demon cultivator. Zheng Jie knew that this group of purple crystal bees was carefully cultivated by Lu Ping. It was said that even the sect's Fa Xiang Laozu treasured them. Now that more than 100 of them had died, she didn't know how distressed Lu Ping would be. However, now that Huangli Island was at a critical juncture, Zheng Jie couldn't care too much about it. At this moment she heard Lu Ping's somewhat helpless voice coming from behind her. "Oh, my great aunt. Quickly, put away the demon soldier formation. We can't go on like this." Hearing this, Zheng Jie embarrassedly put away the purple crystal bees into the spirit pet bag. Only then did she realize that the demon cultivator who was previously trapped in the demon soldier formation had lost his head. Chapter 387. What does it feel like to have nothing better to do? What does it feel like to be stuffed to death after eating too much? Lu Ping persisted in this feeling of being stuffed to death for 3 years. When Lu Ping found the Xianyuan heavy water in the Zhongshan Immortals cave, the black water ball was difficult for Lu Ping to control even though he had just advanced to the core forging stage. There was only one word to describe it: heavy. When Lu Ping was forced to fuse with the Xianyuan heavy water, he immersed himself in this feeling of being stuffed to death for 3 years. Every time a drop of Xianyuan heavy water was fused into the Jindan, Lu Ping felt as if he was eating molten iron to satisfy his hunger. He had to run the North Sea Wave listening spell at all times to refine every drop of Shenyuan heavy water, condensing the trace of spirituality contained in the spirit water for the Jindan to absorb, and the heavy water itself was fused with Lu Ping's true essence. At the same time, the golden core also absorbed Lu Ping's divine sense. Lu Ping knew that after the golden core was replenished with spirituality, it would begin to refine the cultivator's divine sense. In other words, the golden core was nurturing the cultivator's true essence and divine sense together. This would be the foundation for Lu Ping to break the golden core and achieve the avatar state in the future. However, what was the Shenyuan heavy water? It was a low-grade heaven step spirit treasure, which was the most effective for enhancing the purity and richness of a cultivator's true essence. If it wasn't for the fact that fusing with this kind of spirit treasure would greatly affect a cultivator's cultivation speed, the Shenyuan heavy water could be compared to a mid-grade heaven step spirit treasure. Even so, how could an early-stage core forging stage cultivator like Lu Ping easily fuse with it? Fortunately, Lu Ping's cultivation focused on the foundation, and his true essence was pure and thick. The North Sea Wave listening scripture that he cultivated was a mysterious yet powerful cultivation technique. But when you think about it, it made sense. Whether it was the Sea Wave listening scripture, or the Flying Spirit Ocean treading scripture, any complete cultivation technique would be a well-deserved legacy cultivation technique in their respective sects, not to mention the North Sea Wave listening scripture that Lu Ping named. However, the feeling that made Lu Ping's face turn red, his eyes bloodshot, and his restlessness accompanied Lu Ping for 3 whole years. During these 3 years, Lu Ping didn't dare to make the slightest mistake. He firmly endured the torture of that feeling and sat cross-legged on the ground, not daring to move. If there was the slightest accident, the Shenyuan heavy water that was being refined would go out of control, and it would be enough to cause Lu Ping's body to explode. In the past 3 years, Lu Ping had refined a total of 1,296 drops of Shenyuan heavy water, which was enough to supplement the spirituality of the entire gold core. The moment Lu Ping advanced to the middle stage of core forging, the core space expanded again, and the huge surface of the gold core once again condensed into a fourth four-legged strange dragon. However, the strange dragon that formed this time was different. In addition to the body of a snake, the claws of a crocodile and the tail of a carp, there was also a cluster of antlers on the strange dragon's head. Not only the newly formed one, but the previous 3 strange dragons also had a cluster of antlers on their heads after Lu Ping advanced to the middle stage of core forging. After the formation of these 4 strange dragons, Lu Ping suddenly felt that his own divine sense had undergone some unknown changes. It seemed to have become a lot more tyrannical, and the coverage of his divine sense was almost no less than that of a late-stage core forging cultivator. After Lu Ping successfully merged with the Shenyuan heavy water, the feeling of satiation that had previously tortured Lu Ping for 3 whole years finally left Lu Ping. However, before Lu Ping could rejoice, an unprecedented sense of hunger swept through Lu Ping's whole body. When the Shenyuan heavy water was completely refined by Lu Ping, whether it was Lu Ping's blood vessels, core space, or Lu Ping's huge gold core, all of them without exception, could accommodate more true essence. On the other hand, Lu Ping's original true essence had been refined by the Shenyuan heavy water, making it even purer and more vigorous. This increase and decrease, coupled with the fact that after Lu Ping advanced to the middle stage of core forging, his own true essence had advanced by leaps and bounds, both in quantity and quality. Combining these 2 factors, Lu Ping suddenly discovered that after he advanced to the middle stage of core forging, the true essence in his body was unexpectedly empty, and this feeling of hunger that came from the depths of his blood vessels came from this. However, when Lu Ping's divine sense had changed, he had already been aware of the crisis that was happening on Huangli Island. Fortunately, Hu Lili had temporarily stabilized the situation on Huangli Island with the means she had left behind, so Lu Ping immediately came up with a plan. At this time, if Lu Ping used all his strength to attract the surrounding spiritual qi to his body, and then quickly refined it into true essence, he would naturally be able to quickly make up for the true essence deficit caused by the advancement of his cultivation base. However, in that case, with Lu Ping's current situation, it would inevitably cause a huge phenomenon that was not inferior to the huge phenomenon of advancing to the late stage of core forging. This would cause the monster cultivators who attacked Huangli Island to misunderstand and retreat in panic. In that case, Huangli Island could certainly reduce its losses, but the monster race would not suffer any losses. Since they had come, How could they easily retreat if they did not leave something behind? Lu Ping's eyes overflowed with killing intent. He pressed his palms towards the ground, and the spiritual qi from the two small spiritual veins, as well as the rich spiritual qi that had gathered in Lu Ping's cultivation room for the past 2 years, all converged towards Lu Ping's body. Immediately after, the spiritual qi was quickly refined by the North Sea wave listening technique into surging true essence, enriching Lu Ping's blood vessels. At the same time, the true essence was condensed by the blood vessels into true essence, which was then transported to the core space for absorption by the golden core. Relying on his huge divine sense, Lu Ping carefully concentrated the spiritual qi in the cultivation room and did not leak out. Fortunately, Hu Lili seemed to have foresight and insisted on sealing the two spiritual veins together in Lu Ping's cultivation room. Otherwise, if Lu Ping did not trigger a celestial phenomenon, it would be very difficult for him to completely restore the true essence in his body in a short period of time. When Lu Ping had almost restored the true essence in his body, it just happened to be the most critical moment for Huangli Island. Lu Ping made a prompt decision to continue to restore the true essence and chose to leave the cultivation room. What kind of concept was it to smelt a heaven-grade spiritual treasure at the middle stage of core forging? Lu Ping was able to support the entire island's protective array formation with just his own Jinyuan. Not only that, but he was also able to withstand the combined attacks of several cultivators in the same realm as him. Guan Yu also tried to do the same, but she was instantly struck by the backlash from the array formation and the attacks from the outside world, causing her to vomit blood. It was clear that Lu Ping's Jinyuan had reached an unimaginable level. As for the reason why Lu Ping only drew one spiritual vein to support the operation of the formation plate, apart from Lu Ping's decision to plot against the demon race, the most fundamental reason was that the other spiritual vein had not recovered because Lu Ping had absorbed too much spiritual qi in order to quickly restore his true essence. After advancing to the middle stage of core forging, Lu Ping was eager to understand his own strength, but unfortunately he encountered Taoist Ma who had intruded on Huangli Island. Lu Ping's 3 pure eyes, which had fused with 4 kinds of heaven-grade spiritual treasures, saw through this seahorse demon at the 5th stage of core forging at a glance. Lu Ping decided to go all out to see what level he had reached. However, he did not expect that the golden scale sword would fly out and launch a greatsword technique, directly killing this Taoist Ma. Even Lu Ping himself could not believe this result. Of course, Lu Ping was also suspected of launching a sneak attack in Taoist Ma's lack of foresight. Even so, an ordinary cultivator at the 7th or 8th stage of core forging might not be able to achieve such a result. After killing the demon cultivators who were besieging Hu Lili and the 2 demon cultivators who were fighting against the amethyst demon soldiers commanded by Zheng Jie, the situation on Huangli Island began to turn around. At this time, Lu Ping was not in a hurry to kill all the demon cultivators on Huangli Island. Instead, he wandered around in the sky above Huangli Island. Whenever a cultivator was in danger, he would kill the demon beasts. With Lu Ping's current speed and divine sense, almost the entire Huangli Island was under his control. After a while, the situation on Huangli Island was finally completely reversed. At this time, the blood condensation realm cultivators on Huangli Island had already sensed the arrival of reinforcements from the sudden death of many powerful demon beasts. The morale of the human cultivators on Huangli Island was greatly boosted. The sound of human cultivators chasing and killing the demon beasts could be heard everywhere. With Lu Ping's divine sense, he could even sense the excitement on the faces of these cultivators while they were chasing and killing the demon beasts. Every demonic beast was a cultivation resource. Lu Ping deliberately delayed the speed of the counterattack against the demon race. He wanted to give the core forging realm demon cultivators outside the island a false impression that Huangli Island's resistance against the demon race had reached its limit. As long as more demon beasts were sent into the island, the human cultivators' will to resist would collapse, and Huangli Island would fall. In this way, the core forging realm demon cultivators outside the island would continue to work together to break through the island's grand array. Demon beasts would be continuously sent into Huangli Island for the cultivators on the island to kill. Not only did Huangli Island have to make up for the losses it had suffered, but they also had to profit from it. After Lu Ping came out of seclusion, Hu Lili and Chen Lian were completely relieved. Samling was the most familiar with Lu Ping's aura, so he was the first to notice Lu Ping's appearance. 2 people and 3 snakes started to focus on dealing with their respective opponents. Lu Ping could also sense their thoughts through his divine sense. It seemed like they didn't want Lu Ping to interfere. Instead, they wanted to use their own strength to fight their opponents. Lu Ping smiled. He could understand their thoughts. Hu Lili had been stuck at the bottleneck of the first layer of core forging for many years. Chen Lian also seemed to want to temper himself through battles. As for Samling, Lu Ping was worried that their cultivation would improve too quickly. So, he had been suppressing their cultivation to prevent them from advancing to the core forging realm. At this moment, Samling, who was only at the peak of the blood condensation realm, was attacking a second-layer core forging realm demon cultivator. It seemed like they wanted to prove something to Lu Ping. In any case, the situation on Huangli Island was under his control. Since everyone wanted to play, there was no reason for Lu Ping to stop them. The grand array above the island was once again broken through. Another dozen demon beasts leaped in. Lu Ping smiled coldly and ignored them. He turned around and leisurely patrolled the spiritual energy gathering area on the island. This was an authentic property of Huangli Island. If Lu Ping wanted to make a name for himself on Huangli Island, these spiritual energy gathering areas would be his foundation. After inspecting the area, Lu Ping was very satisfied. Obviously, the cultivators stationed on the island had realized the importance of these spiritual energy gathering areas. After the demon beast horde attacked Huangli Island, many cultivators relied on these spiritual energy gathering areas to defend against the attacks of the demon beasts. As a result, many of the spiritual energy gathering areas were preserved. Although the spiritual fields, spiritual herb gardens and spiritual material gardens were affected, they did not reach the point of failure. During the process of patrolling, Lu Ping also saw two interesting blood refinement minor repairs. Lu Ping had some impression of them. They were both cultivators who had observed Lu Ping's sword practice on Yangshan Peak. The only difference was that one of them was the first to arrive and sat at the front. He insisted on observing the entire process of Lu Ping's sword practice. The other one arrived halfway and hid at the back to observe. In the end, he was the least injured by Lu Ping's aura. In the past 3 years, only these two persisted? The corner of Lu Ping's mouth curled up slightly. He ignored them. Chapter 388. Wang Qi thought that he was going to die for sure, but it wasn't his style to just sit back and wait for death. Seeing the two demonic beasts getting closer and closer to him, Wang Qi took a deep breath. His right hand, which was holding the flying sword, had a cut on it. Fresh blood flowed down the blade of the flying sword. Wang Qi suddenly rushed towards the mid-blood condensation realm demonic beast. There was no other reason. Since he had to deal a heavy blow to his opponent before he died, he naturally had to target the weakest opponent. If he went for the late blood condensation realm tortoise, he probably wouldn't even be able to scratch its skin. Wang Qi's full force slash was enhanced by the blood refining secret technique, so it was extremely smooth. He seemed to have gained some enlightenment from this slash. The mid-stage blood condensation demonic beast actually couldn't dodge his attack. A shrill roar could be heard, but Wang Qi didn't feel any injuries on his body. Instead, the demonic beast's roar became weaker and weaker. Wang Qi looked up and saw that his full-force slash had only pierced a foot into the demonic beast's body. However, this wasn't enough to cause fatal damage to a mid-stage blood condensation demonic beast. In fact, the demonic beast was still in a pouncing position, as if it was going to pounce on Wang Qi. However, just as it was about to pounce on Wang Qi, the late-stage blood condensation demonic turtle that was originally behind Wang Qi suddenly dashed to the side of the demonic beast. Its huge head stretched forward and bit the demonic beast in midair. Wang Qi looked at the scene in front of him in confusion. Then he saw the demonic turtle throw the heavily injured demonic beast to the ground. Just as the demonic beast was about to hit the ground, a few stone spikes suddenly shot up from the ground and pierced through the demonic beast. The mid-stage blood condensation demonic beast fell to the ground. Dumbfounded, Wang Qi watched as a fat mouse suddenly sprang out from the ground in front of him and hopped onto the back of the monster tortoise. The monster tortoise's head suddenly turned and nodded at Wang Qi. Then, like flowing water, the monster tortoise's feet flashed, carrying the fat mouse on its back to another place. Wang Qi was stunned for a while before he realized that he was still in a dangerous situation with his current cultivation. He hurriedly put the two mid-stage blood condensation demonic beast corpses into his storage bag. Then he frowned as he weighed the storage bag in his hand. It seemed to be full to the point that it couldn't fit anymore. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion came from Huangli Island. Lu Ping frowned and his figure suddenly blurred. It was as if a long line of water was formed in the sky. When he reappeared, he was already beside Hu Lili. Looking at the exhausted Hu Lili, Lu Ping's heart ached a little as he said, "Since we can trap her here, we've already achieved the trial's goal. Why must we pay such a high price to injure her?" At this time, the formation that Hu Lili had set up earlier had been broken. However, the core forging realm human pet that was trapped inside had also been injured by Hu Lili and was unconscious. Hu Lili shook her head and said, "It's different. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a divine sense restriction placed on him, causing his mind to be a little muddled and only know how to attack wildly, I would have to expend a great deal of effort just to trap him, let alone heavily injure him. However, this battle has been of great help to me. Perhaps I'll need to go into closed-door cultivation to prepare for a breakthrough soon." Lu Ping's face lit up. After thinking for a while, he stepped forward and flicked his finger at the human pet. A line of true energy that flashed with blue light entered the human pet's body and completely imprisoned it. "Now it's up to Chen Lian." Lu Ping and Hu Lili looked at each other and smiled. They flew towards Chen Lian, who was fighting another human pet. The human pet that Chen Lian was fighting was actually at the third layer of the core forging realm. However, after being restricted, its mind was somewhat affected. Chen Lian was not an ordinary second-layer core forging realm cultivator. Throughout the battle, Chen Lian, who had always had the upper hand, used all of his skills to attack the human pet. The human pet had already been seriously injured and was on the verge of death. Seeing that Lu Ping and Hu Lili had arrived, Chen Lian knew that it was time to end the battle. A ball of flame rose above his head and 18 fireballs flew out in succession. The fireballs surrounded the human pet and burned it to ashes in an instant. Chen Lian's face was deathly pale. Although the human pet could only display 70% or 80% of its strength, its cultivation was still one layer higher than Chen Lian's. After this battle, Chen Lian had consumed a lot of energy. "This time I've gained an advantage. If this person hadn't become a human pet of the demon clan, with his cultivation, it would have been difficult for me to defeat him, let alone kill him." Another loud noise rang out from the island and another hole appeared on the island's defensive array. Tens of Yao beasts took the opportunity to rush in. The cultivators, who had almost cleared the island, cheered and immediately surrounded the Yao beasts. A series of banging sounds rang out and the sounds of magic artifacts colliding with each other were mixed with the roars of several Yao beasts. Not long after, the sounds came to a stop. Chen Lian swallowed a pill to recover his true essence and smiled. "This idea is not bad. This way, although Huangli Island has suffered a disaster, the surviving cultivators may have profited from the disaster and made a big profit. Huangli Island will become even more prosperous in the future." Lu Ping shook his head slightly and smiled. "There's still one last step. Otherwise, even if Huangli Island's reputation soars after this battle, I'm afraid there will still be cultivators who have concerns. After all this time, the core forging demon clan cultivators attacked the island's protective array." Hu Lili thought for a while and said, "You mean the core forging demon clan cultivators outside? They are not alone. Chen Lian and I have almost no combat power left. Are you going to rely on yourself? What's more, they are now using the demon clan cultivators outside the island to continuously send demon beasts into the island. If you leave the island, they will immediately realize that it is impossible to capture Huangli Island." Lu Ping said helplessly. "I'm afraid they can't wait any longer. I believe the sect's reinforcements will arrive soon. If we don't act now, when the reinforcements arrive, the demon clan cultivators will automatically retreat. The prestige of Huangli Island will be greatly reduced. Moreover, I'm afraid the demon clan cultivators outside the island have already realized that something is wrong." Finished speaking, Lu Ping smiled at the two of them. Then he walked out of the island's protective array with his sword. Chen Lian looked at Hu Lili's calm expression and said with some uncertainty, "Can he do it? There is more than one core forging demon clan cultivator outside." Hu Lili smiled and said, "How many things have you seen him do that he has no confidence in?" Chen Lian shrugged his shoulders. The two of them returned to the Immortals' cave together. At this time, the third spirit vein in the Immortals' cave had already recovered. A rich spiritual qi filled the Immortals' cave. The two of them each found a place to recover the true essence in their bodies. Outside the island, Taoist Master Lu Hai had already realized that something was wrong. However, before they could discuss a countermeasure, a young human cultivator suddenly rushed out from the island's protective array. Taoist Master Lu Hai and the others had a look of joy on their faces. They thought that the cultivators on the island had finally collapsed and were ready to leave the island to escape. However, they suddenly discovered that they could not detect the cultivation of this cultivator. They could only feel the vigorous true essence in this person's body, causing all the demon clan cultivators present to tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Then the young man who rushed out revealed his sharp claws and teeth. A dazzling golden light, like the rising sun, soaked the sea in a golden color. Then there seemed to be countless golden sword lights appearing in the boundless golden sea, forming a world of golden sword lights. When the 5 core forging cultivators saw that the cultivator who rushed out of the protective array was actually attacking 5 core forging cultivators, they all had a look of ridicule on their faces. They were ready to teach this arrogant guy an unforgettable lesson for the rest of his life. However, when the golden radiance dyed the entire surface of the sea, and everyone seemed to be surrounded by this golden region, Adept Lu Hai's expression finally changed. Sword formation, this is a sword formation, the perfection realm of sword art's great divine ability. How is this possible? How is this possible? Who are you? He is the cultivator who led the attack on Huangli Island. He is Lu Xianping. When Lu Ping looked at the last person who spoke, he unexpectedly discovered that it was an acquaintance. It was the demon clan cultivator who was stationed on Huangli Island, Taoist Master Yu Hua. That year Lu Ping took Huangli Island from his hands and severely injured him. Unexpectedly he had recovered in the past few years. Lu Ping's sword array was so powerful that it could only be supported by dense arcane energy. In addition, his divine sense was as strong as a late core forging realm cultivators. The 5 monster core forging realm cultivators couldn't even put up the slightest resistance. Then Lu Ping heard Adept Lu Ping shouting, "Let's work together to break this sword array first. Otherwise, none of us will have an easy time." Lu Ping's expression turned cold. A cold snort resounded in everyone's ears like a clap of thunder, causing the 5 demon clan core forging cultivators to tremble. However, as the sword array was a great swordsmanship, its prestige was truly astonishing. In addition, no one could see through Lu Ping's strength. Even Taoist Master Yu Hua was bewildered when he saw Lu Ping. How is this possible? How is this possible? Isn't this a divine sense that only late core forging cultivators can possess? How can his divine sense pressure be so tyrannical? Even cultivators of the same level can be suppressed by him? As a result, the monster cultivators who worked together soon pierced a hole in Lu Ping's sword array, just like how they pierced through the island's protective array formation. Taoist Master Lu Hai was the first to fly out of the hole. Immediately after, 2 more people flew out. Lu Ping couldn't stop them in time. However, just as the 4th demon clan core forging cultivator was about to leave the hole, a huge seal came crashing down from the sky, forcing the demon clan core forging cultivator back into the sword array. Taoist Master Yu Hua took this opportunity to slip out of the hole. Soon after, he heard a miserable cry from the sword array. Obviously, the 4th core forging cultivator had been crushed. Just as Taoist Master Yu Hua was secretly rejoicing in his good luck, he suddenly saw several rays of light flying over from the west of Huangli Island. Taoist Master Yu Hua felt even more fortunate. Those rays of light were obviously the reinforcements of Zhenling. If he was one step slower, even if he could escape from the sword array, he would be blocked by these reinforcements. A thought suddenly appeared in Taoist Master Yu Hua's mind. After I return, I must leave the war with the humans and return to the Demon Sea region. Even if I have to ruin my family's reputation, I don't care. However, Taoist Master Yu Hua's wish was destined to be unfulfilled. The pupils of Taoist Master Shen Chang and the others who came to help from afar all shrank. They saw Taoist Master Yu Hua, who had already flown hundreds of meters away, suddenly split into 2 halves in the sky. Then blood fell from the sea. At this moment, the entire Huangli Island was intact. It was enveloped by the island's protective formation. At the top of the protective formation, Lu Ping stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Taoist Master Shen Chang and the other demon clan core forging cultivators with a smile. Chapter 389. Just before Zhenling's reinforcements arrived, Taoist Mo Wei, who was fighting with Taoist Chu Xuanqing in the sky, seemed to have received some news and quickly retreated. The black clouds in the sky shrank without a trace in the blink of an eye, but the red clouds representing Taoist Chu Xuanqing occupied more than half of the sky, then gradually shrank. Lu Ping looked at the people who stopped in front of Huangli Island's formation, smiled and cupped his hands. Disciple of Chonghua sect, Lu Xianping greets martial uncles. The situation in front of them was obviously beyond the expectation of Daoist Xuanqing and Daoist Xianqing. Both of their expressions changed as if they were thinking about something, but no one spoke first. Instead, Daoist Xuanhe said, "You are martial nephew Xianping? You are indeed a promising young man, worthy of being the disciple of senior sister Tianling. Have the demon cultivators on Huangli Island been repelled?" Lu Ping knew that everyone still had a lot of doubts in their hearts, but they were too embarrassed to say it, so he moved sideways and said, "The demon race has indeed retreated, please enter the island to talk." Everyone had some doubts about Lu Ping's ability to defend Huangli Island. After hearing this, the group of 8 all passed through the island's protective formation. Just as everyone passed through the island's protective formation through their identity nameplates, a burst of chaotic cheers directly poured into the ears of the Taoist masters of core forging realm. But then the entire Huangli Island quieted down, because the 9 core forging realm cultivators, including Lu Ping who had just entered the island's protective formation, was too shocking. Before the battle, there were a total of nearly 700 cultivators on Huangli Island. After the bloody battle, there were only more than 400 left on the island. More than 200 cultivators died in this battle, but almost all of the cultivators who survived collected a lot of cultivation resources through this battle. Everyone's face was not filled with joy after surviving a disaster, but joy of returning with a full load. Among the 8 Taoist masters who came to support from Dikuan Island, except for Taoist Xuanqing who was a late core forging realm cultivator, the rest were middle core forging realm experts. The scene of the cultivators on Huangli Island naturally fell into everyone's eyes. Looking at the 6 corpses of core forging cultivators on Huangli Island, everyone looked at Lu Ping in disbelief. Taoist Mystic Crane asked directly, "Martial nephew Lu, there are a total of 6 people attacking Huangli Island?" Lu Ping could sense that what Reverend Mysterious Crane really wanted to ask was, 6 core forging cultivators attacked Huangli Island. After losing the protection of the island's grand formation, how did the cultivators on the island manage to kill these 6 demon cultivators? However, this was Lu Ping's own method. He would not share it with his own kind and expose his trump card. Lu Ping led everyone to the cave residence. The moment they entered the cave residence, the dense spirit qi made everyone feel refreshed. They saw Qin Lian and Hu Lili waiting respectfully in the cave residence. Now that Lu Ping had defeated the demon race before they came to support, Taoist Xuanqing and Taoist Xianqing had no reason to occupy Huangli Island. However, looking at the 6 corpses of core forging cultivators on the ground, feeling the dense spirit qi in the cave residence, and looking at the harvest of the hundreds of cultivators outside the cave residence, Taoist Xuanqing and the others were silent and unwilling. Taoist Xianqing pondered for a moment and said, "Martial nephew Lu, the defense of Huangli Island is a bit weak. Why don't you let senior brother Xuanqing transfer 2 middle core forging cultivators to help you defend Huangli Island? This way the demon race won't be able to attack Huangli Island again and cause heavy casualties. What do you think?" Hu Lili and Qin Lian were both smart people. How could they not hear the hidden meaning in Taoist Xianqing's words? Their faces turned cold. Lu Ping said with a smile, "Martial uncle came late. Do you know how many demon race core forging cultivators attacked Huangli Island this time?" Taoist Xianqing was stunned. He couldn't help but ask, "How many?" Lu Ping said, "The monster race is launching a large-scale attack this time. Other than enlightened Master Mo Wei who's holding junior martial uncle Chu back, there are a total of 11 core forging monster cultivators, including these 2 early core forging monster human pets. Among them, 6 are mid-core forging monster cultivators." Taoist Xianqing and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Taoist Xian he directly asked, "Then how can you defend Huangli Island?" After saying this, Taoist Xian he realized that his question was a bit inappropriate. He couldn't help but smile apologetically at Lu Ping. Lu Ping didn't mind. He waved his hand at the ground and 2 more core forging cultivators' corpses fell to the ground. Looking at the corpses of the 8 core forging cultivators on the ground, Taoist Master Xianqing and the others were speechless. One had to know that among the 8 corpses, 3 were mid-stage core forging demon cultivators, and 1 was even a 5th-layer core forging cultivator. This result ranked second in Jinling sect since the Beast Tide and the war between the humans and monsters began. It was second only to Guixianshan, Liang Xianfeng, Li Xianin, Chu Xuanqing, and the others during the Tianling Dharma Phenomenon Assembly. Others might not know about that, but cultivators like enlightened Master Xianchang knew that at least 2 core forging realm cultivators had died in Lu Ping's hands, and one of them was a mid-core forging realm monster cultivator. However, the sect didn't announce this to the public because they wanted to protect Lu Ping. Since the monster race had suffered a great loss, there was no reason for them to sully their own reputation. Thus, the two sects tacitly kept quiet about the war. However, it must be known who fought the last time. Wuxianshan and the others were the strongest existences below the Jinling Dharma phenomenon Laozu, so it was normal for them to have such a result. But who was it this time? Were they the third-generation disciples of Jinling? Everyone's heart sank. When they looked at Lu Ping again, there was a trace of fear and respect in their eyes. They feared his unfathomable strength, but they also respected his unfathomable strength. Lu Ping brought out the core-forging beast cultivator's corpse because he wanted to make it clear to the enlightened masters that the so-called addition of 2 mid-core forging martial uncles was unnecessary. If it were 2 other mid-core forging martial uncles, would they be able to achieve such a result? At least 6-stage core forging cultivators like Daoist Shen Qing and Daoist Shen He didn't have much confidence. At this time, Daoist Shen Qing and Daoist Shen He realized that they couldn't see through Lu Ping's cultivation. The two looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Only Daoist Shen Chang's face became a little solemn. He said, "Martial nephew Lu, have you broken through to the mid-stage core forging?" Sure enough, he was worthy of being a late-stage core forging cultivator, but there was a trace of uncertainty in his words. Lu Ping smiled and didn't speak, but he also didn't deny it. Just when the scene became a little awkward, Lu Ping and Daoist Shen Chang both moved slightly and looked outside the cave mansion. A moment later, a burly middle-aged man with a red face walked in. Lu Ping, Hu Lily and the others quickly bowed and saluted, "Martial Uncle Chu." On the other side, Daoist Shen Chang and the others also respectfully said, "Senior Brother Chu." Daoist Chu Xuanqing nodded and said with a smile, "Ha little Lu, you actually broke through to the mid-stage core forging, but why does your body look so strange? It's really unreasonable. When Daoist Chu Xuanqing came, the gap was obvious. They were both late-stage core forging cultivators, but Daoist Chu Xuanqing could see the level of Lu Ping's cultivation at a glance. He could also sense the surge of Lu Ping's strength, but Daoist Shen Chang was somewhat uncertain. When Daoist Chu Xuanqing saw the 8 corpses on the ground, he also turned to Lu Ping in surprise and asked, "These died in your hands?" Lu Ping waved his hand and said, "How could Disciple be so powerful? It was Disciple who killed them with the help of senior sister Hu Lily and senior brother Chen Lian." Daoist Shen Qing was so angry that his teeth itched. When Lu Ping showed the corpses of the monster cultivators, it was obvious that he was showing off his strength to the people who came to Earth Kuan Island. At this time he put on a humble look and pushed the credit to his companions. When Daoist Chu Xuanqing entered the cave mansion, he noticed the strange atmosphere in the cave mansion. When he looked at the corpses on the ground, he guessed the essence of the matter. He immediately said, "This time the monster race attacked, including that bastard Hay miscellaneous fish. 8 of the 12 core forging cultivators were lost. At this time the opponent is at his weakest. I think Hay miscellaneous fish has already asked for help elsewhere, but it will take some time for the reinforcements to arrive. Since junior brothers are here, I can't let you come here for nothing. How about it, do you have the guts to follow old Chu and do something big? This time we will go straight to the nest of Hay miscellaneous fish. This time, with junior brother Shen Chang's help, it is not impossible to kill Hay miscellaneous fish here." Daoist Chu Xuanqing's words made everyone's blood boil. To put it bluntly, after Daoist Shen Chang and the others rushed here, they were also full of grievances. They originally wanted to fight with the monster race and make some contributions. But they only saw a few figures running away. Originally they wanted to plot for the right to guard Huangli Island, but Lu Ping flaunted the idea away with a few words. 8 mid and late core forging realm cultivators had come all the way here, but in the end they accomplished nothing. How could they bear to lose face? Hearing Daoist Chu Xuanqing's words, Daoist Shen Chang immediately said, "As you say, senior brother." Daoist Shen Qing, Daoist Shen He and the others were also happy. This was a chance to make a contribution. The monster race was injured and this was a chance to beat them when they were down. They immediately said that they would go. Lu Ping secretly sighed. After all, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Daoist Chu Xuanqing came out, and with a few words, not only did he make Daoist Shen Chang and the others lose the stage, he also helped him out. "Okay, it's decided, let's go now." Daoist Chu Xuanqing waved his hand, then turned to Lu Ping and said, "Little Lu, you don't have to go this time. Huangli Island has also suffered a lot from this battle, you need to stay and guard it. At the same time, when everyone goes out, there needs to be someone important to look after the place. You also need to pay attention to Shenqi Island. This time, the monster race was actually able to sneak into the island. It is hard to guarantee that there are people who are not enemies. You also need to be more careful. Lu Ping was full of admiration for Taoist Chu Xuanqing's methods, and replied respectfully, "I will follow Uncle Master's instructions." Chapter 390. Lu Ping was more than willing to accept Taoist Master Chu Xuanqing's suggestion. Lu Ping had already smelled a conspiracy in the Battle of Huangli Island. Since Lu Ping returned to the East China Sea, he had been in the limelight too much. He really didn't want to be the focus of everyone in the cultivation world. The demon race had already suffered a crushing defeat in the sea area of Huangli Island. Although beating the drowning dog was icing on the cake, it was still the end of the battle. Taoist Master Chu Xuanqing's arrangement could not only share the credit with Taoist Master Xuanqing and the others, but also divert the attention of the North China Sea cultivation world from Huangli Island and Lu Ping. Lu Ping was naturally happy to see this. After sending away Chu Xuanqing and the others, Lu Ping turned around and said with a smile, "After spending most of the day, it's finally time for us to see the harvest." Among the 5 early-stage core forging realm cultivators, because the 2 core forging realm human pets had nothing else on them except for 2 magic weapons, Hu Lili and Qin Lian, including Zheng Jie, each got a demonic cultivator storage artifact. The 2 magic weapons of the human pets were also given to Hu Lili and Qin Lian to deal with. Zheng Jie didn't expect that she would also get a share. She said rather embarrassedly, "It was all thanks to junior brother Lu Ping's amethyst demon weapon that I was able to stop a core forging realm cultivator. For this, I lost more than 100 amethyst wasps. How can I take more?" Chen Lian said with a smile, "If you hadn't blocked one of them, I definitely wouldn't have been able to resist the attack of 2 demonic cultivators." Hu Lili also said, "You are only 1 step away from the core forging realm. With this harvest, I think you have accumulated enough and can prepare to break through to the core forging realm." Seeing that everyone was like this, Zheng Jie was very excited to put away the storage artifact of a core forging realm demonic cultivator. The biggest harvest naturally belonged to Lu Ping himself. In the Battle of Huangli Island, a total of 3 core forging realm beast cultivators had fallen at the hands of Lu Ping. Looking through the storage artifacts of the 3 people, Lu Ping found 6 magic treasures. However, there was only 1 psychic treasure. A magic treasure that could condense the 4th restriction. Whether it was the material of the magic treasure, the rarity of the restriction, or the difficulty of refining it, could be said to have a qualitative leap in magic treasures. Therefore, in the cultivation world, it might not be a big deal for an early core forging realm cultivator to have their own magic treasure, but for a mid-core forging realm cultivator to have a spiritual magic treasure was an extraordinary thing. The spiritual magic treasure in Lu Ping's hand was something like a horsewhip. It was the treasure obtained from Sage Ma, the first person Lu Ping killed. Unfortunately, this magic treasure was not easy for Lu Ping to use. Thinking of Sage Ma, Lu Ping's mind suddenly recalled what he said at that time. Lu Ping narrowed his eyes. This person kept talking about the North Sea and could see through Samling's background. Could it be that this person was not from the North Sea Demon Clan, but from the East Sea? Psychic magic treasures were also rare items among cultivators in the middle stage of the core forging realm. The Demon Clan was usually inferior to the Human Clan in refining tools and elixirs. Coupled with the poor cultivation resources in the North Sea, none of the other demon cultivators in the middle stage of the core forging realm who came to attack Huangli Island had a psychic magic treasure, but Master Ma had one. Thinking of the rich cultivation world in the East Sea, Lu Ping was more and more certain that Master Ma should be from the East Sea Demon Clan. When Lu Ping was traveling in the East Sea, he had heard of the Seahorse Clan among the East Sea Demon Clans. They were the best at long-distance flying. Could it be that this person was on an important mission from the East Sea to the North Sea? Lu Ping pondered for a long time, the expression on his face changing. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, he put these magic treasures into his storage ring. In addition to these magic treasures, Lu Ping also collected a batch of spiritual herbs from the 3 people. There were hundreds of spiritual herbs ranging from 500 years old to 1,000 years old. The sea was boundless and there were countless treasures in it. These demon clan lived in the sea all year round, so they were the best at collecting spiritual herbs. What made Lu Ping's eyes brighten were 70 or 80 high-grade spirit stones. Since Lu Ping advanced to the core forging stage, whether it was cultivation, alchemy, or the continuous attacks of the demon clan, the consumption of mid-grade spirit stones had become less and less able to meet Lu Ping's needs. However, the number of high-grade spirit stones was not abundant. The high-grade spirit stones that Lu Ping had accumulated over the years had basically been exhausted. This time, the high-grade spirit stones that he harvested could temporarily alleviate Lu Ping's situation, but it could only alleviate it. After Lu Ping advanced to the middle core forging stage, due to the characteristics of the Xinyuan heavy water, Lu Ping's Jinqi would become unimaginably vigorous during his cultivation process. Thus, the consumption of spirit stones would reach a point that even a late core forging stage cultivator would be speechless. This was also a matter that could not be helped. While the Xinyuan heavy water brought unparalleled vigorous Jinqi to the cultivator, it also greatly slowed down the cultivator's cultivation speed. If Lu Ping wanted to alleviate this situation, then using high-grade spirit stones to cultivate was one of the ways. Of course, it could only alleviate it. The rest of the low-grade spirit stones added up to 1,000,000. Lu Ping put them away. At this time, the low-grade spirit stones were just numbers in his eyes. Lu Ping looked at a milky white jade-like thing in his hand with some uncertainty. This jade-like thing was also found in Taoist Ma's storage device. Lu Ping's divine sense could detect that it contained a rich and vigorous spiritual qi. It was even richer than the miniature spirit-gathering pearl that Lu Ping once had. Could this thing be? Lu Ping patted the ground with his palm. Debao suddenly jumped out from the ground that Lu Ping had patted. His inquiring eyes did not look at Lu Ping. He was attracted by the palm-sized milky white jade in Lu Ping's hand. Lu Ping was already 70 to 80% sure in his heart. However, the corner of his mouth still revealed a trace of a smirk. He held the jade and moved it closer to Debao. Debao hesitantly took a step back. However, he immediately moved forward 2 steps. Lu Ping also placed the jade in front of Debao's nose. Debao fiercely sniffed the jade twice. His bean-sized eyes suddenly narrowed, revealing an expression of extreme enjoyment. Then he began to stagger as if he was drunk. He staggered toward the golden house, which had become 2 feet tall. However, at this moment, the door of the golden house seemed to suddenly split into several in Debao's eyes. The staggering Debao clearly walked toward one of them. However, he felt a pain in his head. When he looked again, he actually bumped into the stone steps on the side of the golden house. Seeing Debao fail to enter the door of the golden house several times in a row, Lu Ping laughed out loud. However, it was not because Debao made a fool of himself, but because of the milky white jade in his hand. In the world of cultivation, there was a saying called spirit intoxication. Due to the excessive concentration of spiritual qi, some cultivators or Yao beasts who were sensitive to spiritual qi would experience a phenomenon where the true essence and magic power within their body would become chaotic. The specific manifestation of this phenomenon was as if they were drunk. Thus, it was called spirit intoxication. The jade in Lu Ping's hand was also a type of spirit stone. Moreover, it was not an ordinary spirit stone. It was a spirit stone of the highest grade that Fa Xiang Laozu would often use. A spirit stone of the highest grade could only appear in large spirit mines. In the world of cultivation, a spirit stone of the highest grade was almost exclusively used by Fa Xiang Laozu. Lu Ping did not expect himself to be so lucky to be able to obtain a spirit stone of the highest grade. According to the common saying in the world of cultivation, a spirit stone of the highest grade was equivalent to 100 spirit stones of the highest grade. That was equivalent to 1,000,000 spirit stones. However, which cultivator in the world of cultivation would be foolish enough to exchange a spirit stone of the highest grade for 1,000,000 spirit stones? As for the use of top-grade spirit stones, after obtaining this top-quality spirit stone, Lu Ping was already overjoyed, but the surprise of today's battle seemed to be far more than that. Lu Ping played with the 2 stone-like objects in his hands. One was brown and the other was black. These were 2 kinds of heaven and earth oddities. The brown one was the earth-attributed primordial brown stone, while the black one was the metal-attributed ferro-tungsten. Metal elemental treasures were one thing, but earth elemental treasures were extremely rare in the outer seas. Not only were earth elemental treasures rare, earth elemental cultivation resources and earth elemental cultivation techniques were also rare in the outer seas. In order to help Debao advance to the late blood condensation realm, Lu Ping had asked a few of his good friends to spend a lot of effort to find a few suitable earth elemental condensed blood pearls. Lu Ping had seen and obtained plenty of heaven and earth phase through various means and fortuitous encounters. However, he had never seen an earth attribute heaven and earth fey before. It wasn't that there weren't any earth elemental cultivation resources in the outer seas, but they were extremely rare. The truly abundant earth elemental cultivation resources were on the mainland in the Middle Earth, which represented the highest level of cultivation in the world. The Middle Earth was truly a place that people yearned for. According to Lu Ping's knowledge, the truly outstanding Jinling cultivators, such as the Three Truths and Four Spirits, had mostly traveled to the Middle Earth. The Middle Earth's cultivation world was truly a place that people yearned for. Lu Ping collected his thoughts and began to ponder over the two heaven and earth fey treasures again. After a long while, he finally summoned the Seven Thunder Treasures calabash. Although Lu Ping didn't think about perfecting the Seven Thunder Treasures calabash, which seemed to be an impossible treasure, but these heaven and earth fey treasures were coincidentally obtained. If Lu Ping didn't use them, it would be a waste. It would be better to integrate them into the Thunder Calabash. Every 3 heaven and earth fey treasures could form a small magical power. Under Lu Ping's control, a small golden sword flew out of the Thunder Calabash and rotated around the Pharaoh Tungsten. In Lu Ping's spiritual force, he could clearly sense that the essence of the Pharaoh Tungsten was slowly being absorbed by the small golden sword. However, the small golden sword not only didn't grow bigger, but showed signs of shrinking. As for the other piece of origin brownstone, it was wrapped in a mass of yellow air. The yellow air mass was like a cloud of dust, and the origin brownstone was slowly decomposing, turning into a mass of brown dust mixed with the yellow air mass. The entire air mass also turned yellowish-brown. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.